Okay, good morning, everybody. We are a couple minutes late getting started. My apologies for that. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the July 8th, 2025 Council and Committee meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, so please ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those that are attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature to be called upon and remove it after speaking. With that, I call the July 8, 2025 Council and Committee meeting to order. Roll call. All members of committee are present. However, I do believe that Councillor Micheli may just be temporarily in the back, but will be joining us momentarily. Item number 1, disclosure of pecuniary interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none. Item 2, approval of the agenda, changes to the agenda. Committee has the agenda before them. We have one change requested, and that is to bring forward staff report CD 25079, Ontario Transit Investment Fund, OTIF grant application, to be the first staff report presented. Are there any other additions or changes to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll need a 2/3 vote to allow the changes that are presented. May I have a mover? A move by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Micheli. All those in favor? That is carried. May I have a mover to approve the agenda as presented, as amended, my apologies. Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Van Adrishi. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We have no early closed session items today. We'll move forward to section 4, consent. We have 10 consent items today. So may I have a motion to receive consent items 4.1 through 4.10 as information? Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We have one communication item today. It's 5.1, letter from the Ministry of Energy and Mines, RE Energy for Generations, Ontario Integrated Plan to Build the Strongest Economy in the G7. May I have a motion to receive communication item 5.1 as information? Moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Micheli. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, we are skipping past deputations, so for those listening in, deputations will continue at 1 p.m. today at the originally scheduled time. So I believe we're moving forward to presentations. Is that correct? Yes, okay. 2 presentations today. We'll start with 7.1, Norfolk County's housing assessment. Is Eric present?
Through the chairs, thanks for that. I'll just provide a quick introduction just to this report and the housing needs assessment overall. So as part of the renewed Canada Community Building Fund agreement, all single and lower tier municipalities with a population above 30,000 were required to complete a housing needs assessment. So earlier this year, Council permitted the sole source supply to Watson and Economist Associates for the completion of this work. So the completion assessment provides a critical data-driven foundation to better understand Norfolk County's long-term housing needs with a particular focus on affordability. This work expands on the county's approved population growth projections to 2051 and translates them into a housing unit perspective. It also draws on a wide range of studies and past work related to housing and social services to create a centralized, comprehensive, housing-focused document. So the findings from this assessment offer important insights to the evolving needs of our community, including an aging population, shortage of affordable and rental housing, and the need for more diverse housing options to support new families and residents with various income levels. While this report is being presented for information today, as outlined in the consultation section, it represents only the first step. The data and recommendations will guide policy development, land use planning, infrastructure investment, and interdepartmental collaboration moving forward. I would also like to highlight that we have Eric Carvin here today from Watson to provide some key findings and a few recommendations. And lastly, after the presentation from Eric, we do have representation from building, housing, planning, and all parties involved. So with that, I'll pass it off to Eric.
Great, thank you very much. Pleasure to be with you this morning. Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm Eric Carvinen with Watson and Associates. I was the manager from the consultant team's end for this assignment. I'm here to present our findings from this housing needs assessment study. I'll just share my screen here. You do have a slide deck. Hopefully you're able to see it. Okay, you should see a intro slide for this study.
We can.
So again, it's great to be with you here this morning to present our findings from the Norfolk County Housing Needs Assessment Study. As was mentioned, this study provides an assessment of current and future housing needs and the strategic recommendations for the county. It really helps to identify housing needs and provide for direction on future housing policy and programming for the county moving forward. It's intended to be a foundational report in that regard. The study analyzes a range of economic, demographic, and real estate trends to help inform future housing demand and housing needs and policy over the coming decades. A key focus was really to consider housing requirements over the next 10 years. As you're well aware, the county is responsible for policies that support and promote a full range of housing types, including the potential use of regulatory and financial incentives to encourage the development of a range of housing, including rental and affordable units. It's important for municipalities to provide for well-balanced and complete communities, and in order to do so, the need to offer and enable a wide range of housing options is critical to accommodate a range of income groups and household types, and this is in alignment with your strategic plan. Just to provide a little context to this discussion here today, the county, as many municipalities in Ontario, has experienced relatively strong population growth and demand for housing over the last number of years. Since 2016, the population of the county has increased by about 5,000, representing an increase of about 8%, which is relatively strong growth compared to historical trends. And also during that time, there's also been significant erosion in housing affordability, which is a concern, and I'll speak to this in a little more detail throughout the presentation. We do expect that this growth will continue over the coming decades, as the county is expected to continue to experience strong population growth and housing demand, with population growth expected of over 20,000 new residents over the next 3 decades through 2051, growing to just under 93,000 people by 2051. While we do identify a number of challenges with respect to housing through this work, overall, the county does have sufficient housing units in the development approvals pipeline to accommodate short to medium growth and housing needs, but as we will be presenting, we do see challenges with respect to the range of choice, especially for rental housing and affordable housing units. So this slide here presents the county's housing continuum. This essentially identifies the breakout of the 27,700 occupied housing units in the county. You can see that it's heavily oriented to grade-related housing with a high share of market and also ownership units. About 86% of the county's housing is low density, comprised primarily of singles and semi-detached units. Only about 18% of housing units are rental occupied, which is relatively low compared to the provincial average. The county has about 3% of housing units being non-market, which reflects both publicly funded and nonprofit units, with 97% being market-based. Now, it's important in this discussion on housing to understand what we mean when we speak of affordable housing. And we are basing the definition of affordable housing in accordance with how it's defined provincially, based on the latest Affordable Residential Units Bulletin, which is presented and published by the province. At the local level in the county, affordable housing is defined for both ownership and rental units. Ownership units being defined as affordable if the price point is $348,500 or less with respect to purchase price. For rental housing, it's based on monthly rents. So essentially, it's rents that are considered affordable if they're $677 or less per month for bachelor units, $1,155 for one-bedroom units, $1,037 for two-bedroom units, and $1,665 or less for three-bedroom units constitute affordable rental housing. This is important for us to understand because it helps us understand what the needs are in the community for affordable housing with respect to current availability as well as future housing requirements. So as I had mentioned earlier, housing costs have appreciated significantly in the county over the last 5 years. Average resale home prices have increased by about 36%, rising to about $561,000 in 2024, which is notably higher than the affordable housing benchmark that I mentioned in the previous slide. The rents have also increased by about 26% over the same period. Much of the appreciation in rental prices, rental rates has been caused primarily by insufficient supply in rental housing. Vacancy rates in the county are currently about 0.2%, which is very low. A healthy market typically would have about 3% vacancy rate in the rental market. You can see as well that for new home prices in Norfolk County, for single detached and townhouses, average new home prices average about $889,000 per unit for singles and $692,000 for townhouses. So again, these are not considered affordable price points based on the definition presented earlier. In looking at housing needs in the county, we assessed housing requirements also in terms of the current population and existing conditions analysis in accordance with Statistics Canada definitions. We looked at core housing needs, essentially looking at the number of households that have inadequate housing, either in terms of housing that's in disrepair, not suitable because of overcrowding, or otherwise not meeting affordability standards in accordance with affordability benchmarking. And through that work, we've identified that there's about 1,600 households that are in core housing need currently based on 2021 census data. This reflects about 6% of the county's total households. One favorable comment in this regard is the share of households that are in core housing need of 6% is notably lower than the provincial average of 12%. When looking at this in terms of severe core housing needs, so essentially these are households facing similar challenges with respect to adequate housing, but also those that are spending more than 50% of their income on housing costs. The number of households in severe core housing need totals about 720. As I mentioned earlier, we did look at housing affordability through the context of future population and housing growth, focusing really on housing needs over the next 10 years through 2035. We estimate housing growth of about 2,930 units over the next 10 years. Of that, we expect that there will be a need for a range of both ownership and rental units, with rental housing needs totaling about 38% of the total, or 755 units. And of overall housing needed, about 25% will need to be affordable in nature in accordance with the definition of affordability presented earlier in the presentation. So with that in mind, to realize the county's potential growth with respect to population and also meeting its housing needs, there's clearly a need to expand housing affordability options for a range of household income groups in Norfolk. We are recommending that the county should, as part of the next official plan review, update the definition of affordable housing in accordance with the new provincial planning statement, which was released last year, and also to update affordable housing targets in the official plan to align with affordable housing needs presented in this study. The county should continue to plan for balanced growth with respect to housing between intensification and greenfield areas. So really, again, focusing on market choice in terms of housing by not only geographic location, but also by density type and affordability. The county should consider developing a monitoring framework to track new housing development against the forecasts and housing targets presented in this study. It would help the county understand in a more proactive fashion how it's tracking to housing needs. The county should also consider undertaking a seniors housing study. This is important because about 43% of the population in the county is over the age of 55, and as the county continues to age, it's important to understand what the needs of the seniors population is and what those needs will be over the forecast period. With a large agricultural sector, we also recommend that the county consider undertaking a temporary agricultural workers housing study to understand the needs of agricultural workers in the community and to see if there are any gaps in housing that need to be addressed. The county does currently have also a community improvement plan, which does encourage housing development. We recommend that the county consider expanding, enhancing that program to present a wider range of financial incentives to accommodate a wider range of rental and affordable housing opportunities in the county. We would also recommend that the county focus more on compact built form and more innovative design for housing. So the county should continue to work with local home builders to expand the supply of more moderately priced ownership and rental housing options. The county should review its local zoning and land-related barriers to identify opportunities to expand housing supply within settlement areas that are more compact, land efficient, environmentally sustainable, and price competitive. The county should also continue to explore alternative development standards, which would reduce development costs. So looking at, for example, reductions in parking requirements for housing and also other innovative construction methods, whether it be more modular design or tiny homes, essentially allowing for smaller units that can be more cost competitive and lower priced development that would then reflect in lower price points. An important consideration is with a large number of low density housing inventory in the county with respect to single detached homes, there's an opportunity to continue to promote additional residential units in terms of providing for more rental housing in the community through gentle intensification. So this is essentially allowing for secondary suites, basement apartments within the primary dwelling, as well as accommodating accessory units on the same lot with respect to garden suites and laneway housing, for example. Provincially, municipalities must now allow for 3 units in total per residential lot, and the county should update the local official plan policies and zoning bylaw to reflect this requirement. The county should also consider developing an additional residential units or ARU program that would help inform residents and homeowners on a how-to guide to promote and enable more of this type of development in the community. Also, we do see a need through this analysis and through what we heard that there's definitely a need for more supportive and non-market housing in the county. The county, with its housing service partners, should continue to maintain and increase the housing support services and programs and the supply of deeply affordable and near market housing to meet not only the needs of the population today, but also into the future. And in part, the county should conduct a review of county-owned lands that could be used for affordable housing developments in the future. Now, in looking at housing opportunities and challenges in the context of the recommendations presented here, there's a few things to consider for the county. First is to continue to plan for growth in a balanced manner. Settlement areas continue to represent the priority location for residential development, given the amenities that they offer. And that should continue to be the focus for housing development, particularly for more affordable housing typologies. Also, with any growth in housing, there's a need to address infrastructure and municipal servicing requirements. And with a growing population and housing base, this will need to continue to be reviewed and assessed to meet the growth expected. Finally, with any financial incentives that may be applied for housing development, there will be financial implications potentially on the municipality, and so those municipal financial impacts should be assessed and monitored to ensure that they are sustainable. So that concludes my presentation here for today. As I mentioned earlier, the study is really intended to guide decision making and policy development as it relates to housing policy and programming in the county. While this is an important review and a snapshot of existing and anticipated conditions with respect to population and housing needs, the county should consider updating this housing needs assessment every 5 years. So with that, I open it up to any questions or comments. Thank you for your time today.
Eric, thank you for your presentation. At this point, I'll just remind committees, so there is a staff presentation that will follow in just a moment. However, if there are questions of the presentation, now would be the time for that. I see Councillor Columbus first, followed by Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Eric, you're offering up a whole suggestion of housing options. Seems like a smorgasbord. And I just questioned with respect to the rents that you had suggested. Are utilities involved? Where do you separate utilities from actual rent?
So that's a great question. So generally, the way we have to be careful in terms of how we look at the issue of carrying costs. So if you're looking at, for example, ownership, the affordable housing prices would reflect all carrying costs related to, typical mortgages, property taxes, insurance, utilities. With respect to rental housing, it's a simple calculation based on looking at the affordability of spending, the 30% of income, for example, on 30% of income on rental housing, and that basically becomes, the upper limit of affordability. And so utilities would typically, in these cases, be included in those calculations. But again, the analysis is not typically that granular where there's a specific breakout for those types of additional costs.
And secondly, in your study, were rural lots and on-farm housing included in your evaluation?
So yes, I mean the growth-related work that we presented includes county-wide growth projections for population and housing, and so it would encompass both urban and rural growth as well as existing inventory of housing within the entire county. So this would include both urban settlement areas, hamlets, as well as rural areas. So yes, it would cover also rural lots as well as agricultural related residential properties.
Thank you.
Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, we talk about low-cost housing or affordable housing, and I really don't even think the term exists anymore. In your study, did you not look at, say, mobile parks where they use prefabricated homes, things like that? Because it doesn't indicate there that for me is one of the most affordable that can be had, especially for seniors that want to transition. Sometimes they like the idea of transitioning to a double wide or whatever at a park. Why are we not talking about that or trying to increase those types of housing, which becomes affordable in my mind?
Right. No, that's a great question. So in our recommendations, we do suggest looking at more innovative and compact design, basically looking at more cost-effective options for new housing construction, because we recognize that a lot of the housing development that the county as well as other municipalities in Ontario have seen has been largely, single detached. Much of it has been, more premium or executive type homes, and there really is a need to look at, alternatives that are more cost effective, as well as them being more price effective for not only homeowners, but also in terms of renters. So yeah, definitely looking at modular homes. Modular construction is one of the recommendations that we made that should be looked at, and how those can be accommodated within the county is something that would need to be studied further in terms of where there's appropriate opportunities to accommodate this type of development activity. But that could include more mobile or modular home construction. But again, we would recommend that this be studied to understand those opportunities in greater detail.
And just for a moment, I'd have to push back for a second and say that how long do you wait? It's a crisis point. I think we have to take action rather than just keep talking about it and doing more studies. So I'm an action-oriented person, and I'd like to see something happen sooner rather than later. But thank you.
That
Thank you.
May also be a good question that we can pose to staff in the next report as well. Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Eric. Eric, thanks for the presentation. I may have missed it. I'm hoping you can clarify what the definition of core needs entails.
Yeah, so the definition of core housing need, it's as defined by Statistics Canada, and how StatsCan collects this type of information and compiles it based on census data through each census that's completed. So the latest census data is from 2021, and the definition for core housing need is essentially households that basically fall below one or more of the categories identified in terms of inadequate housing with respect to the state of repair or maintenance. So essentially the home is not considered adequate, either from a safety or otherwise from a maintenance perspective. This tends not to be the major factor, but it can be in certain situations. Another parameter is that the home is not suitable, meaning that there's overcrowding. So essentially the space is too small relative to the size of the household. So that generally would be based on the number of bedrooms versus the size of the household as far as occupants. And then finally, affordability. So in this case, it would reflect essentially households that are spending 30% or more on housing, 30% or more of their income on housing costs in order to have the type of housing that really meets their needs. And so basically it's not affordable based on the provincial definition.
Okay, so it could be a measure of the status of the home based on repairs, but it could also be a perfectly suitable home from an infrastructure perspective, but it's at capacity from a resident perspective. Okay.
Right, or over capacity.
Right, okay, thank you for
That's
that.
right.
One of your recommendations is the temporary farm worker study. What does that entail? What would you suggest results would look like for that, or terms of reference be set? I've never heard of that before, and I'm not sure how much of a priority it is or isn't for us, so I'd be interested in just hearing a little bit more.
Sure. I mean, clearly this would need to be looked at, by staff and through further review and internal discussions with respect to, more detailed terms of reference. But generally, what we would suggest as a start would be to first, sort of have an understanding of the existing temporary, agricultural workers that are employed in the county. It would include really understanding, the agricultural sector more broadly, and the types of workers that are employed at the various farms in the county, and then to understand, their existing housing and how they're currently accommodated, either on site or off site, during the growing season and beyond, and then to look at whether there are specific gaps in housing, whether that be on site or off site. If there's other challenges with respect to accessing place of work, other sort of challenges with respect to existing conditions of the accommodations that are provided. And then I think part of it is looking at it not only through an existing conditions lens, but also looking at sort of future growth, and how the agricultural sector may be evolving and changing, to really understand, whether, what those needs might look like in the future over the next 10 to 20 years. So again, that's a pretty high level summary, and that would, require not only, technical analysis, but also, consultation with farm owners and workers and other business associations to really understand this, at a local level.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, my last question for Eric is concerning the housing types and the price on market units. And one of the suggestions is to continue to work with the home builders to incentivize and seek out more affordably priced units. Besides the obvious, which is incentivizing them, development charges, those types of things. Through your work with other municipalities, have you come across any creative suggestions to actually impact the housing price besides, like I said, incentivizing development charges and obviously ADUs? Because it's one thing to sit and ask for a developer to change the housing price, but the reality is that, 10 times out of 10, those costs are being passed on to the purchaser. And I personally, as elected official, haven't found a way to impact the market price. So that is one of your suggestions, and I'm wondering if you have any creative ways for us to impact the price of housing.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and I mean, clearly this is a challenge not only in Norfolk but in other communities across Ontario, and there's not one simple solution or answer to this. Certainly, when we speak of market housing, I think that one of the challenges, just at a high level, is that there's a lot of focus right now in terms of housing development that has tended, at least historically, to be heavily oriented to single detached homes, and much of that being more premium or executive or these larger homes, which then obviously represent a higher price point. So I think that through land use planning, permissions, really working with developers to promote and advance locations that are more appropriate for more compact, higher density type development, whether it be ownership or rental housing, essentially to try and provide for more market choice in housing products. So essentially you're promoting and trying to advance more compact type development. So for example, if we're looking at grade related housing, looking at townhouses, maybe more creative forms like stacked or back-to-back townhouses, which in terms of the amount of square feet, for example, or size of the dwelling is much smaller, so then that reflects a lower price point. And then also I think promoting more condominium and apartment rental development, where again the unit prices and rents would reflect more affordable housing options generally. With financial incentives, there are obviously things that can be done, especially as it relates to rental housing in terms of tax incremental equivalent financing, or grants, for example, where there'll be some property tax breaks, for example. So there are some financial tools that can be used to try and encourage more affordable or rental type housing. But again, these really should be looked at in more detail based on the housing needs assessment that's been presented here.
All right, thank you, Eric. A couple more speakers lined up. That said, I will just take this opportunity just to remind committee and our guests today that we do have a fairly lengthy docket ahead of us. So I would just respectfully ask that we keep our questions and responses as succinct as possible so that we can move through as efficiently as possible today. Councillor Van Passen next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and now I'm going to do something exactly opposite of what you said, but I think both my questions are going to mirror what the mayor just asked. But when it comes to the temporary agricultural workers, the living accommodations they have are already regulated by federal, provincial, municipal rules, the number of square feet per person, the cubic feet, the window space, the furniture, the doors. What is a study expected to achieve when everything is already governed by different regulations, by different levels of government now? So can we just get that one off the list and not waste any time and money doing something that's already done?
Okay. Well, first, our recommendation is that the county should consider, undertaking this type of study. So it isn't more explicit than that as far as direction. And so I would suggest that, this should be, the need for this type of study should be looked at and assessed whether, something like this is necessary, for your municipality. We do believe, though, that when there's a lot of housing pressure, and demand for housing in a community, that it's important to understand, from a market segment perspective, where that housing demand and need is coming from. And with a large agricultural community and a large number of farm workers working in your community, much of this employment is not necessarily that well understood as far as the numbers. Where they're being accommodated. And so there's some merit to understand this better at the local level. And we wouldn't normally perhaps, highlight this as much, but we know that in Norfolk, you have a very low vacancy rate in rental housing of 0.2%. And when you do have a lot of temporary workers in your community, it's likely that they are putting some pressure on the local housing market, and it would be good to understand how much of that is off-site. If they are being accommodated, on farm properties and through the provisions that you mentioned, as far as housing that is up to those requirements, that's great. But if there are workers that are being housed in settlement areas, it would be probably helpful to understand those metrics and to see what impact that is having in terms of putting housing pressure more broadly in the community. So that again, it may mean that, for example, that could be looked at even through maybe a two-phase process where perhaps it would be more of a sort of an existing assessment of the current conditions, and depending on the outcome of that work, you could take a deeper dive into this if there are challenges, identified through that initial assessment that would warrant more work.
Councillor Van Passen, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, well, a different question. The term affordable housing, I think we've tripped over this before. We use it all the time, but it means two different things. Maybe we could clarify a little bit better in reports like this, the difference between affordable housing that we're trying to get developers to be able to build things a little bit cheaper so that people can buy them, and the other term, in affordable housing, simply means government subsidized housing. But in reports like this and in discussions, they're always used interchangeably, and I think we got to make sure that we're using two different descriptions of those two different problems. Any comments on that?
Yeah, no, that's another great question and comment. So in this report, we have a specific section where we identify how affordable housing is defined. And I like to think of affordable housing in these housing needs assessments as really being small a affordable. So essentially, we're looking at housing that's affordable for a range of households and lower to moderate incomes. And essentially, it's based on the provincial definition, which in many ways it's gotten clearer over the last year with the new PPS and with these provincial bulletins on housing affordability that really looks at it from a market as well as an income-based lens to say, okay, these are the benchmarks for affordability based on ownership and rental housing, and those are essentially the price points that have been identified in slide 4. You mentioned public and sort of subsidized non-market housing, and that's often talked about as in terms of affordable housing. That's just one component of the discussion on affordable housing within the context of this study, and we tried to be careful that when we talk about affordable housing, that it includes not only the non-market and public housing, which is really that deeply affordable housing that you mentioned, but then affordable housing that's more of that near market and affordable housing more focusing on those that are in those low to moderate income levels, including workforce housing needs for those lower to moderate income levels.
Right there, I'm getting caught again. I'm supposed to use non-market housing instead of calling it government subsidized housing. It just sounds better, but let's get into very simple words and everybody can understand them then. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Councillor Very, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the presentation here. You've got a section here about making changes to the community improvement program and how that might encourage more affordable housing development by incentivizing. And I'm wondering if you can point to or offer specific examples where that's been successful. Our community improvement program is good, but it's not like hugely funded, and that is money that would come from existing taxpayers. And my concern, I guess, is looking at this as, do those incentives get passed along to buyers in the form of lower prices, or do those incentives end up on the bottom lines of builders? And so I'm wondering if you can be specific in some examples that you've seen where incentivizing housing development through the CIP has been effective.
Right. Yeah, no, that's great. I appreciate that comment. So yeah, definitely CIPs are a great tool to be used for promoting and advancing housing development activity in a community, and they are fairly flexible in how they are designed as far as the framework, either geographically or the types of incentives that could be included. And so these obviously need to be sort of tailored to the local community and your housing needs. And that's one of the reasons why a study like this can be really helpful, because it helps to identify where those housing gaps are and where your needs are maybe the most most urgent or the highest. So we had made the comment that it's great that you have a CIP for housing and that you have some housing grants in that program, but our suggestion is that more could be done to provide for more financial incentives, particularly for rental and affordable housing. So one example that you could look at, which is relatively recent, and I think there's been some success in it, is City of Kingston has a rental housing CIP, and it really focuses on rental housing in terms of financial incentives that are provided through property tax equivalent grants, essentially. So basically, property tax breaks for rental housing developments, and they also provide for additional incentives in that regard for rental housing that's affordable in nature. So again, this would be affordable within the definition of affordable housing as per the province's definition. And so, by having sort of a kind of a two-tiered approach that really focuses on rental housing specifically. It can be a little bit more tailored to addressing the needs of expanding rental housing supply, particularly affordable options in a community. And it's probably one of the better examples that I've seen recently in that regard. So it might be worth looking at further as a model.
Great, thank you. And one more question, Chair, if you don't mind there. You mentioned reducing parking requirements as a way to encourage affordable housing development. So again, where do those people park then, if they're not required to have parking on site? Like, I don't really understand where we're going to put those people. There are parking challenges in Norfolk already with neighborhoods and downtowns and things. So where would those people go in your experience if there's not on-site parking?
Yeah, well, this is obviously needs to be looked at within a local community and more of a settlement area and sort of site specific sort of context. What we do find in a lot of communities is that parking provisions or requirements tend to be somewhat generous, typically. And at a minimum, they really should be looked at to understand, well, is that reasonable based on sort of the market needs or of the types of residents that you would be accommodating and so, for example, in an aging population, for example, there may not be as much need for parking. There may be opportunities for more innovative design where some additional parking could be accommodated, on street, for example. So I think part of it is, we're obviously not getting into a detailed discussion here on specific, metrics or reduction targets. We're just saying that, this should be reviewed to really understand, is it sort of meeting the needs of the market, and, is it reasonable expectation for developers in terms of the number of units per number of spaces per unit that should be provided. And again, the number of spaces, likely is going to vary quite significantly depending on, the type of development, the geographic location, local amenities, access to alternative modes of transportation. Those types of considerations would all need to be looked at to help guide those discussions.
Well, thank you.
All right, one final question before we advance to the staff report on the item will come from Councillor Micheli, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your previous recommendation that we keep our questions succinct actually prompted two questions in my mind. I guess the first one is, and this just want quickly touch on what Councillor Van Passen was referring to about the temporary farm workers. And that's what it says in the presentation on the slide, temporary farm workers. But I think we need to identify the difference between those workers who are here on the temporary farm workers program, the migrant workers, as they're often referred to, who do, as Councillor Van Passen said, have housing already regulated and planned out there. But I'm wondering if that is excluding the actual, what I would refer to as the itinerant temporary farm workers, people who come to Norfolk County for specific harvests like green peppers or, strawberries or whatever it might be. And they are not under any kind of federal program or requirements, but they are simply here to do work on a farm for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, and they arrive in Norfolk County from their various, origins, and they are seeking housing. Are those people included in this study?
That's a great question, and I appreciate you actually highlighting that distinction between foreign and perhaps other seasonal workers. Because that's an important discussion. So typically, when looking at housing metrics and population, if you are, for example, a seasonal worker and Norfolk County is not your permanent place of residence, you're not captured in census data as such, or the vast majority are not, because that's not your place of sort of primary residency. And so when looking at a lot of the existing housing or population metrics that are being reported here or generally within any demographic analysis reporting, those workers would not be captured in these metrics or in this analysis. And so in some ways they kind of fall through the technical analysis, even though we know that there is a sizable number of them. And so that in itself also warrants or potentially warrants the need for further analysis to really understand this group of workers and who they are and their housing needs, because they certainly do get factored into things such as market demand for housing, and it would be reflected in, for example, the low vacancy rate of 0.2%, and it's also obviously going to show up in the demand for housing more broadly, even though they don't show up as being permanent residents in your community. So again, a bit of an important part of your local community, while at the same time not necessarily captured in all the data reporting.
Thank you, Eric. And Mr. Chair, one last question. This will be the last question for committee. Eric, you mentioned there is a slide that indicates that there is, I think you said 720 households who cannot find affordable housing, and that represents about 6% of the population of Norfolk County. And you also indicated that that is about half of the provincial average of 12%. I guess just as, and I'm not sure, this may be outside the scope of this study, but is there a way to correlate those numbers with the number of actual homeless people in Norfolk County?
So the discussion on existing housing needs is a complicated one. For this specific question, the number that are in core housing need that I reported on earlier, these are households that do have housing currently, so they are housed. It's just that they're in a more precarious situation with respect to housing that is not affordable, is otherwise inadequate as far as overcrowding or maybe a state of repair. So they are housed, and so they do not factor into the discussion on unhoused or homeless population. So that segment of housing, of those that are unhoused or homeless, they would be a separate group from this, and not directly connected to this statistic on core housing need.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Eric.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric, for the presentation and answering all of those questions. There might be further things to unpack following the staff report. At this time, I would look for a motion to approve the presentation and receive it as information. Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Michele. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We'll move forward to staff report CS 25095, Norfolk County Housing Needs Assessment. This time I'd ask Jacob Graham, Supervisor of Financial Initiatives and Planning, to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this quick. No presentation from finance or anyone else on the team today. As mentioned, the purpose of this report today is largely one of the requirements for the CCBF. So we can confirm we are approved and we've met the compliance requirement. This will be available on the county's website shortly. And I will also say that a lot of the recommendations from Watson are at this point in time just taken as advisement, and we're going to kind of work within our teams, within planning, within ECDEV and housing, to essentially see what's right for Norfolk and what we want to put forward. So we're kind of kicking off the 2026 budget process. You may see some initiatives come forward related to recommendations from this study, but at this point in time, there's no other purpose to the report other than to receive as information. So we do have representation from all teams available today for comment and questions. So with that, we'll hand it back.
Okay, are there questions of a committee related to the staff component of this? Councillor Huffman first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment regarding from the staff aspect. I do recall at the beginning of our Mayor's Affordability Roundtable, we talked about land monetization of county-owned land and looking at accessing developers in this community who would be interested in building, as they put in this report, affordable housing. That has stalled, it has gone nowhere, and it's very frustrating, and I'll go with Councillor Vanden Rishi in terms of action. There's a lot of studies, there's a lot of reports, there's a lot of different things, but we haven't gotten anywhere yet. Thank you.
Did you have a question related to that? Just a comment? Thank you. Councillor Very.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question for staff, I guess, or Jacob. Did staff get anything out of this study that you didn't already know, kind of? Because what I'm hearing is a lot of Norfolk County should look at this and look at that, and it's like, well, yeah, we're going to look at the most obvious stuff ever. Like, good call. So I'm wondering, you know, how does this presentation, this report, change your approach?
Through the chair, I can start, then I'll maybe kind of pass it off to our planning colleagues here. But from someone that's not an expert in planning or housing on my side, I think the one valuable thing that we've seen here in finance was we're converting approved metrics for population growth and kind of combining a bunch of social services and housing focused studies to unit counts. I don't think we've ever presented that to council on a per unit basis on how much you need to hit your 2051 growth projection. So that was one of the big outcomes from essentially the study that we see on our side. And it's also, from our perspective, one of the other things that we caught as a shock when we went through the housing needs assessment was the vacancy rate in Norfolk County for purpose-built rentals. So I'll pass it off to Bowden here to talk on the planning component, but that from our perspective, that was that, but we've already had some discussions with planning for kind of outcomes and next steps.
Okay. Yeah, Bowden, would you have?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Yes, we view this as a fundamental, a foundation piece for a lot of additional work that we need to do. We need to start updating our official plan. The official plan review will start next year. This is important information to be fed into that in terms of the review of the policy and the numbers. I think it was mentioned that we do have an issue with capacity being allocated to units that are not being built. And we are moving forward with a policy based on the use it or lose it principle. I think that was mentioned. So these are all things that we will action with this report. We're also looking at urban area focused plans. So the next layer of analysis from this to look at some of the secondary plan areas that we have in the works to assist us in that work as well. So there's a lot of uses for this report in a planning context. We are also, as recently decided to launch a review of the zoning bylaw to look at archaic provisions that should be updated, and this aligns with that as well. So we will look at some of the results of this study as we examine the zoning provisions for things like parking and things like that. That can be done relatively soon.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Van Passen, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. A couple of years ago, the Ag Advisory Board put forth a comment or a request. We do have the housing on farms that is for the foreign workers, and the request to see whether the use of that could be changed in the off-season, that they could be used as rentals, or if the farmers' farming plans had changed and he didn't need all of those units, and allow them to be used as rental units. Has any work been done on that in the last couple of years? Or? I'll take that as a no and just move on, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Columbus next. Councillor Vanden Rishi, you're on deck.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I just forgot what I was going to say, so go to Council.
Councillor Vanden Rishi, please.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if it's right on the tip of my tongue, but anyway, at the end of the day, my issue is mobile parking. I really believe that is truly affordable for a certain sector of the population. okay? Those that are seniors that are wanting to downsize and giving opportunities to young people to be able to purchase a home that has 4 bedrooms. So they want to downsize. But are we there? Are we looking at that actively in the planning department to say, okay, I understand we have areas that maybe we have water, but we don't have sewage. I understand all that. And it's really important to me to have that. As well as I'd like to know hamlet growth. Why are we not looking at more hamlet growth? Hamlet growth alleviates the pressure in urbanization. So if I have a home in town, but I have an opportunity to build out in a hamlet, I again free up that space where it is maybe more affordable to be that compact housing, or maybe that actual lot in town can be changed to an apartment building. Instead of 1, it's 4. Do we look at that? Because to me, that's really, really important. Not everybody wants to live in town. We hear all of these facts about poor air, poor this, poor that. So why don't we expand things? Why don't we look beyond our thoughts here that we're becoming so segregated in urban spots? Also, if you look in this area, and Norfolk County with maybe a couple other counties are unique in the fact that they were a tobacco growing industry. That industry is, I had my house here, and I had freaking 2 acres over there of a kill yard, right? And I'm gonna be honest with you, I tore it down, but I certainly didn't rip the trees out to say I'm gonna farm it. So there sits 2 acres of spending my husband 4 hours cutting grass. Why is there not opportunities looking there? And I know we have restrictions provincially, but we should be advocating for change because we have that space available. And I think it's important, but to me, looking at mobilization in the sense of mobile home and mobile home area districts, the hamlet zones, as well as what properties can be freed up that are not being plowed under and used for cropping. Do you look at that? That's my question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Great question. I can say that we will definitely factor that into some of the work that we're doing in the official plan update. That is an area that we will look at specifically. I can tell you that we also have the Lear study results that have come in that is looking at all the agricultural land classifications. That will be factored in. And through that, we think we will have a better picture of where things stand with respect to hamlets. And the hamlet policies will be looked at, as well as we will be looking at the creation of perhaps a rural classification. So all these things will be looked at as part of the OP review.
Sure, go ahead.
And the idea of the Foreign Worker Program, it's the TFWP, but there's also the International Mobility Program, which is those people that come from wherever to come to work in a place. That program is different, okay? They have to supply their own housing. But the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, farmers have to, of course, have the housing or they do not qualify for a worker. So those are 2 different types of programs that I don't think we have a lot of the international, except for maybe foreign students.
Councillor Columbus, I think you're ready.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Van Passen made a notion with respect to the confusion around the word subsidized housing. And I just wonder if we can clearly designate subsidized housing separately from affordable housing. Like, they're 2 separate items, whereas right now it's kind of included affordable. So I would like to see them identified as subsidized versus affordable. I don't know if we're wrong by doing that provincially, but I think it needs to be changed.
Ms. Page, I don't know, do you have anything to add related to that?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Columbus. I would just add that that's part of the study looked at market versus non-market, and non-market is all subsidized housing in different parts of the community, whether that's supportive housing, transitional housing, or fully supportive housing, what we would call rent geared to income.
Is that sufficient, Councillor Columbus, at this
Well,
point?
I guess that's a cute way of putting it. But,
Thank you.
But it is subsidized. Thanks.
Okay, Mayor Martin, next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, where are we at with the Housing Accelerator Fund density zoning study that we were undertaking when we were trying to be successful in the second round application?
Who's taking that one? start with the CAO.
Sir, I can certainly start, Mr. Chair. If the question is the 4 units as of right, is that the question? Yeah. So I think we did bring a report to council. We asked council if this was something that we were going to support in Norfolk, and the answer was no, that we're not ready for it. I believe what we've attempted to do is a bit of a hybrid where for new subdivisions, we were asking whether or not 4 units as of right would be something that would be acceptable to upper levels of government for us to try to get some grants and some funding available to Norfolk to support that. I'm not quite sure where we're at with that discussion, but I can certainly investigate and get back to council with an update.
That would be appreciated because council was told that we would be engaging in a study looking at where the infrastructure could accommodate increased density if there were spots in town that we already had versus new subdivisions, and that is what I told the government when I wrote our letter to them. So that's overdue for an update. I'm also wondering where staff are at with the how-to guide on accessory dwelling units, which is a recommendation here today, but it was also a recommendation from the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable, and additionally also to continue to host more public meetings, I guess I would call them. I think staff did them early in this term through the building department on how to build a deck or a pool and get those permits, but where are we at with a how-to guide on accessory dwelling units and hosting public meetings? I don't believe we have.
Planning Department, have any comments on that at this point?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Mayor, I'm afraid I don't have any information on the status of that, but I will definitely look into it.
Okay, thank you. Surplus land study, maybe this one's for Heidi. So that's something that's been ongoing and in a variety of different stages and phases. I'm wondering if any of the lands, I can think of one, have been identified for affordable housing and where we are at in that process, to Councillor Huffman's comments.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the Mayor. So I think where we are at right now is that we need to go out for public consultation on those lands, similar to what we did with the others. So I have made a note to connect back with staff, and we'll make sure that we have an updated timeline for council for the September CIC.
Okay, and further to that, is that the one parcel we're probably all thinking of, or have other parcels been identified for affordable housing?
Through the chair to the Mayor, there were 2 parcels originally identified as potentials, and then there was a 3rd one that was referred to the affordability roundtable for further discussion. So we would be taking all 3 of those parcels out for public consultation.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard much on that in a very long time, so I'd like to see that move forward, please. And then just a quick comment, in full support of updating the definitions, the targets. I don't support a temporary farm worker study, nor do I support a senior housing study, because it's pretty much all of the county and we're all single attached dwellings. So I think that we know what we know already, but really excited about the Lear study contributing to a Hamlet study. My only final question is I would be interested in what our housing targets are presently in our current official plan and be able to measure what the new goal would be set at. So if you don't have that information today, an email to council would be appreciated.
Through you, the chair, yes, I will definitely send that information out after this meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Great questions. Councillor Micheli, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just maybe a comment or a clarification, I hope, for Councillor Columbus's questions about these terminologies we use for different types of housing. And some members of council will recall that during the previous term of council, we had this same question, and we started, to, generally speaking, try to distinguish between affordable housing as, often rent geared to income housing, because, developers were coming forward and making presentations and deputations, and every one of them was using the term, they were building affordable housing, sometimes, with units starting in the low 800,000s. And so there became a little bit of I guess, a pattern or an expectation that we started to use the word, instead of affordable, the word attainable. That is, they can buy them, rather than to avoid that ambiguity between affordable and attainable. I think that kind of helps, or at least it helps me when I'm trying to distinguish between these two things. And Mr. Chair, just one more. I do believe, and I know that Councillor Van den Ries's question on the Hamlet expansion, there was, and I believe it's around the same 2-year period of time that Councillor Van Passen was referring to with the Agricultural Advisory Committee, where we were focusing on Hamlet expansion, and I believe, and I have to check my notes, but I believe we actually even identified 2 hamlets that we had in mind for that expansion. And again, I don't know if that's a question that current staff can answer right now, or if they have any comment about it, but I do know that we have a start on this.
Okay, are there comments from planning staff at this point related to that? No? Okay, taken into consideration for advisement. Thank you. Councillor Van Passen, and then I think we'll advance.
Yeah, I think I'm harping a little bit, but if I remember right from our budgets, we spend about $4 million a year on homelessness and about $6 million a year, and this is across Haldimand and Norfolk, right? So $6 million on subsidized housing. I don't want to dress it up with fancy words and call it non-market this and affordable that. Let's get real. That's coming out of other taxpayers' pockets to help somebody else. So, and it's needed. I'm not going to argue that, but let's just put it all out there on the table and not try to hide it with fancy names.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions on that. Thanks to staff for the report, Mr. Graham, well done, and to all the various departments that played a part. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation, which may be before you momentarily, but I believe it is just that CS 25095, Norfolk County Housing Needs Assessment, and all attachments be received as information. Mover? Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Staff are just changing their seats there. We're moving from one very exciting topic to another. Building that up for you there, Ms. Fannin, and your team. Item, I believe it is 7.2. The next presentation today is regarding the 2023 audited financial statements and year-end performance measures. Staff will present first, followed by a presentation by Matt McAnally, the external auditor from Millard's Chartered Professional Accountants. Council and committee can then ask questions of staff and or Matt after the presentation. So at this time, I will turn it to staff to begin and take it from there. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mayor Martin and members of Council. Catherine and I are here to present the financial results and year-end performance measures to accompany the 2024 audited financial statements that will be presented shortly by our external auditors, Millard's Chartered Professional Accountants. The format of today's presentation will have Matt McAnally from Millard's providing a walkthrough of the audited financial statements, followed by staff's brief presentation of the staff report. But first, a few opening remarks. As per the Municipal Act, Norfolk County is required to have an annual external audit of the financial statements. The 2024 year-end audit went well and resulted in Millard's issuing a clean audit opinion on our consolidated financial statements. This means that the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the county as at December 31st, 2024, and the results of our operations and cash flow for the year then ended, in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards, which are commonly known as PSAP. We would like to mention that the 2024 financial information return was also filed this week with the ministry, which is another reporting requirement. We'd also like to take the time to thank and show our appreciation to staff for supporting the year-end and audit process, and to the team at Millard's for their professional services. So with that, I'll call up Matt from Millard's to come forward and present the 2024 audited financial statements.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the council, my name, as Kevin stated, is Matt McAnally, and I'm a partner with Millards here in Simcoe. And it's my pleasure to present to you the 2024 financial statements for the Corporation of Norfolk County. So I'm going to do a quick page flip here. I'll be referencing the page numbers on the financial statements in the bottom right corner. So without further ado, on page 1, management's responsibility for financial reporting. This explains that the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with public sector accounting standards. Management has determined that these estimates and judgments used in preparing these financial statements, as well as controls in place at the county, including formal policies and procedures and the careful selection of employees, are reasonable to ensure that the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. Also, it states that Millards has performed an audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted accounting standards on the county's financial statements. Now flipping over to page 2, the independent auditor's report. So to reiterate what Kevin said, this report describes the results of the audit, which I'm pleased to inform council and the ratepayers of Norfolk County that we have a clean or an unqualified audit opinion for the year ended December 31st, 2024. This essentially means that after our testing of transactions, controls, examining evidence to support balances contained in these financial statements, we feel that these statements are a fair or present fairly the financial position and the operations of the county for the 2024 year end. This report also explains management, council, and Millards' responsibilities pertaining to the audit of these financial statements, but that can get a little dry, and we've already been going here for a while. So let's get into the numbers. Turning to page 5, again, in the bottom right corner, the consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus. This shows basically how the county performed for the year ended December 31st, 2024. So taxation revenue, starting from the top, taxation revenue or the tax levy increased over prior year by about 9.3 million. Up to 131.8 million in 2024. This was as a result of an increase in the tax levy for the county. Also, this positive variance from budget was due to the county having fewer property tax write-offs than what was actually budgeted in 2024. Down the line, federal government transfers seen a decrease versus prior year and from budget due to the county spending less on capital projects funded by the Canada Community Building Fund, so the CCBF, during 2024. As the construction had just begun for the Port Dover wastewater treatment plant, and it's budgeted to use about $6.1 million from this funding source in future years. It's just as at the end of this year or 2024, it just hadn't been used yet. This decrease in federal transfers revenue corresponds with the county's increase in deferred revenue at year end, again related to the CCBF. Provincial transfers increased 2.6 million over prior year to 81.9 million and was in line with the budget. This increase was as a result of operational funding increases for childcare, Ontario Works, which was due to an increase in cases by approximately 12% over prior year, homelessness prevention program, and an increase in Norview staffing and hours per resident, which again was offset by 100% of this ministry provincial funding. Recoveries from other municipalities increased over prior year due to Haldeman's share of repair and renewal of capital funding for the county's jointly owned local housing corporation, the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. User charges, so that line item, this represents predominantly water and wastewater fees. This increased $4.2 million over prior year and was in line with a budgeted increase due to increase in rates charged in 2024. Other income, the last line in revenue, increased $7.4 million over the prior year, driven largely by investment income outperforming prior year to the tune of about $6.8 million. This was due to increases in interest rates and higher investment balances throughout the year. And also other income increased a little bit due to developer contributions and contributed assets increasing $300,000 over prior year. Moving down into expenses, general government declined $1.2 million, mainly due to the adjustment of the county's WSIB liability at year end based on an updated actuarial study received in 2024, which was approximately $900,000 of that swing. Protection services increased $2.7 million over prior year, mainly due to increased costs for police services provided by the OPP in 2024, which is consistent with increases seen across the province. Transportation services expenses increased $3.9 million over prior year to about $41.6 million in 2024. And this was driven by higher contracted services of $1.8 million, pertaining to winter control costs, street lighting, and asset management consulting services. Also, amortization increased this line item by about $1.1 million due to increases in repair and renewal costs for roads in either this year or previous years that are now being amortized. Environmental services increased significantly by $11.3 million from prior year to a total cost of $40.2 million for 2024. This is largely attributed to a $9.2 million increase in the estimated accrual for the county's asset retirement obligations. And now this represents the expected future remediation costs for the county's 2 landfill sites in Tom Howe and Canberra, which is they're jointly owned with Haldeman. Social and family services increased by $5.6 million from prior year, as we've seen with respect to the provincial transfer revenue funding. This was a result of increasing payments to childcare operators, Ontario Works, due to an increase in the caseload, and an increase in Norview direct care hours. And then finally, social housing expenditures also increased $5.7 million over prior year to $13.5 million. And this related to significant funding provided to Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corp for the repair and renewals project, as well as increased costs of the homelessness prevention program, which was just due to the timing of when that cash was flowed in 2024 versus 2023. Overall, an increase in total revenue to $295 million was offset by an increase in total expenditures to $242 million, which resulted in a surplus for the county of $52.6 million for 2024, which was down just slightly from prior year's surplus of $56.7 million. As explained, this surplus is largely the result of investments continuing to outperform expectations, and that was offset by a higher liability accrual for the county's asset retirement obligations related to those landfills. The approximately $52 million surplus generated excludes amounts spent by the county on tangible capital assets, such as roads, bridges, sanitary projects, and other major capital projects throughout the year, as well as the commitment of funds to operating and capital reserves to ensure the county is able to meet future planned and unplanned financial and infrastructure requirements as they come due. Now, to look at that accumulated surplus, let's flip to page 24, or note 10 to the financial statements, that helps explain where the surplus has either been spent or is planned to be spent in future years. So that top section, the difference between the total accumulated surplus for 2024 of 783, this is the bottom numbers, 783 million, and 2023 730 million, represents the county's 2024 surplus increase of 52 million. So that's the number I just explained on that statement of operations. So of this surplus, 18 million has been spent in 2024 with respect to tangible capital asset additions in 2024, which is the change of that top category, that net investment in TCA, or tangible capital assets. The remaining surplus has been allocated to reserves at year end or towards unfunded liabilities. If we look under the reserves category, which is about the middle of the page, for capital replacement reserves for water and wastewater specifically, these total $54.7 million at year end when you add those two numbers up. And that's up significantly from prior year's total reserve of $41.4 million. Also, capital purpose reserve balances have also increased significantly in 2024 to represent approximately $75 million in total, when compared with capital reserve balances of $47.5 million in 2023. The building up of these reserve funds through yearly surpluses is a positive direction for the county and has allowed them in the short term to significantly increase their investment income, which was displayed on the statement of operations, which hit almost $20 million in 2024, while they wait for these reserve funds to be utilized on future capital projects. The eventual utilization of these reserve funds will empower the county to address future capital needs as they see fit and be less reliant on external debt or external government funding when future capital projects or upgrades are ultimately required. To put the current reserve balance into context, the county's 10-year capital plan illustrates that they are estimated to spend approximately $1 billion on future capital needs, of which 50% of that funding is expected to come from reserves or development charges. So that's just to kind of put things into perspective. I know these numbers are large with respect to the operating surplus, but looking at it in the context of what you're planning on spending or your capital budget has always helps. Now, to illustrate the balances held by the county comprising of this $783 million at year end, let's turn back to page 4. So this is the statement of financial position, and I'll go through quickly some of the variances. A reminder that these balances are at a point in time, being December 31st, 2024, and the right column, December 31st, 2023, comparatively, and represent the county's assets, liabilities at that time. Investments have increased approximately $25.4 million due to the county's reserves being strengthened again this year, and their investment income and performance contributing to this increase. Taxes receivable increased approximately $1.9 million as a result of an increase in the tax levy. However, important for council to know that arrears as a percentage of the tax levy and the county's allowance for doubtful accounts remain consistent with prior year levels, which is seen as a positive. Accounts receivable increased $3.8 million over prior year, up to approximately $13.5 at year end. This variance was a result of several smaller increases, such as the timing of receipt of an HST rebate, which resulted in a $1.2 million increase, as well as water and wastewater receivables increasing by approximately $1 million, again, due to rate increases in the year. Moving down to liabilities, accounts payable increased $2.9 million over prior year, up to 56.8 due to timing differences with general AP and accrued expenses, but also for those increased costs of the OPP wages negotiated for the 2024 year that were still payable at year end. Employee benefits liability declined, and again, as I mentioned previously, that's mostly due to that updated WSIB study that was performed during the year. Deferred revenue increased approximately $5.1 million, resulting from the county not yet using approximately $3 million of capital funding received pertaining to that CCBF. And that's consistent with the decline seen in that federal transfer revenue for 2024 in the county statement of operations. Deferred development charges also contributed to this increase by increasing about $1 million over 2023. Updated estimates of the total cost to close and maintain the landfill sites of Tom Howe and Canberra were received in 2024 by the county, which resulted in an increase in the county's asset retirement obligation of $9.2 million during the year, up to $28.6 million at year end. This estimate contains significant assumptions surrounding inflation, discount rates, estimated time for post-closure site rehabilitation, and anticipated costs each year to basically rehabilitate the site, which are further detailed in Note 2 and Note 7. The increase of this estimate was offset by the asset retirement payments made during the year, resulting in a net increase in the liability at year end of $8.1 million over prior year. The long-term liability balance, basically the county's long-term debt, decreased $7.4 million in 2024 due to yearly repayments and the county not requiring debt during 2024 to fund their completed capital projects. Note 8 further illustrates the composition of this debt. However, to summarize, approximately 70% of that debt at year-end is held at pretty favorable rates, be it that they're 3.45% or less, with the rest being held at between 4.36% and 5.79%. Moving down to the non-financial assets, increase in prepaid expenses just relates to the ministry funding for childcare programs requiring to be advanced to all daycares for the 2025 calendar year prior to December 31st, 2024. So that increased prepaid expenses, $2.8 million. And then tangible capital assets increased by $26 million due to $59 million of infrastructure funding additions, including projects such as the Causeway Bridge replacement and other major road reconstruction projects throughout Norfolk in 2024. And that was offset by amortization of those assets of $32 million. Overall, the total accumulated surplus was $791 million as at December 31st, 2024, of which $783 million related to the county's TCA and reserve balances at year end, and $8 million relate to the excess of market value over cost base for the county's legacy fund investments, which are only allocated to a reserve fund when the gain is eventually realized. This movement is further detailed on page 6. I'll go over a couple other pages just very briefly. Page 7 is the statement of changes in net financial assets, and this amount, if it's in a debt position, as it was in 2019, is a measure of the future revenues required to meet past obligations. As per the budget column for the 2024 year, we can see that capital projects were approved to almost eliminate this net financial asset amount in 2024. So although the county has built up reserves, it does intend to utilize those available reserves in the future. It's just that those construction projects weren't actually completed in 2024 or expended in 2024. Page 8, which is the statement of cash flow, displays the county's cash flows for the year ended and illustrates that operational cash flows have remained strong at $92 million in 2024. And that 25.4 of this cash generated was used for reinvestment or investments, 7.4 was used to repay the debt, and 59 million was used for the purchase of those tangible capital assets. The remainder of the financial statements contain notes which are an integral part of any set of financial statements and should be read in conjunction with reviewing the county's financial statements, as they provide additional information and context about the amounts contained in the statements. We've also issued an audit findings letter to the members of council, which states that we did not identify any significant control deficiencies or accounting issues during our 2024 audit, to which you need to be aware of. In respect to the county's trust fund financial statements, Millards has also issued a clean audit opinion on those statements as well for the year ended December 31st, 2024, and a corresponding no issues audit finding letters was also issued. And lastly, before I end here, I'd like to thank Kevin, Catherine, Amy, Heidi, Al, as well as the entire corporate services team who assisted in this year's financial statement audit process. You're great to work with again this year. And I'm not just saying that because you're all in the room. I'm now going to hand it back over to Kevin to continue with the staff portion of the presentation.
Great, thanks, Matt. Wonderful walk through the financial statements there. As Matt indicated on the statement of operations, there's an annual PSAB surplus of $52.7 million. Often there's confusion between the difference between the PSAB surplus and the operating surplus. This is because the format of the annual budgets for levy and rate does not match the presentation of the audited financial statements. On the screen here is a summarized chart of the changes in the accumulated surplus. The levy and rate operating surpluses are approximately $12.8 million of the $52.7 million PSAB surplus. So what makes up the difference of the remaining $39.9 million difference between the PSAB surplus and the operating surplus? It's the other items on the chart there. So it's part of the $39 million is the net investment in TCA, which increased by 18 million. This is the net amount of the assets capitalized during the year, less the current year net amortization, less the increase in unfinanced capital, which are capital projects awaiting financing, and then plus the decrease in debt. A significant portion of the $39.9 million difference in surplus is the $29.7 million for net reserve and reserve fund transfers. These transfers are an integral part to the county's accumulated surplus and represent the net change between the total reserve contributions plus investment income, less funding for capital projects. And lastly, the last part of the $39.9 million difference is the $7.8 million decrease in our unfunded liabilities. Unfunded liabilities consist of the unfunded asset retirement obligations, unfunded post-employment benefits, and non-vested sick leave, and these all represent non-cash items. So now that we know the difference between the $52.7 million PSAB surplus and the $12.8 million operating surplus, I will hand over the presentation to Catherine for her to highlight where staff have allocated the $12.8 million surplus.
Thanks, Kevin. So the levy operating surplus ended the year with a $10.7 million surplus. This is approximately 8.3% on the net levy requirement, so it is within a reasonable range. The surplus drivers have been included in Appendix A and B of your package, about page 336 on your agenda. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but one of the largest surplus drivers for the levy operating budget, accounting for almost half of the surplus, was related to salaries and benefits. So we had significant gapping and vacancies during the year, really driving up that surplus number. The rate operating budget ended the year with a surplus of $2.1 million. And overall, this surplus was again within a reasonable range and represents approximately 6.9% of the 2024 rate budget. The pie chart on the slide before you demonstrates where staff have allocated the operating surplus, which is in line with the council-approved policy. So the first allocation for the levy operating surplus, these are highlighted in the green areas, is $84,000 that's being transferred to the county library reserve, and that's based on the net library operations for the year. These funds will be available for future capital projects related to the library or their operating costs. $340,000 has been transferred to the Marina Reserve based on the year's revenues less the expenses. The third allocation is $2.1 million, which is being transferred to the contingency reserve for future emergencies. So the amount of this transfer will bring us up to the midpoint targeted balance of the for uncommitted piece of the contingency reserve, which will be available for future emergencies to sustain operations if unbudgeted events occur. Lastly, $8.1 million, almost $8.2 million has been allocated to the new incremental capital reserve, which will be utilized to mitigate debt. So previously approved projects that were funded by debt that are being completed or have been completed are now being switched to be funded from the surplus. Of note, the GAB or Gilbertson Administration Building purchase that was approved earlier this year is one of the projects that we've recommended to utilize the surplus towards to no longer use debt. The rate surplus distributions are also on the pie chart, and they are about $1.1 million that's being allocated to the wastewater reserve and $1 million to the water reserve, and that's based on the net operations. Those funds will then be available to use against our capital needs, which we know are significant. So what are our key takeaways from the 2024 financial results? So as we just take a look back and reflect, overall, we had a very successful year, especially from a financial lens. Matt walked through a number of the successful areas, which include improvements in the reserve balances, show reasonable surpluses, and we have a reduction in long-term liabilities. Just as I highlighted before, the 2024 surplus is going to be used to help us stabilize our future and provide future benefits for the county. But now we really need to look at, is that enough for our future? So when we look forward, there's still a number of areas that we need to continue to focus just to avoid future concern. And these include our significant capital needs the county faces. When we're looking at our asset management plan that was presented a few weeks ago, that projected about $34 million per year of a capital funding deficit. So that's additional money we will need to generate per year. To add to that pressure, though our levy and rate capital reserves continue to improve, almost all of those current savings will be used for projects already underway. So finance staff remained overall committed to supporting the progress that we've continued to make and that council strives to make through completion and renewal of financial policies and procedures and processes, working closely with each department as well as presenting the financial impacts prior to making decisions. So overall, that concludes our presentation, our good news for the day. And so staff and Millards are happy to answer any questions of council and the committee.
Okay, just as we begin here, certainly a big thank you to Mr. McAnally and the team from Millards for their work on this audit, and to our finance staff, as well as Ms. Van Dyke for just a tremendous job. You certainly making this information that is typically somewhat dry, making it quite interesting and a bit of a good news story. So really well done. Thank you for your work on that. Just before we move into questions, I'll just set the table for the next sort of hour. It is my intention, with your permission, Council, that we continue forward. Lunch is coming around 12:30, and then we'll take a break before deputations, and the rest of the meeting begins at 1. So I would like to push through as best as we can. I appreciate that we haven't had a break yet. I'm sorry. If necessary, please take one, but I would like to push through as best we possibly can. Questions? Councillor Very to begin, followed by Mayor Martin, then Councillor Brunton.
Thanks, Chair. So this is obviously good news, so thank you so much. Can you, I guess maybe Catherine, doesn't matter who does it, but can you just succinctly and very directly just state why the surplus does not result in lower taxes? I get it, like with the reserves, I understand why that's important. I just feel like there'll be people in the community that see this and go, well, if there's a surplus, how come my taxes don't go down? Can you just connect those two dots?
So through the chair to the councillor, many reasons for the surplus are unanticipated, so they may be one-time occurrences. Certainly the salaries and benefits, we budget for a full staffing complement, for example. However, we have people who leave during the year and we are unable to replace those positions. So that means work is not actually getting accomplished for the county that needs to be done. So we have we do reevaluate during each and every budget process after the year-end results to see, can we make any changes to any numbers in our budget related to the operating results we've seen. And if you head to Appendix A and Appendix B, you will see there are some items that one by one we're saying we can make a reduction because of favorable results. But overall, due to the high cost pressures, significant capital needs in the future, overall the cost savings aren't enough to keep pace with the overall increases that we need to continue to afford our ongoing operations.
Okay, thanks. And just as a follow-up, and again in plain language, just for the general public, can you please just, again, why is it beneficial to the county long-term to be putting this money into reserves as opposed to just rebating things or lowering costs of things? Like,
yeah.
What's the advantage of reserves and paying down debt?
Yeah, through the chair. So paying down debt provides significant savings for the future. We would need to pay interest charges on top of any debt borrowed, so that would actually increase costs to residents in the future, in future years. As well, when we're able to address capital needs when they need to be completed, a lot of times that results in savings to the county. So if we have money available in our reserves to actually complete our capital needs, we do not have to deal with emergency repairs, which at times cost a lot more money.
Beautiful. And so my last question is to maybe to Heidi there. Are we going to be able to ask Communications to do a release that really summarizes all of these really important, positive notes in a very, again, very accessible and easy to understand way that goes on social media and goes to the papers and to the radio?
Mr. Chair, through you, yes, Communications and Finance are working together to prepare that information.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Berry, just if you could maybe move your microphone a little bit closer to you. 2 decades in radio, my hearing's not what it once was, so it's just a little quiet, if you wouldn't mind. Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Great job, staff, and Matt, thank you very much. One of the large contributors of the surplus is from salaries and benefits and the gapping dollars specifically. And while I'm happy to have that, are we doing a study for year over year consistent gapping? Like, are we eliminating positions in the budget overall so that we're not just banking surplus dollars on the gapping vacancies? Or is this just the way it is for that particular year and then it's different positions in the next year?
Through Mr. Chair, I can certainly start and Finance can supplement the answer. So our full-time equivalent numbers, we're anticipating that hopefully in an ideal world, we've got every position filled. Someone is in that role for the entirety of the 12-month period, and that would not generate gapping or savings as a result. We have to budget for every position that we have. What we do on a regular basis is when positions become vacant, we certainly explore whether that role is still required before we go out and recruit, and that's part of the reason why you might see a few delays, and that adds to the gapping. But certainly, as management, we review every opening and every vacancy, determine whether that is still a work requirement or not, and then that operating department with HR will make the determination as to whether or not that position is required or not, and then go out and recruit. Further to the question I think Councillor Berry was asking, we don't factor in, if as a result of the surplus we see that this is a long-term sustainable savings, then we certainly make a budget reduction in the following year. If it's one time, as gapping often is, unless we identify that the position is surplus, it will just, those savings will go into our operating surplus, but the expectation is that those funds to keep a full staffing complement will be expended in the next year, and that's why we don't make any budgetary adjustments in the following year.
Okay, short answer, it's not the same positions year over year. I'm wondering, similar to Councillor Berry's comment about some of the wins and articulating that to the public, is there a running tally we could do on tracking the dollars we have offset and saved by using the surplus dollars to not collect or to not take on additional debt? Do we track that annually throughout a council term? Is that something we can be posting and articulating? So similar to Councillor Berry's line of questioning, the public really wants to know why a surplus should be celebrated as a good news story when they would like for us to see that we're collecting only exactly what we need. Well, there's substantial savings in offsetting those debt costs that will be found for years to come. So I think that that's something that really could be celebrated as a good news story. Do we track that? Can we post it?
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor, we certainly can get that information pulled together in a memo or in a posting online for you. Just to give you some insight on this year's debt mitigation impacts, the current debt payments that are going to be mitigated are just over $900,000 for in the next budget, based on debt mitigated through the surplus and through additional investment income. And then we also mitigated some future debt payments, so projects which have not been initiated, and those payments are approximately $450,000 a year. So some considerable work in this year alone.
And that is how I would like to see it articulated, not just the debt we didn't take on, but if we were to extrapolate that over X number of years at today's current rate, what the savings to the tax and or ratepayers would be cumulatively. I think that would be a really interesting statistic. And then I guess I just wanted to say thank you for the 10-year financial sustainability trend document, that I found really interesting. And I know we talk about these things, but I don't know that I've ever seen it consolidated like that. So, we're up with our TCA reserve balances to the highest ever. We're up with our legacy fund balance to the highest ever. The levy and reserve fund balances at the highest ever, but we're also at the second highest in long-term liabilities and the highest in unfinanced capital assets. So another thing, and I don't know if we could do it, but I would be really interested to see if there was a rough estimate you were able to create, like a ratio. While all of these things are great news with the exception of our long-term liabilities and our unfunded capital or unfinanced capital, it's like a 1-to-4 ratio on a dollar, what we're saving and what we're putting away to where we should be saving and putting away. Because, I talked about it the last time we talked about the Strong Mayor report. I think that these are important metrics to break down in a digestible way that we can share with the public and future councils to ensure that we're always committing what we can be and what we should be to our reserve balances without having that chipped away, especially given strong mayor powers and the ability to have a mayor make their own budget. So if there was some way we could really break it down and simplify it, it's a 2-to-5 ratio here. We're putting away what we should be in X, Y, and Z, but we are so far out on unfinanced capital, and so therefore should be contributing, $5 extra instead of the 10 that we're financing. Whatever that metric is, can you break it down into something very digestible? Because I think this chart, you could look at it and go, well, that's great, and there's more good on here than there is bad, but you can't quantify how that gets broken down and paid out in the long run. So some of the debt that we've mitigated and the costs on the long-term payments, but also the contributions and what we're making to our reserve balances versus how much of it is unfinanced and how far out that goes. And then put that on a website, communicate those, update them with a term of council or a budget cycle.
Through the chair, we can certainly get our heads together with our capital team and our treasurer and try to pull something that's easily understandable together. I do just want to highlight that unfinanced capital, though it is capital projects waiting to be financed, a lot of times it's related to secured grant funding. So grant funding that has been approved, we know about it and it's coming. It just hasn't transpired quite yet. We haven't quite hit the milestones for us to accrue that revenue, or it's related to projects that we're planning and approved to fund by debentures, and we haven't issued the debt yet. So those payments are also already included within our operating budgets when we take on the project approval. So really that unfinanced capital, though it is a risk area, I do want to just reiterate to council, we have a really close way that we monitor that to make sure that the funds are coming.
Okay, thank you very much. I have Councillor Brenton next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to staff and Matt. Excellent report. I have kind of two questions here, but the first one is two-parted, I guess. Can you tell me the outstanding taxes currently in the amount and as a percentage? And what will the debt be less this 8 million you just showed us here on the screen? 8.1 or 8.7, I guess. I'd like to know those two figures, if I may. And the other question I have, and maybe Matt, I don't know if you can answer this or staff, but you mentioned, it's a long-term liability for the Tom Howe and the Canberra landfill sites. And we've established a reserve for future payments. Can you break that down, Tom Howe versus Canberra? What we have set aside or how much that long-term debt will be? The reason I'm asking is I keep saying this, I don't understand why Canberra comes into the picture for Norfolk when we have never used that site. And my understanding is it is a current transfer station, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Mr. McAnally, if you're able to answer that, yep, please come forward, or if it's best served for staff.
I'll answer the second question first about the landfill sites. So when we get an estimate of the cost to remediate these sites, it's contained in one estimate. So they don't split it out between Tom Howe and Cambro. We just know that the payments being made to Haldeman, who are doing the rehabilitation and the remediation efforts, are contained in one payment. So it's for both sites, but it is just one payment. So I'm not quite sure how much is allocated to either site.
Okay, well, I guess staff can answer the last part of that question, but can you, what is the total for those two then? Without me going through your book.
Yep. So through the chair, the asset retirement obligation, about 28.6 million is what's recorded at year end, but that is the net present value. So that's the estimated cost discounted over the next 70 years. So the total costs are significantly, obviously, higher than that if we're just looking at dollars, but they are present valued back to today's date in order to not kind of skew the numbers with, again, I don't know off the top of my head, but probably somewhere in the, Kevin? Pardon? Yeah, we'll work on providing you that information. I don't want to give a number that isn't accurate.
No, but it's substantial by the sound of it.
Right, when you don't apply that discount factor to the amount.
Thank you.
Yep.
So back to staff then for the first part of Councillor Brunton's question.
So through the chair to Councillor Brunton, the debt question. As at December 31st, 2024, we had $77.6 million outstanding. So the debt that we mitigated with the $8 million hadn't been issued yet.
Right.
It was forecasted to be issued this year. So the outstanding long-term liability balance is still 77.8, but it's next year's balance, when we bring this report back, will be lower than what it would have been had we not used that $8 million to reduce that forecast.
Right. Okay, and going forward, you have no idea yet what it's going to be, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, no. So we were forecasting an issuance later this year.
Right.
However, our practice is to issue debt as projects come to substantial completion, and so it depends on the timing of when those projects come to completion, and then it's also administratively burdensome to issue debt, so we try to weigh out using staff resources as efficiently as possible, but also monitoring interest rates and our cash flow needs. And so it all kind of comes together, and we use those metrics to pick the most optimal timing. So maybe later this year, maybe early 2026 when our next issuance comes forward.
I really look forward to it. Thank you.
And does staff have any further breakdown on the Tom Howe versus...
Through the chair, I was going to answer the first part of Councillor Brunton's question about the taxes receivable as a percentage of tax revenue. So last year was about 9.9%, and this year is about 10.6%. So it has gone up a little bit, but pretty consistent year to year.
What is the value, though, dollar value? You had 9 point, what did you say?
The dollar value of the...
9.8, you said, sorry?
Yeah, total value of the taxes receivable is 14 million, and last year was 12, so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Columbus, I see you. Up next, Councillor Van den Drieschie, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. First, I'd like to thank Millards and especially his staff and Matt for working on this audit. I'd like to commend you for saying in the beginning that we have the greatest people to work with and that we have great people in the positions they're in. So that really makes me feel good that the finance department is doing excellent work out there. And I know that our math is good. When we look at it, auditing is always, does things add up and do they balance out? So I'd like to commend you on that. But my question to you, Matt, do you have any concerns or thoughts of change of process or methodology that we use as a county to improve how we do our books?
Through the chair to the councillor. Great question, and we revisit this every year with county staff to do a postmortem in the fall, basically looking at what went well during the audit, what we could improve on, and also different accounting policies to apply to the county's finances. In 2024, we actually had one of those such items where they were recognizing, or the county was recognizing an ARO asset, which we kind of discussed and said, maybe that's not in line with the spirit of how that asset should be recognized. And so we've actually changed that accounting policy in 2024, which you would see in, I believe it was note 3 to the financial statements, which describes the change in the accounting policy and the impact on the financial statements. But yeah, to your point, we constantly look at what maybe other municipalities are using, how they present it in a more, I've heard this word a bunch, digestible format, so that, you know, it can turn, you know, a dry subject such as financial statements in, I'm not going to say they're going to be exciting, but it can turn them more into readable for the users and the ratepayers of the county. So yeah, we're constantly looking at that. We're constantly looking at, you know, what is contained in here, what is useful information, what is maybe bogging down the statements, contributing to its 37 or 38 pages in length that maybe doesn't need to be there, while still obviously meeting those standard requirements that are required.
Mr. Chair, if I could, and I appreciate that. I don't want you to, excuse me, change the notes, because those are really beneficial to me. I always refer back to your notes. If I may, I have a staff question. Just out of curiosity, and it could be as simple as point in time. If I look over to the other income, and I looked at the investment income, and I looked what was budgeted, which was the 13 versus the actual, which was the 19, right? So I asked myself, is that just a point in time, or how could we have budgeted or had a thought in our mind that this is what we're going to get, but we're not near that number that we actually got? Can you explain to the public how that can be?
Certainly. So through the chair to Councillor Van Andrieschie, that number presented in the investment income number is really what we expect over a long term to be generating an investment income. Because we're currently in a position where we have significant capital projects on the way where we're actually going to be utilizing some of our investments, it's really a short-term position that we have significant investment income. So when we're working on the budget, we know that there's a significant difference, but because really it's a short-term position, we don't want to base or reduce the tax levy for something that's short term. That's why there's the difference there between the investment income budget number versus the actual. So it's a very short term position that we'll be in over the next, to be honest with you, I expect our investment income will actually even be lower next year, or
I can understand
sorry,
that.
this year than it was in 2024.
Well, I did appreciate the windfall. One more thing, I'd just like to assure that moving forward, we did have a savings. We do have some luck here, but it is not, so the public understands, we did not delay or deny projects that should or need to be done. Am I correct in making that statement?
Through the chair to council, that's a tricky question for me to answer, to be honest. I do believe that through the capital budget deliberations that staff advocate for the projects that are required, and council makes the decisions they feel are prudent and in the best interest for the county. I do believe, we do know there's future increases in capital needs related to the asset management plan, but I do feel we made some positive momentum this year.
Perfect, thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, I do have an answer for Councillor Brunton's earlier question. So for the post-closure for the landfill liabilities, approximately 78% of that asset retirement obligation is related to Tom Howe, and the remaining is for Cambro, and a small proportion is also related to asbestos in county facilities, which we need to also carry an obligation for. I do also just want to note that we pay for our asset retirement obligations. We make payments to Haldeman in our annual operating budget. So at the current moment, I do not expect us to need to take on additional debt to pay for those obligations in the future because of how we currently treat those costs.
Yeah, follow up to that, go ahead.
When we see the 26 budget, capital or operating, will you show those two figures in there? Are they shown separately?
Through the chair, because the asset retirement obligation is a new accounting standard, it is not something we have done in the past by showing the current year's amount, but we could. We do annually in the operating budget disclose which amounts we are planning to transfer to Haldeman related to the closed landfill sites.
Okay, and I guess I'm looking at the, it's similar to what we are paying up on Highway 3 with the contamination site, eh? We get that information. I just think it might be nice to see that. And I guess my other question, if I asked, is who will be asking the question about Canberra? I'd like to know unless something changed, the waste on this side of the county always went to Tom Howe, and I don't understand why we're involved. Anyways, I'll leave it with you.
Thanks. I think staff might need to do a bit more of a dive onto that one. So thank you. I do have a list of speakers here. We'll start next with Councillor Huffman, followed by Councillors Van Passen and Columbus.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a very simple question, just following up on Councillor Veery's question to Ms. Van Dyke in terms of a communications release. And I know that she stated that one was in the process. I was just wondering if we could get a timeline on that so that we can make sure that we stay ahead of the curve and we direct the information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Huffman, I have confirmed with Ms. McCurdy that she's working on it today.
Councillor Van Passen, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've got a question on the report. It's page 15 of 17 of the report, the distribution of investment income. The second, or number 2, says that excess investment income was allocated to the levy and rate capital reserve based on future debt obligations. I know the rate budget has lots of future debt obligations, but is the levy reserve interest only go back to levy and rate only to rate, or are you robbing one side to pay the other?
Through the chair to the councillor, we will have an in-depth investment income report that's coming forward at the council meeting this month. It's difficult to say. The county holds funds related to both levy and rate capital projects and operations, and a lot of our money does come in for both operations, so it is fair and equitable to allocate a reasonable proportion related to both operations due to our investment operations. Does that make sense to you?
No, I want to, because this subject has come up before. The rate budget is the rate budget. It's paid for by the users of that. The levy is the levy, and I don't want to start seeing levy dollars subsidizing the rate budgets. So yes, both of the, like the interest on a reserve from the rate budget reserve goes back to the rate budget. The interest on a levy budget reserve should go back to the levy budget. I don't want them sneaking it in there to help out the neighbor, you know.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. So yeah, it is at a high level, we look at the available cash balances through the year, and then that's how we kind of distribute where the interest should go. But it's not that to say that we have a separate bank account or separate investments that are one reserve or another. It's one large pot. And so at any point in time, should we pick a balance, it may not match the year-end distribution because it's based on averages through the year as investment income and balances change. So we do our best to make sure that they're allocated appropriately based on average balances.
Did you have a follow-up?
Thank you. And can I follow up with Mr. McAnally on one other question?
Absolutely, go ahead.
In the audit letter, there's a little note that we are not accounting for accrued interest on long-term debt. Now, is that just a difference on how we do the numbers for the budget as opposed for the audited statements, or is that something that we have to start accounting for regularly and make it a line item in the budget?
Through the chair to the councillor. This is basically just you're not accruing long-term debt interest at year end. simply just has never been done. So we just accumulate that error. We say it's not material to the financial statements. As you can see, it's impacted the annual surplus of about $116,000 in 2024. So management's made the determination not to adjust for it and to just continue not accruing for this long-term debt interest at year end. So it's not in accordance with public sector accounting standards, which is why it's included in this letter. But again, it's not big enough per our discussion with management for them to actually book an entry to record it.
That was my question. It's just a difference on how we do the numbers, and what was the total was $314,000 on a $295 million budget. That's a rounding error, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So to speak.
All right, we'll go to Councillor Columbus and then do a final call for questions. I would like to try and do the transit report before lunch and give Ms. Sylvester her time as well. So let's move forward. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to staff. The issue of tax arrears has been raised around the table a couple of times. It sounded like it's about 10% from what I hear. And when are we going to be expecting the sale of some of these lands that are under tax arrears?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, we're looking at doing another tax sale later in 2025. I think it's targeted for November, so those will be coming forward to council at that time.
Okay, are there further questions of staff or of Mr. McNally? Okay, seeing none, I think we need two separate motions. Is that correct? Yeah. So if I may have a motion to receive the presentation, which was provided by partially from staff and also Mr. McAnally as information, moved by Councillor Micheli, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Discussion on said motion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none, carried. Thank you. And then may I also have a motion for the staff presentation. I believe that is on the screen. Yep. Related to the audited financial statements for Norfolk County that they be received. Is there a mover? Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Thank you very much. Again, great job, staff. Thank you very much, Mr. McNally. The same to yourself and to your team at Millards. We certainly appreciate that. Let's move forward. I think we're going to, it says here 8.5.1 in mine, but it may be slightly different on yours. The Ontario Transit Investment Fund OTIF grant application CD 25079. I would call, I believe, Mr. Regan to begin this report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Sylvester and I will tag team this opening, and we'll make sure we get you slid right into lunch here. So you might be asking why we're back with this again, with the Transit Master Plan and with the funding option, and we think that's a very fair question. And sometime in the world of municipal transit planning, there are some detours, and sometimes decisions we make might make sense at the time. However, when the funding program lane shifts, which we think it may has, this is why we're returning to council with some potentially good news. So there is an opportunity that we apply for funding through Ontario Transit Investment Fund, or also known as OTIF. This funding may or may not help us keep Ride Norfolk moving at the current service levels. And as if you recall, council requested us maintain status quo service levels at the time of the TMP. We're not sure if this funding is going to support that status quo, but we're willing to give that a shot. But we also think there is an opportunity, based on the funding, to expand the service. So aiming higher and apply to fund for the full Transit Master Plan, but certainly that comes with a longer term commitment and potentially well past 2026. So from the beginning, you'll remember our plan has always been to apply for OTIF support with the hope that the Transit Master Plan would shape the well-informed, future-focused application. And now that being said, and being honestly, it hasn't been straight, and at times I honestly felt I was in a bit of a comedy routine with Abbott and Costello with Who's On First, as we tried to understand what SCORE was doing as far as applying, not applying, reconsidering. That did not persuade us from applying or working with WOWC. And so as we're working with our partners in WOWC, who's looking more at a broader regional transit integration, we certainly have been steering our own course. And so what we'd like to do is, as we move forward, we'd like to work with our regional partners. We want to maintain the priority that's going to align with the funding, but also make sure that our transit future isn't planned in isolation. So it is definitely the chicken and egg dilemma here. Do we commit to future services without guaranteed funding, or wait until we're sure the risk of missing out? So despite the ambiguity of all of this, staff believe it's worth applying based on what council would like to see, while being mindful of future budget impacts and the risk of maintaining the status quo may not impress the OTIF decision makers. So what we're here today is to ask the permission really to apply for that grant at your discretion, of course, as to what level you would like us to do. And from that, I'd like to just turn it over to Blair for some further information, and then we're happy to take any questions.
Thanks, John. So the OTIF program, what's on the table? OTIF offers up to 5 years of support for transit startup and expansion in underserved communities with a focus on longer-term sustainability. So years 1 to 4 would offer 50% of eligible costs. Year 5 has a 30% funding cap, which signals the gradual move toward full local funding. So what we're proposing, we intend to submit an application to maintain existing weekday service where possible, so whether that's adjusting some routes and hours that we currently have, but also adding a Saturday service, a much requested enhancement from community engagement, and explore potential additions from the 2025 Transit Master Plan, such as extending service hours and additional fixed route options for increased access and ridership. So where we are today, Council previously approved maintaining current service levels through the end of 2025. Decisions regarding 2026 will ride along with the 2026 levy budget deliberations. At this point, no financial decisions are being made about long-term service levels or budgets. Staff are actively engaging with the province to confirm OTIF criteria, and we'll circle back with Council once we have clearer direction from the funding gods for program guidelines, ridership trends, etc. As a reminder, we also still have the Rural Transit Solutions Fund for 5 transit shelters, 2 accessibility pads, and are planning to change the scope to include new signage at all stops. The original ask in this grant was just shy of $470,000, as it included the purchase of a bus. The scope change removes this purchase to adjust the grant to about $180,000, with 80% of the costs provided by the federal government and 20% by the municipality. So work for that project would start in the fall. So next stops on the route, submit an OTIF application, tickets please, confirm eligibility and long-term sustainability, report back to council with funding results and service level recommendations. So stay tuned. Journey's not over yet, but we are on the right track. Thank you.
I appreciate all those wonderful uses of puns. That was well done. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Sylvester and Mr. Regan. Turning the floor to committee for questions of the report. Start with Mayor Martin, followed by Councillor Huffman, and then Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I think I need a bit of an update because I understood that SCORE for a long time had been talking about a regional plan and potentially, and maybe Councillor Van Passen can fill in some blanks here, potentially also running a system-wide regional transit. So I guess my first question is, did they apply for funding?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. Through the chair, so I know they're currently working on an application and that their plan would be to reach out to each municipality looking for a letter of support for their plan.
Okay, and in applying for our own funding, that speaks to status quo plus an addition of a Saturday and look to implement some of these other things. Will we be supporting their application?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may, and I just want to go back to that of SCORE applying. So the last we heard, SCORE was looking to create a separate entity outside of SCORE to make the application. So that's the last information that I have. And to what Ms. Sylvester has stated, that we should be expecting a letter of support for that. I also know that WWC is also pursuing regional transit. And so while our associations that are also working on joint transit solutions, we need to keep in mind and focused on the Norfolk need. And I think that's why we're back here, is just for clarity as to, should we just continue to be applying on our own? And we do know that other municipalities have been successful by themselves and also with joint applications.
Okay, so will we be supplying them with a letter of support?
I would say that would be up to council, but it's a regional transit. It aligns with our strategy. I don't see why we would not.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm in support of that. I'm in support of our own application. I just don't want to pick a one or the other. So I would be in support of lending that letter to SCORE. I guess ultimately, there's a bit of confusion on my part, and I want to make sure that our application doesn't undermine another application and we end up putting all of our eggs into one basket if we're not successful in that particular basket. And I guess what I'm not quite sure about is hopefully we're successful. Hopefully we're able to bring the money home and make these advancements to our own transit system. But what I find has been lacking in this transit system is the plan to solidify our independence, the plan to be standalone and have enough buy-in from the public that we're able to put a plan together that transit can be permanent in perpetuity here, and I haven't seen that yet. That's the piece I'm lacking and missing in. So while the funding's great, then what? And that's why I kind of lean towards a regional system, because I look at offloading some of the independence of what we're doing and having it put onto a bigger system that might be able to find some of those synergies to buy into a long-term program. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen that yet to date. So what is the long-term vision if we're successful here, and how are we going to make it an independent transit that, community members can rely on having for years to come?
Through the chair to you, Madam Mayor, my apologies. I think from a Norfolk perspective, we need to plan for Norfolk. We do know that, so I know that Middlesex has been successful in a separate grant. I know that other communities are applying for this grant. I think the only way, if you want, we back up, the affordable way for transit is, unfortunately, is grant chasing. And that's what we're doing. And that's why we're coming to you kind of half vaccinated here, is because, you said status quo, let's keep it status quo. Now, if we don't apply for the grant, then you're going to be fully funding this thing on the levy or with gas tax going forward. So if we apply for it, in the end, it's going to end up on the levy if you're looking for sustainable funding, because you've got the power to say that you want to fund it. We really don't know what the province is going to do from year to year to year, or in this case, over the next 5 years. So we could ramp up to the full transit master plan if we wanted to. We could apply for it, and if we're successful with it, you're still on the hook for 50% of those dollars at the end of the 5 years anyways. And then you have this massive service that what happens after 5 years? Then you're into the $1 million, $1.2 million per year to fund that, roughly. I won't speak on the finance side, so don't quote me on the cents there, but I think the only way to look for sustainable transit, the province either has to step up or the feds either have to step up in order to fund it at the level that it needs to be funded at. So I don't believe, we do know that other municipalities have stopped their transit services or have reduced their transit services significantly because of that funding has run out. And that the parameters, sorry if I may, the parameters of the OTIF funding, if we were to apply based on the parameters today for status quo, based on the parameters, we wouldn't get that funding. But we're also hearing that some municipalities have applied and are getting some funding. So we're coming to you with the permission to apply. Let's see what we get. Let's not make any long-term decisions. Bring it forward to council once we know what grant we have. And then from there, you have to match that up with with the levy portion and the gas tax portion.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Huffman next, please.
Thank you, Chair Duthie, through you. So I guess just to summarize and to stay on track, what do you need from us today? Because is it that you're asking us to give you our blessing to go forward and do this OTIF funding? So if so, I would like to put a motion on the floor that we support our staff in going forward with funding application.
Okay, duly noted, Councillor Huffman. 1 second. I do have Councillor Columbus. We'll take that question, then I'll come back to you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my question is with respect to page 3 of 7, where we're talking about the Saturday service, 3,800 riders, 74 per day. Where did that number actually come from? Seems a little high to me.
Sure. Yeah, through the chair, I can take that one. So that would just be an hourly average ridership that we currently have. It would kind of depend. We've never had a Saturday service. I'm not sure what exactly that would look like, but that is an average of our daily, hourly ridership.
Thank you. And secondly, with respect to user pay, where are we with that with respect to increasing user pay rates for this service?
Through the chair, so we last increased our fares in 2019. I believe that was the last time that we increased our fares, so it has been a few years, but our fares do currently align with the offerings of other municipalities as well, but I can flip it over to finance if they have any comments on the fares that we charge as well.
Through the chair to council, so the fares, I believe, come through the user fee bylaw, and there we use a Schedule A to calculate the cost of those fees like we do with other user fees. So certainly when it comes forward again this year, we can take a detailed look at that one. I'm not sure when the last time we did an overall detailed dive on that fare was off the top of my head.
Yeah, 2019 is quite far back already, so I would think we should certainly be looking at that.
Sorry if I can do that one again. It's in my head because I can visualize it. It was 2024 is when we last did them. So it wasn't too long ago, and that's when we increased and had some new offerings as well, including like semester passes for students that would include Brantford and such. So my apologies.
Good thing you got that. Thanks.
All right, we'll come back to Councillor Huffman. You are moving the staff recommendation. Let's print it on the screen. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Very. And you'd like to speak to it. Go ahead.
Well, I have a little bit of clarification. It's sort of a question, so I apologize, but...
Fair.
Okay, so, also, but now I'm going to sit way back here. So, you know, through the chair to Mr. Regan there. So, John, a moment ago, you kind of, what I'm hearing is that basically if we want to have a sustainable transit system, basically council has to commit to doing it or not doing it, lest we have a transit system that essentially changes every year with whatever way the funding wind blows, is what I'm hearing, and maybe that's not the best way to build a reliable service. So am I correct in that if we want this to be something that grows, maybe not today, but at some point council has to decide on a maybe longer than a year-by-year plan? Or like, how do we, I understand the chicken and egg thing where we can't really make a sustainable service without funding. However, we can't just keep changing it, if I'm hearing you correctly. So where do we go from here? I'm content to support this. I think we should go after the funding, whatever, but if it's going to change in a year or two, we're not really any further ahead. So what do we do?
Through the chair to Councillor Berry, it's a valid point, and again, that's why we're here as well, is until the province steps up and funds regional transportation, as perhaps they should, the burden is falling to municipalities to do this. And though they have money on the table today, there's no guarantee that they'll continue to have money when the 5 years are up, or when at the next election, for example. We don't know. So the only sustainable one is if this council decides that you want to do this particular transit for Norfolk County, then you're the ones who have control over it, and then you can set it. However, you can offset that with the grant.
Yeah.
So if you know that you want this service level, or whatever service level you want, and we would come back to you after we got the grant for you to determine, because there's still a 50% cost to you, to the ratepayers. So in the end, we don't know what we don't know, but at the moment, this is the only thing we can control.
Okay, so speaking to the motion, then I am absolutely going to support it. I think we should chase the funding. Absolutely. It's just I am concerned about, what John said a moment ago about, or when he spoke earlier about we're going to build this large system that all of a sudden we have to completely crater one day because the funding disappears. That's a tough thing in 5 or 10 years from now when the next council has to do that. So anyways, here we go.
Thank you, Councillor Very. Speaking to the motion, anyone else? Okay, it is moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Very. The motion is before you on the screen. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I think at this point we will recess for lunch and reconvene in open session with deputations starting at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scotland and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scotland is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. we measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1. The change is minor. 2. The development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3. The change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4. The change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to Council Chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to Council Chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome. All right, welcome. It is 1:02. We will reconvene in open session, and at this stage of the meeting, we'll go backwards in our agenda somewhat and move to deputations. There is one deputation that is scheduled for today. It is from Jim Greenwood, related to the Long Point Area Fishing Game Club Municipal Pheasant Program Update. Jim, I would welcome you to take the podium there. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. As per the procedural bylaw, I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. If you could just turn the microphone on there, it's the button on the right-hand side. There you go.
There we go.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Martin, councilors, staff. I was asked to provide an update on the current pheasant hunting program in Norfolk County. Last year's pheasant hunt, 2024, was successful in terms of an increase in license sales and by the positive comments received from hunters from across Ontario that come to Norfolk County to hunt. To my knowledge, there were no complaints, there were no accidents, there were violations incurred. Licenses are sold from 4 locations, including Canadian Tire and Simcoe, Home Hardware and Delham, Stillwell's Guns and Ammunition and Fairground, and Triggers and Bows in Burford. Non-residents of Norfolk County continue to account for the majority of sales. 347 licenses were sold, with revenue accounting for $9,716, of which all is used to purchase pheasants for the upcoming season this fall. As in the past 3 years, Long Point Fishing Game Club has agreed to supplement that amount to maintain the number of pheasants that are released. Last year and previous year, we released 850 birds. The club also covers fuel costs to members that handle the releases through the season. Releases are done each week of the season from September 25th to December 31st, other than the 2 controlled deer hunts the first week of November and the first week in December. We look forward to this year's hunts, this being our 5th year in providing hunting opportunities in Norfolk County, along with our partners, Norfolk County and the Long Point Region Conservation Authority. Thank you.
Mr. Greenwood, thank you very much for your deputation here today and sharing that information. I will ask if there are any questions of the deputation. Councillor Brunton first.
Thanks for coming, Jim. Question for you, though. What, you said 900 and something released?
Sorry? Where are we at? 850 birds.
What kind of kill is there or harvest? Any idea? They don't. Nobody.
I have no idea. There's no way to substantiate the number of birds that are actually hunted and killed.
Okay.
But as in the past, you know, and given that this is going on 5 years now, the birds that are being released are meant to be hunted and killed. They are not being put out there for reproduction purposes. We're not trying to establish a population of wild pheasants in the area. These are pen-reared birds, and they're meant to be hunted over.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Columbus first, then Councillor Van den
Yes. Where are the hunters from? Do you keep a record of that? And do you keep
I didn't get a
record of their
breakdown.
Names and addresses to advise
I didn't
them?
get a breakdown this year. Yeah, the names and addresses are included on the licenses when they purchase them. All I can say is that the majority are from outside the county. So you have people traveling, I know in previous years, anywhere from Sudbury to Sarnia, Owen Sound, that are coming down to Norfolk County to hunt pheasants. And with that, and the hopes are, and in talking to some of our license issuers, is that they spend a little bit of money down while they're down here as well, whether it's in the actual stores where they purchase the licenses, whether they come back, whether they spend a few extra days here when they come down, and I suspect some do. But it's worked out very well. And as I say, the comments that we've received have been very positive.
So the pheasant program is a great tourism initiative, right?
Oh, I think it has. I don't think there's any doubt of that. When you get that number of people coming to the area and they get to see what Norfolk has to offer, some of them come back just for further hunting opportunities once they find out what's here. There may be fishing opportunities. Some may just come back during summer months to enjoy what we have here during the summertime. So it's a win-win. We have very few areas in Ontario that provide hunting opportunities for ringneck pheasant. And so people, especially those with dogs, you know, that want to come and use their dogs to hunt the birds. And then, as I say, if they get to spend a few dollars while they're here, that's helpful to the county, and that's a bonus for the tourism.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Van den Driesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Great presentation. Are these mature birds that are released?
Yes.
Okay, so the mature birds, where do they come from?
Most of the birds we've been purchasing have been from a pheasant farm located on Mall Road, heading out toward Tilsonburg.
On Mall Road?
On Mall Road. Can't think of the name of them, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to look.
The number of pheasant farms that raise birds have gone down substantially in number. Pelee Island is still operating. They were on a little bit of a hiatus there during COVID time, but they're back in operation again. And I'm not sure where they get all their birds from, but I knew they used to raise a lot of the birds right on the island.
So where do we release them? Do we release them just in our bush where it's licensed to be able to hunt?
Some of the properties are county-owned, some of them are Conservation Authority-owned properties.
Oh, right.
We don't have particularly the best habitat for the pheasants. A lot of these are woodlots. Some with grassy areas, some that have more suitable habitat, but it works. As I say, the hunters and the people that are coming down to hunt, and the people from the county themselves, it's something that's just not offered elsewhere in most places that are close.
Well, I think it's great, and I hope we continue to do it. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Any further questions for the deputation? Councillor Micheli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim, thanks for your presentation. I'm very pleased to hear that there have been no problems, as you know, way back when Norfolk County was, considering how to license and who would sell the licenses and all those kind of things. The transition to what we are currently doing was a little bit problematic at times. I would occasionally get complaints from residents about hunters on their property and that kind of thing. But I think that whole situation has improved tremendously. Your report confirms that, so very happy to hear.
Some of you may be familiar with my background. I was a conservation officer here for 30 years. And certainly in the beginning, the trespass situation was a lot worse than what it is. But it still continues. And it's not just out-of-town people, it's locals. And if they have particular property that they see as an opportunity and the farmers aren't there, they may slip in. And I hate to go down this road, but we certainly have less conservation officers in the field now than we used to. And that's made things more difficult and maybe more easier for some, when they're not around as much. But I like to think that certainly the vast majority of hunters that I ever dealt with were law-abiding, ethical people. And they just want to have a place where they can be able to go safely and enjoy themselves.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, yes, Jim, and I totally agree. I think there were a few incidents that I think could possibly be contributed to COVID-19. We had, some strange behavior in a lot of areas during that time period. I think that there were just some of those hunters were not as cooperative or courteous as I think they are now. So very good job. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Are there any final questions then for the deputation? Seeing none, Mr. Greenwood, thanks for being here today. Appreciate your comments and your insights.
Thanks very much for your time, and I hope everybody enjoys the summer.
Thank you. May I have a mover to receive the deputation as information, please? Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving forward, 8.3.1, Norfolk Road Safety Committee, June 2025 meeting update, PW 25-001. I believe I'm turning it to Mr. Lambert, and you have a colleague, which I don't believe public has met yet, to your right, so perhaps you could introduce us.
Absolutely, happy to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. As the chair mentioned, this item is on your agenda to provide you an update on the Road Safety Committee and to introduce our new project manager, Traffic and Transportation, Mr. Jack Reddy, who sits off to my right here. So introduce him to yourselves again and to the public at large who's joining us online. As you may recall, this new position was approved by Council as part of the 2025 budget, and we thank you very much for that approval. I personally enjoy having this position, even though it's only been a brief period of time at this point. The Manager of Traffic and Transportation will, amongst many other things, take the lead role in our Road Safety Committee and have carriage of the many inquiries that come forward related to traffic, driver behavior, and overall road safety. Since filling this role, we've examined the current method of public inquiry management and how the Safety Committee itself operates in effort to improve overall responsiveness and management of inquiries and to make the best use of the committee resources. We will be directing all inquiries to Service Norfolk for proper case management, assignment, and tracking, providing a quarterly ward report containing request details, actions taken, and status of traffic matters, along with a summary of common issues being recognized countywide. And we'll also be refocusing the committee to its original intent and purpose of examining, developing, and updating policies, programs, and initiatives to improve road safety. Currently, the committee topics include automated speed enforcement, which is the next item on your agenda, data sharing opportunities with our OPP partners, a review of our traffic calming and community safety zone policy, and the need and benefit of completing a speed limit rationalization review. These changes are intended to improve response times to public inquiries and optimize the uses of resources allocated to traffic and transportation concerns. This memo provides you, Council, an update on the re-examination of our in-road flexible speed pilot program as well, which was launched last year and unfortunately short-lived. Staff have taken the time to review the intent and purpose of these devices and to examine the location of deployment. It is important to note the in-road flex signs are complementary advisory signs that is added to the middle of the road in the midst of a reduced speed zone. The sign occupies road space within the designated no passing zone and serves to encourage drivers to adhere to the area speed limit. It's a first step initiative to temper operating speeds, and if and when these measures fail, more aggressive treatments can follow if warranted. As of today, 9 of the 13 installations are in place, and we hope to have all 13 up very shortly, hopefully by the end of the week. The new devices are much more robust than our 2024 version and are able to withstand accidental strikes by wayward vehicles or the odd combine or large vehicle that may be challenged to go around the device. Based on casual observations to date, however, I suspect that a few drivers have taken up the challenge to try and test these new devices. Staff will continue to monitor the locations, and we do have a few spares should that be required, but hopefully that's not the case. Staff are also actively working on the list of received resident inquiries and targeting a September launch for our first quarterly internal memo to you, which is intended to improve transparency, accountability, and compliance with Norfolk's customer service goals. Should Council have any questions on this update, Jack and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lambert, for the report. And I'll just sort of say, Councillor Brunton and I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Reddy not long ago and covered a lot of good ground and found him to be an excellent resource and very responsive. So thank you so far. Councillor Very, I saw your hand first.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to, I guess, Darnell. Love the idea of the ward report. That's great. I've just need some clarification there. On the sample that you've included, it says these are the issues that we're going to be in ward, and I assume that's to put our ward in. But then the sample has a list of issues in all wards. So I'm just trying to clarify, are we going to get reports that are only in our ward, or are we going to see our ward and then what's going on everywhere else? I'd be interested in what's going on everywhere else as well, but I just want to clarify what the intention here is.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, you will get an overall summary as well as ward-specific requests with the details from your ward, but a total for the entire county.
So I could see, okay, that's good. And I just, while I have the opportunity, we've already had Mr. Reddy down to Port Dover as well to meet with some residents about some concerns on St. Andrew, and it was great. And I've had lots of excellent feedback from those people about you coming down, and they really appreciate not only the visit, but also just the fact that we have somebody that's starting to look at this. It's been really positively received in Port Dover so far. So excellent. And I'm looking forward to all the good things you can do.
Great feedback, Councillor. Thank you. Any further questions of the report? Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, Jack, I welcome. I guess I'm just as a general question, we have 13 of these new, more robust in-road safety speed limit signs. We've got 9 installed now. And I realize that this is a pilot project, and we have, I think, discussed some of this earlier, but will there be some latitude in being able to change locations and or put up additional signs, or is this kind of, because it's a pilot project, are these numbers kind of finite?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the council inquiry, as part of the 2026 budget, we're looking to bring forward a bit of a program budget offering, if you will. It'll be in the form of a new MBI that will provide some funds to give us some flexibility and latitude to install what I would say is more of these passive type devices in other areas. There's more than simply just the in-road device that is an economical first step treatment. So we'd be looking to hopefully have some latitude within an MBI to be able to do exactly what you're asking.
Thank you, Darnell. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, further questions of committee? Seeing none, we'll move on. I look for a mover then for the staff recommendation, which is simply to receive the Road Safety Committee updates as information. Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Very. Discussion on said motion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. All right. I think we're continuing in the same department. 8.3.2, Automated Speed Enforcement Update and Next Steps Report EIS 25-018. Mr. Lambert, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Report EIS 25018 provides you with an update on automated speed enforcement and seeks your approval to move forward with a pilot program of one camera for 2026 and to report back to council in 12 to 24 months post its operation with details on its effectiveness and financial and resourcing impacts. To advance the pilot, we seek your approval to enter into all agreements necessary to implement and operate pilot program, including entering into necessary agreements with the local authority services, a joint processing center, a camera provider, and the Ministry of Transportation. The agreements will allow several planning and preparation steps to take place this year in advance of an early 2026 go-live date. Financing needs for the balance of this year, 2025, are forecasted to be in the range of $10,000 to address site prep, advanced sign placement, and some public education campaign in advance. These needs can be addressed within the engineering department 2025 budget allocation already. To address the 2026 financial needs, however, staff seeks your approval to allocate $25,800 as a council-approved initiative in the proposed 2026 levy operating budget. Automated speed enforcement is a tool that employs camera technology to photograph license plates of vehicles that speed within a defined community or school safety zone. The camera component is merely the front end or the visual part of the program. The back end of ASC includes a joint processing center where the images are confirmed and infractions issued, and once infractions are issued, the infractions enter the penalty management process, which can be managed in one of two ways: the provincial court system or administrative penalty process, more commonly known as AMPS. For Norfolk, we're using the provincial court system as we currently do not operate an AMPS program. While the cameras are capable of photographing every violation above the speed limit, the back-end process of image verification and infraction management typically has some resourcing limitations. The program will be managed to operate within those limitations as necessary. This will allow staff to pilot the tool within its resourcing capabilities and report back on observed benefits of the program and options for expanding its use, including how to best address any back-end resourcing needs. Should council approve the requested pilot program, staff will take the necessary steps towards implementation and report back to council early this fall on the proposed camera locations and schedule. Should you have any questions on this initiative, which I'm sure our public will be happy to receive, we're happy to take those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Appreciate the report. I suspect there likely is some questions from committee on this. Turn the floor over. Councillor Columbus, I think I saw your hand.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions here. Starting off, this should be of interest to all drivers for sure. And one of the things I wanted to question was, will there be a loss of points, like when the driver's exceeding the speed limit? Will there be loss of points to the driver?
There's no demerit points associated with the ticket.
Okay, thank you. I'll be pleased to hear that. I will be anyway. And there's talk about getting power to the site to operate these cameras. What kind of issue would that be?
We would have to get a connection through the hydro provider, as the recommended camera would be a pole mount and not a battery operated one.
Okay, and is there a threshold speed limit, like when you get pulled over by OPP? You know, usually you might be doing 105 and an 80 and they drop it down to 99. How will that work here? What will be the, what will the threshold be set at?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that question is raised by many before you, and the answer, I think, is the same that goes back out. That threshold is set by the province and the camera operator, and the municipality does not have influence over that threshold. You could probably test the system by going up and down the street and see which one triggers it, but certainly cameras are indiscriminate. Whatever they are set for, and as I say, we do not know what they are set for, they will take the photo every time somebody hits that threshold. There is no discussion with the officer.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, can you explain the marketing program, how you're going to notify the public with respect to this process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll certainly work with our communications team to be able to get out as much messaging as we can in front through social media, on our website page, probably even some radio news announcements would be good. There is some runway in front of the camera going up. We are required to post signs at the site where the cameras are coming 90 days in advance. So there is certainly lots of opportunity to advise the public that the program is coming. Unfortunately, as proven in many other municipalities, it falls upon some deaf ears on some, unfortunately.
Thank you, gents.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, Councillor Huffman, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of jumping the gun, I guess. I'm just ready to move the motion.
Thank you. We'll come back to you momentarily. I have a few speakers lined up. Next is Councillor Vanda Drishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I think it's a great idea. It's one camera. So actually looking for a location would be that of where you've probably heard where the highest speed rates are or whatever in the county, or how do you go about deciding where you're going to put it?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, the speed camera must be in a community safety zone. So as the report is going to state, we are going to review the existing 6 community safety zones to determine if that would be an appropriate spot for that. So that is still ongoing. One of the recommendations here is to let us enter into the agreements. One was with the camera provider. So once we narrow down a site, we have to confirm that that site will allow a camera in terms of there's adequate placement for it too. So just to recap, we will start with community safety zones and then look outside of that as required.
Okay, and my next question, if I may, is you're having these cameras, and we're camera for the moment, and that takes a picture of the front of the vehicle, which where the license plate should be sitting, correct, or the rear?
Through you, Chair, this is the rear of the vehicle.
Okay, the rear of the vehicle. It takes a picture of the rear of the vehicle. Now, there's lots of license plates out there with this particular covers on them, which kind of dulls out the numbers. Are you going to be, if you find that we have a lot of people in that particular situation, do you contact the OPP to maybe do a blitz on license plates for observation?
Through you, Chair, that is a very good point, and I think after we start the program and we review with the Joint Processing Center to determine how many they could not process, I think that is a conversation at that time.
All right, thank you very much. Next, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a question for Jack and Darnell. We're going to put up signage that will tell people, 90 days in advance that this is going to be the location. Is that also including, or will there also be other signage to alert drivers that they are approaching this zone and this camera?
Through you, Chair. In addition to the 90-day advance warning signs, once the camera becomes active, we are required to post a camera in use sign, and generally that is within the community safety zone, which can range in distance. Additionally, we are, with our communication team, be proposing to list the locations on the website.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Jack. The reason I ask is that I do know some other municipalities have had a bit of a problem with residents complaining that they're driving into an area and the notice was, 60 meters before they got to the camera. And so many of them are challenging their fine because of that. So I want to make sure we're aware of that. Thank you.
Councillor Very.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Jack. So I see, when we do things like the signs in the middle of the roads and other things, a lot of the public feedback is, why don't you just do a camera? You're going to generate all this revenue and it'll pay for itself and the county will make money and blah, 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 blah. And in the report, you're anticipating a loss. And fair enough, that's not a complaint. But can you, you're saying 55,000 is significant. Can you just, again, for the public, sort of elaborate on why these cameras they're more of a deterrent or a safety measure and not a revenue generator? Can you just really quickly explain why that's the case?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of the automated speed enforcement program is to encourage compliance with the speed limit to increase road user safety throughout the county, and that is, from my standpoint, the primary objective of this. This is useful in applications where, in community safety zones, where you've highlighted that there is an increased need for safety for all road users.
Sorry, more specifically, my question is, why don't these things make money that people would expect them to make in terms of a net surplus?
In the case of our report, which I can speak to, we are operating within capacity limitations for how many tickets we can issue, so we have to scale it towards that.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to have it out there so that when people say, well, you're going to make all this money off of it. No. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, with regard to the fines and all of those associated details, do I understand correctly, and forgive me if it was in the report and I didn't see it, it is the owner of the vehicle who gets the ticket, correct? Not the driver. I mean, they can be the same thing, but if I have a vehicle registered in my name and my wife is driving the car, I get the ticket, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. Okay. I'm sure there's a follow-up conversation in the House usually after that.
Yes, I'm sure there is. I think I may have had one.
I suspect you're losing that conversation regardless. Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to staff, I guess. I'm not sure who wants to answer this, but we're going to deal with these through our POA, correct? Is that what we've decided?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Your two options are through the Provincial Offences Act or through administrative monetary penalties. Norfolk County doesn't have AMPs up and running yet, so our only choice is POA.
Can you tell me, give me any idea how many of these are challenged? Any experience or background to know how many are challenged in court? Because I see in the report, that's where the cost comes in, I guess, if we have to defend it. Am I correct?
So there's the best return revenue is when people pay right away when they get their ticket. The second option is if they choose to challenge it, and then they go to court, and then there's more costs incurred. What we've seen, and we've looked at what's happening in a number of municipalities who've done ASC in advance of us, and you're looking at around 5% challenge rate. I think we've kind of budgeted a little bit on the high side that we might be expecting more, but typically because there's a photograph of record, there's probably real truth to the issue or incident that took place. And because there's no demerit points, we're finding a high level of just being paid and not being challenged. There are certainly ones that fall into the third category, which is not really a choice, but it's called becoming delinquent and not paying at all. And then it's captured later through your license plate sticker renewal process.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Columbus, and then I think we'll come back to Councillor Huffman for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And page 5 of 11 states the volume of tickets processed during the pilot will need to be limited. Can you expand on that statement as to why they would have to be limited. You'd think you'd want as many processed as possible.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly there's three components to how many infractions a municipality can issue and manage. The camera certainly has the capability to take a photograph every second if a car went through at the high rate of speed. So the camera is not going to be a limiting factor. The Joint Processing Center, which many municipalities rely on, tend to issue caps on the resourcing capability that they have for review of the image, verification, and issuance of the notice. So the Joint Processing Center typically imposes a cap on how many a municipality can issue. The third is the last back-end component, which is either your POA or your AMPs, and how many can that system support. So we are going to certainly work within the capacity limitation that's imposed by either one of those. And then, as I say, report back to council if the program is very effective in achieving its goals and objectives, and what can we do or what needs to be done in order to address any of the resourcing caps that we're faced with.
Okay, I think we will come back to Councillor Huffman. You wanted to make a motion?
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Through you, yes, I would like to recommend the staff recommendation. And I just want to say, on top of it all, I am very eager for this to start in Q1. Hopefully there will be no delays. This has been a bit of a long process. No fault of anybody's, it's just there's a lot of hoops to jump through. So I'd like to get this up and going in our community safety zones Q1.
Okay, thank you. Moved then by Councillor Huffman. Is there a seconder? Councillor Very, the motion is before you on the screen and printed in your agendas, the staff recommendation. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lambert and Mr. Reddy, for your reports. Moving along, 8.3.3, the Town of Delhi water servicing. We'll give staff just a sec to change their seats around. It is report EIS 25-024. I believe the Director of Environmental Services is presenting the report, Ms. Stephanie Davis. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Through the chair, the report that is in front of you today is to provide some background information regarding water servicing infrastructure in the town of Delhi. At the May 13th, 2025 Council and Committee meeting, staff were directed to prepare this report to outline how municipal water servicing infrastructure, including associated appurtenances such as water meters, were installed in the town of Delhi. When municipal water servicing was first introduced into the town, the billing structure was based on a flat rate. This was common practice at the time as residential water meters had not yet been installed. In 1993, Delhi underwent a comprehensive water meter installation program consistent with other communities across the region of Haldimand, Norfolk at the time. Following the installation of the meters, the billing structure transitioned into a two-part system. The first part being the basic fixed charge. This is a consistent monthly fee which is applied to all water accounts and covers the base operating costs which help ensure financial stability regardless of the consumption levels of an individual. The second is the volumetric consumption charge. This variable fee is based on the actual water usage. This is designed to recover the direct costs associated with delivering and treating the water and wastewater. The specific issue prompting today's report involves a resident who has requested compensation for the water portion of their invoices dating back to when the water meters were installed in the town of Delhi. When the resident moved into Delhi, the property was connected to the municipal drinking water system. However, the resident chose to install a private well. Under current county practice, this would not be permitted, but staff are unable to locate any documentation explaining why the private well was approved by staff or council at the time. Despite using a private well, the resident did continue to pay the flat rate water and wastewater fees, as these fixed charges support the system-wide operation and maintenance. After the 1993 water meter installation program, all properties, including the one in question, transitioned to the current billing structure. The resident began paying a basic water charge to recover the fixed costs and a flat rate wastewater charge, since they did remain connected to the municipal wastewater collection system. For the reasons above and those noted in the report, staff are not supporting the resident's request for the compensation. The homeowner was connected to the municipal drinking water system, and although not currently using the water, are being appropriately charged for the basic charges as the and the component of the water bill. So with that, we will be taking any questions.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Davis, for that. Are there questions of the report? We'll go to Councillor Columbus first.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can I make a statement on behalf of Mr. Helmer?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So as noted by me in a previous meeting under other business, I requested this report. Mr. Helmer of Neal Street, Delhi, has his own well and is seeking relief of the basic water charge, which since 1993 meter install, he has total cost more than $5,700. Mr. Helmer is unable to attend in person due to health reasons. I see he perhaps is on virtual, I don't know. He has no problem paying the flat rate sewer charge. Mr. Helmer claims that never was a bylaw passed by the Haldimand-Norfolk region to install water meters and the metering of water use. He is seeking relief from the basic water charge because he has not used a single drop of municipal water in his home since the former region installed the meter. And I don't know if the clerk, I know she has been communicating with him, but whether he was going to ask for answering questions or not, but perhaps we can hear from others. Thank you.
Yeah. I think the clerk has been in communication, and I think my understanding was there was a decision that Mr. Helmer was not making a deputation today. Is that correct? Right. He was available if there are questions, and he is. I will note he's on the line. Okay. Next, Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, how many other properties are in a similar position as Mr. Helmer?
Through the chair. Staff did dig into this, and there are probably less than 50 properties across Norfolk County that are still currently in this position. A lot of those accounts were created in the region days, so we don't have a lot of documentation on, again, why they would have been legacied into this situation.
Okay, thank you for that. And further, so what is the justification that Councillor Columbus goes home and tells Mr. Helmer he's paying for?
Through the chair. The justification for this is that he was previously connected to the municipal drinking water system and that the system was already installed and in place. So we do need to recover those fixed costs to maintain operations and maintenance on our systems, regardless of whether he was actually using it.
For clarity, is that because he has the ability to turn it on and use it at any point in time or in the future?
Through the chair, yes, he does actually have a water service into his residence, so we have verified that it is capped inside, but he has the ability to use that water if he so chooses. Or if someone were to move into that residence at another point in time, they could connect to the municipal drinking water system.
Is there a way that we're able to cap externally and then know, even if a new resident was to move in, that they wouldn't have access to the water unless they called us to do so, which I can't imagine they would?
Through the chair, it would be costly to do that. It would have to be disconnected at the main to cap it properly. And then he would no longer have charges.
And what roughly are you able to put an estimate on capping at the main?
I would say between $3,000 to $5,000.
That's your questions, Madam Mayor? Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Van den Driesch next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So just a question of, it costs at the time money to connect to the house, or because there's the water line, we got a T and we're going that way to the house. And you said you're charging him because you have to recover the costs of that adaptation that was put to the house. How much does it cost to be connected to the house back in, when was that, 1990, 93?
Through the chair, I would have to get back to you on those costs, if that's all right, Councillor.
Yeah, that's not a problem. And the next point is his sewer charges. What is the sewer charge? Because he's using his water, the water and it goes out. Yeah, I know there was some new words that yes, very scientific. Out. What is the charge for that if that is broken up? If you have those numbers.
Yep, so currently it's in the 2025 user bylaw. I don't want to give you the wrong number. It is 90, I looked to finance really quickly, but that's based on 20 cubic meters of consumption because we don't actually have a volumetric charge through the water meter.
So, okay. But those 20 cubic meters are his water that he's using from his well.
Through the chair.
But this is what's going on.
It's unknown what is going from his well into the collection system. Sorry, currently the flat rate wastewater charge is $106.53 a month.
What? Sorry?
$106.53 a month is the flat rate wastewater charge.
So wastewater charge is around $156 or $106 a month?
Yes, and that's based on 20 cubic meters of consumption. That was done through our financial team with their Watson report on our user fees.
Right. So he's already paying the 106 plus?
Plus 35.60, yes.
Okay. Personally, if you're not using it, I don't see why you're making him pay for it, in my opinion. But I will say this, if you have a hydro line connected to anything, you do pay every month for holding the possibility of using hydro. So that does exist, I do understand that. But in this particular case, because I do believe he probably paid back the costs of connection in the day of 93, that maybe it's a bit much to ask him to pay for water he's not using. But the septic, I understand. But that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Very
Yeah.
and then Councillor Columbus.
Thanks, Chair. Just through you to Stephanie there, just to clarify, you're not charging him for consumption, you're just charging the infrastructure cost, like the flat rate, right? So the consumption cost is zero. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
That's correct, Councillor Berry. Yes. That's correct, yes. Yep.
Councillor Columbus.
Right. Municipal water metering affects many, many households in the county. And I'm just wondering, in 1993, why was there never record somewhere of a bylaw being passed to implement metering at the region back in 1993? If it happened today that we were doing this, do you think not that we would have a bylaw in place?
Through the chair, I don't know if a bylaw would have been passed for this. It would have gone through our user fees, and it was just an industry best practice at the time to start looking at the volumetric consumption of what residents are using, just to help ensure that we are financially responsible for ensuring the maintenance on our systems and the delivery of those services. Currently, what we would do is a request for a tender or request for proposal and have those water meters replaced or installed.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? I have one, perhaps two. If the municipal water service were to be used, how long would it take before we would catch it?
Through the chair, it would be probably within a month. Our current water billing provider does review the uses and consumption on all of the accounts once they send us our remittance forms. So they would flag it at that time, and it gets flagged with our utility clerk. So we'd be able to follow up the resident and see what is going on at that time.
And that could happen at any point, and so this homeowner could do it, or any subsequent homeowners could do it.
Correct, and that is why we do leave the water meters in place, so that we are able to flag those instances if that happens.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions of committee of the report? Seeing none, I would look for a mover of some motion. There is one printed in your agenda. It is that report EIS 25024, Town of Delhi Water Servicing, be received as information. Is there a mover for said motion? Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Very. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Van Passen, come back to you as the mover.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I will move it to be received as information because that means we've done that and no other action will be taken, no changes, no anything. My understanding of the water and sewer system is everybody's got to hook up to it. You don't just pay for the water you use, you pay for the pipes that get it there, you pay for the plant that cleans it for you, you pay for all of those things. You're paying, it provides fire protection to the hydrant. And if you choose to unhook from that, you still have the opportunity to use that. It's there. It has to be maintained. You can't just walk away. I have a bigger concern, like one of the concerns of people with their private wells is cross-contamination. If their own well gets contaminated and they hook into the municipal system, then it disrupts the entire system and everybody pays for it. So I have, these are the rules of the game. This is how it works. You want to put in your own well and keep it completely separate and use that water to water your flowers and things like that. So be it, that's good, more power to you, but you're going to pay for that system being there whether you use a drop of water or not. So, end of story.
Thank you. Further debate or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? One. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, moving along to item 8.3.4. This is the award of EIS ES 25-08 curbside waste collection 2026 through 2033, EIS 25025. A lot of numbers in that one there. Marissa, turn this over to Marissa Bakla, Supervisor of Waste Management, to present the report.
Good afternoon, Mayor Martin, Chair Duthie, and members of council. We are presenting staff report EIS 25-25, award of the curbside waste collection contract. And Stephanie Davis, Director of Environmental Services, will provide the background information related to curbside waste collection.
So good afternoon, members of council. As you'll recall, the current curbside collection contract began in 2017 as a 7-year agreement. In 2023, staff renegotiated and extended that contract through to September 2026, providing time for a thorough review of options for the next agreement. Over the course of 2024, Waste Management staff engaged extensively with both council and the community to explore future curbside collection methods. This process included a series of reports to council, as well as an in-person public engagement sessions and an online survey. These efforts were designed to gather input on community priorities and their expectations. In conjunction with this, staff also conducted a comprehensive financial analysis of various collection models. Staff also took into account the regulatory requirements and the province's limited remaining landfill capacity, both of which add urgency to finding cost-effective and environmentally responsible solutions. Informed by the analysis and feedback received from both the public and council, staff presented a set of final recommendations in September of 2024, which were accepted by council. These included selecting the most cost-effective method for collecting waste, implementing a countywide curbside green bin program to support organics diversions, reducing bag limits if a manual collection model is selected, extending 14 weeks of yard waste collection to an additional 9 communities, continuing the appointment-based bulky item collection program, and maintaining twice-weekly garbage collection in public spaces. This year, staff began taking the first steps towards implementation. In March of 2025, Council approved the award of processing contracts for organics and yard waste. This marked the initial phase of procurement related to the next waste collection contract. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Bakla to speak in more detail to today's report.
So the purpose of today's report is to address the second phase of the procurement process, the awarding of the curbside waste collection contract. Through the request for proposal process, staff presented proponents with 4 service model options for waste collection, including weekly manual garbage collection and weekly green bin collection, bi-weekly manual garbage collection and weekly green bin collection, weekly automated garbage collection with weekly green bin collection, or bi-weekly automated garbage collection with weekly green bin collection. A total of 8 waste management companies obtained the bid documents for the curbside collection contract, indicating initial interest. However, 4 of these proponents later confirmed that they would not be submitting a proposal. The primary reason cited was their inability to compete effectively, either due to current market conditions, resource limitations, or pricing challenges. Norfolk County received 1 submission at closing. Norfolk Disposal Services Limited was identified as a successful proponent. The selected service model, bi-weekly automated garbage collection with weekly automated organics collection, was determined to be the most economical option. While costs for yard waste, organics, and bulky item collection were below estimates provided to Council in September of 2024, garbage collection costs were above those initial estimates. Other municipal comparators have experienced significant cost increases as well, ranging from 85 to 95% increases when renewing their waste collection contracts. The next steps following the contract award include the procurement of garbage and organics carts, as well as the engagement of a marketing firm to support public education and outreach regarding the upcoming changes to waste collection programs. The cost for the garbage and organics carts is proposed to be covered by earnings from the Legacy Fund, which would not impact the overall levy. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much to staff for that report and your work to get to that stage. Turning the floor to committee for questions. Councillor Van Adrishi.
Okay. Clear as mud. So every week, what am I getting? I want it simple so people understand, because, I've got garbage, I've got recycle, I've got the waste thingy, all of that. So if you just want to tell us that.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Adrishi. So currently, right now, we're on a weekly system. Moving into September of 2026, garbage collection will be every other week with a cart-based system. So it'll be in a cart that the truck will come and pick up with an automated arm that dumps it into the truck. And then every week you would receive a green bin collection. So again, in a cart, automated collection with an arm from a truck. Recycling, Norfolk County, as we've discussed previously, is no longer responsible for the recycling program, but my understanding is that program is set to continue on a weekly basis. So green bin and recycling would be on a weekly basis, and your garbage would be collected every other week.
And if I may, the bins themselves will be delivered to each household.
Through the chair, that is correct. When we go out for the procurement of the carts, that'll be part of that whole process, is that the delivery would be that each household would have a cart delivered at the end of their driveway. Typically, it's about 3 months before the initiation of the new program.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Brunton, please, and then Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I spent some time talking to Marissa yesterday about this whole program, but I want to kind of get it clear in my own mind, Marissa, again. I asked you a week or so ago, we have about 31,000 stops on our route. So you're going to buy a bin for regular garbage collection, which will be done every 2 weeks and paid for by the ton. Am I correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, yes, that's correct. The cost will be per ton.
Okay, and what about, are you, the 31,000, I'll use that figure, bins, what color are they going to be? Or don't you know yet? And what is the cost of them, just those bins alone?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, so we haven't determined the color of the bins yet, but my best guess would be that they're likely a gray color. Typically, that's what a lot of municipalities are using for garbage, is that it's a gray color. The bins for organics or green bin will be a green color. But again, we have to go through that procurement process yet, so I don't want to commit to anything for sure.
Right.
As far as costs related to the carts, the estimate in the staff report was approximately $5.03 million.
And that's just for the garbage collection carts?
That's for both the garbage and the organics carts.
Oh, okay, so you've priced them both together.
Yes.
So, and are we looking at another 31,000 roughly green carts? Is that the color of them?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and again, paid for by the ton?
That's correct as well. So everything for the waste collection contract is priced per ton.
Okay, and my last question, if I may ask it, and I think I've said this before. First of all, I'm very disappointed we only had one bid, but the weighing of all this material is taking place, I assume, in Waterford.
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, that's correct. Based on the contract, it was for curbside collection and transfer and haulage of that material. So It will take place at Norfolk Disposal's facility in Waterford, and then once it's transferred from their facility, when it goes for processing, it's going to be weighed at that processing facility as well. So we will have two sets of data to compare and make sure that the numbers are very similar.
Okay, but we don't weigh it, it's the contractor that's weighing it, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brunton. Next is Councillor Columbus, please.
Right, just to clarify some things here. So a triplex property would have how many bins? Like an organic, three organic bins and 3 garbage bins?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, yes, that's correct. Each unit, as long as they're under 6 units, would receive their own collection cart. When it goes above 6 units, that's when it gets into the multi-residential, which we don't service under our current waste bylaw.
And I can think of 24 condos in a development in Delhi where they all put their garbage to the roadside. Does that mean we'd have like 48 bins to pick up there? The contractor, or how are you dealing with that?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, so that is a report that we will be bringing to council later in this year in regards to condo collection. But some thoughts on that is that we would like to be able to pick up at each individual driveway in order for them to be eligible for that service.
Mm-hmm. And a farmer asked me about bunkhouses. How would we deal with bunkhouses? Like, you know, there's a lot of people living on farms. And have you thought about that one?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, we haven't quite ironed out all the details in that sense. However, there is a commercial bag limit of 8, so maybe it's looking at potential 1 additional cart or something like that, but we haven't quite gotten to ironing out those details yet.
So it seems like we got to do a lot of communicating going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Very.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, Marissa there. Hey, so billing by the ton, great. How often is it billed?
Through the chair to Councillor Very, we receive billing on a monthly basis.
Okay, and what constitutes a ton? Like, I realize a ton is a ton, but if you go over by a tenth, is that a new ton? Like, how, I guess what I'm getting at is, like, and if you don't know, fair enough, but I'm wondering, like, every time we go past that threshold, does it count as a new ton, or do they cumulatively over the course of the month count that ton? What I'm getting at is, are we going to be paying for part tons over and over again, where we are starting to like add up this huge amount of extra, not huge, but substantial extra billing without the weight that we're matching? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if we go 20.1 tons, is it 21 tons? That's what I'm getting at. And, and how does that work month after month where it's accumulating like this?
So through the chair to Councillor Very, so if I'll just use an example from last month. We collected 1,296.5 tons. So they would just take the unit price per ton and multiply it by that 1,296.5 to get the cost for the month.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm talking about fractions of tons. I know the weight's the weight, but if it's not a full ton, that's what I'm saying. When you go past that ton marker, is it become a new ton, or is it, how many times are we going to be paying for a tenth of a ton at the full rate is what I'm getting at.
So through the chair to Councillor Very, the scales are, they're up to 10 kilograms. So when they're weighing in, it would be 0.1, so a tenth of a ton is what we're...
Oh, so okay, so that's what I'm getting at. So it's a prorated price, like when you buy chicken. It's not like a set rate per ton. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, okay, I got it now. Got it, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I will go to Councillor Brunton first, and then Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to question something again. I said this before, I'm really concerned about the green bin in the rural area. And I realize we're going to have growing pains and a lot of complaints, but will you be keeping track of the participation rate in the rural? That's more my concern.
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, so we do have plans to evaluate the program and the participation. So currently right now we complete a set out study each year going around to various areas over a month, seeing how many garbage bags, recycling bins are set out. So we're going to continue that practice when we move to the green bin program so that we can see who's putting out green bins, how often, things like that. In addition, we'll also continue with a waste audit on an annual basis so that we're seeing what is coming out of the garbage stream and if people are utilizing their green bins as well.
Yeah. And in the bylaw we passed, I think we said 2 bags per week. And you say these new bins will hold 4 bags because if it's bi-weekly, correct? Okay, thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was going to be my question on how many bags that one of these bins will hold. When I look at one this high and look at a bag, I don't think it'll hold 4 bags, but I guess the theory is it's no longer you're going to not need 4 bags because 2 of those bags are going to be green stuff going in the other box. So, and if you don't use it, just haul it out there empty and let them dump it and see what happens. But that answered my question, but I don't believe it.
So you posed and answered your own question. Well done.
Councillor Brunton asked it. That
Fair.
It's supposed to hold 4 bags, but I'm not seeing it.
Further questions from committee of staff? Councillor Columbus?
Are you, like other municipalities, are you looking at user pay bags, bag limit at all?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, we're not looking at a user pay bag system. With an automated system, there is one operator on the vehicle, so they're not able to get out and pick up any additional bags that would be set out. If it's in your cart, it will get picked up. If there's anything else set out, it will not get picked up. So the recommendation would be that if they have additional waste that doesn't fit in their cart, then they could utilize our transfer stations for that additional capacity.
Spark some other questions. Let's go to Councillor Michele, then back to Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Marissa, I know Councillor Columbus kind of referred to this, but just for my own clarity, so there's a 4-plex down the street here. Will they get 4 bins? They will. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thanks for indulging me, Mr. Chairman. When I look at the tender scenarios, the bi-weekly garbage, weekly automated green bin, but the weekly garbage is only, well, it's funny how that number will roll off, only 250,000 more. Would it be worth considering, if we're going to spend this much money on green bins and everything else we're doing, why not stick with the weekly? Like, I could see somebody forgetting which week it is, and then you're going to have 3 weeks worth of garbage sitting around your house. Would council consider looking at that or doing the weekly of both of them if we are doing that anyway? So, I don't know why it would be that little a difference to go every week and every other week. But is there any consideration of that from council?
I wonder if maybe if there's any staff comment on that while council ponders the question.
Through the chair, I mean, we're certainly happy to follow council's direction, but just remind you, when we were here for our workshop, our direction was to go away and find the cheapest way to make garbage disappear. And Councillor Duthie was the one who was adamant we propose a bi-weekly service option. So we took that away, and this is what the results are. I would also just caution, maybe Heidi wants to chime in, that if we're going to manipulate the procurement process, you would be now moving away from the lowest dollar award. So there may be some procurement comments as well.
Yeah, in actual fact, I'm starting to think that we're going in a direction that perhaps we shouldn't, and close to a reconsideration, which I don't think we should be going. So I think we'll end that discussion at that point. Are there any further questions of the staff report? Seeing none, I would look for a mover, staff alternative, or staff recommendation, or an alternative. Moved by Councillor Huffman, the staff recommendation. Is there a seconder for that? Mayor Martin, any discussion on the motion before you? Councillor Bratton, go ahead.
I just wonder when Marissa's taking her holidays next year. No.
Oh, I think she's pretty excited to make this program happen. So I will call the question on the motion. It is before you. It is lengthy. I'll give you 30 seconds to review it. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to summarize in my own head, if I got this right, we're going to go to a green box program. That's the new part. So between what we used to pay for garbage plus the new green bins, that's going to cost us an extra $1,828,800 a year. Is that, I got the right number in the right column here?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, I'm going to defer over to finance on that one.
Through the chair, Councillor, can you repeat that question? Just point us to the table that you're looking at.
I'm looking at table 2 on the report, page 5 of 10. The line that says net levy increase. Like collection is up, transfer and haulage, disposal.
So yes, through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, so just for the garbage stream, that is the increase. That's correct.
That's just for the garbage, not the green box?
Yeah, if we scroll down to table 7, on page 9 of 10, you'll see that number as well as the corresponding one for the green bin, leaf and yard, bulky item, and public space. So then the total impact is there for the 3.7.
Okay, so it's 3.775,600 in new increased fees plus 5 million in one-time costs of the bins.
Through the chair, that's correct. And I just want to note that that 3.7, that is a full annual cost. So because the program comes in September 2026, it'll be partially a 2026 budget and partially 2027 that we'll see that increase.
Okay, the motion is before you. You've had a chance to review it. I will call the question. All those in...
Can I ask a question?
Clarifying question on the motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
We're talking a great deal of increased expense here, so are we mandated by the province of Ontario to move to a green bin program?
Through the chair to
I would just say, I'll let you answer the question, but we have had this discussion at great length already. So if you wouldn't mind a brief review of the question or the response, and then we'll move forward, okay?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. So currently there's a policy framework out there by the province that states that municipalities with populations greater than 50,000 need to be working towards a green bin program, but also to reiterate that landfill capacity in Ontario is expected to run out by 2032 as well. So while we're able to obtain green bin capacity before it becomes absolutely legislated, that was kind of some of the discussions we had last year in regards to the green bin program.
All right, folks, let's call the question on the motion. It is before you, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I would be 6 opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, that is carried. Thank you. All right. 8.3.5, interurban.
You just read it a count of 6 to 4, Alan. Can you help us out here?
Did I must have, my mistake. 6-3.
Okay,
I'm
not trying to quibble with you.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Okay,
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thanks, man. Yep.
My apologies. 8.3.5, interurban water supply update and next steps, PW 25-002. Mr. Grice?
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, as you just mentioned, PW Report 2502 provides council with an update on the interurban water supply and seeks council direction on our next steps. So as you all know, Norfolk County operates 5 independent drinking water systems in each of our urban areas, that being Simcoe, Delhi, Dover, Rowan, and Waterford. And each of those systems is at a different phase in their asset life, as well as their ability to meet our future needs. Since 2021, Council has endorsed the Interurban Water Supply Program, and that is a multi-phase project that will result in all of Norfolk County's drinking water being supplied by the Nanticoke Treatment Plant in Haldimand County, and then distributed throughout Norfolk County in a phased approach based on infrastructure and growth needs. We've been working actively on phase 1, which focuses on the Simcoe drinking water system, the transmission main, the water tower, and the associated booster pumping station. Once phase one and once all of the phases would be completed, this interconnected system would provide a ton of redundancy and capacity to meet Norfolk County's needs for many years to come. One of the major challenges that we've discussed at numerous junctures here is the price tag associated with the program. When council first pursued this option, it was forecasted at around $150 million, but as the appropriate staff were brought in to review and develop a functional program, the scope has evolved and the most recent estimates put this program at around $450 million. That is a significant investment for any community, and especially in a municipality of 65,000 people where only half of them are connected to our drinking water system. Given the cost and impact to our ratepayers in 2023, Council provided direction that 66%, or around $92 million, of the Phase 1 project value needed to be secured to allow us to move the project to construction. Since that time, staff members and members of Council have been advocating for funding programs. And while we have been successful in receiving funding for some of our capital projects, we have not seen anything in the order of magnitude that would allow us to move interurban Phase 1 forward. And really that is why we are here in front of you today. Pressures continue to exist on our systems. In some cases, we're making investments to extend life, and in other areas, we are just waiting for interurban to come and solve that problem. But we are now in a position where we can no longer sit and wait, and we're requesting council approval to explore alternative options for our drinking water system in the event that we do not secure funding. Without getting into all the details, we have made some investments. You're aware we're working in Port Rowan and in Port Dover, and those upgrades will provide capacity for the next 20 plus years. However, our other 3 drinking water systems need a combination of asset replacement, redundancy, additional capacity, or in some cases, a new source. We were requesting that council approve an upset limit of $350,000 from the existing interurban engineering budget so that staff can bring in the necessary support to investigate our options, and those would include some feasibility studies, field reviews, groundwater testing, program costing, and timelines. Upon completion, this information will be shared with council, and then we can make some final decisions on what our path forward is for our drinking water system. I imagine a report like this is going to generate a number of questions, so I think I will just stop there. And between our staff and finance staff, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, we'll turn to questions in just a second. Mr. Grace, maybe if you could just quickly summarize the reason that we're here today.
So through the chair, our main objective here today is to get council to approve us to use the $350,000 to start investigating alternate delivery options for our water. So we still are adamant that the interurban water solution is a viable option for us in the absence of funding. We need to do something else, and right now we can no longer sit and wait as our growth pressures and system needs continue to put pressure on us.
So just to clarify then, this is not the meeting to discuss different options. It is simply to seek direction to allow you to go and put those options together for us then to have discussion on down the road. Fair?
Through the chair, that is correct. I did lay out what some of those options could be at a very high level in the report, just so you could have an idea of what we're doing, but I don't want to jump to conclusions. This review needs to be done. That information would come back to this committee and council, and when we can make a decision on path forward.
Thank you very much. Mayor Martin to start, followed by Councillor Veer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I was going to speak to some of what you just spoke to. I'd be happy to move the staff direction on this and get it going because I completely agree it's not for us to determine the additional outcomes. This project actually started as a $60 million project, jumped to 150 and then 450, and that's 2023 dollars. It's a shame that we've developed a plan from the guidance of the province that is so expensive that the province can't fund it. But the reality is we've also set a benchmark of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 funding that isn't even a funding model that exists with the province and the federal government anymore. So it really is time to go back to the drawing board and see what we can do. So with that, I'm happy to move the staff recommendation and wait for a further report.
Right, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll come back to you in just a moment. I do have Councillor Very, then Councillor Van Pasten on deck. You will second said motion? Okay, allow me just to entertain Councillor Very's question, then we'll come back for the motion. Thank you. Councillor Very, go ahead.
Nope, we're good.
Okay, Councillor Brunton, I'll come to you in just a moment. Moved then by Mayor Martin and seconded by Councillor Van Pasten. The staff recommendation, is that correct? Yes and yes. Okay. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the report, no question there, but I did have a bit of clarification on an item in the report, and that is and I spoke with Andrew this the other day, the Northwest well field, Andrew, and I know you're saying it's a replacement, correct? It would, as far as capacity, if we opened up the Bloomsburg wells, correct?
Through the chair, so the Bloomsburg well is a like-for-like replacement. It does add a small additional capacity, but nothing that's going to last us for many years.
Okay, within that $350,000 we're going to spend, is there much of that needed in terms of to accomplish that task? In terms of what you said, there will be needed pumping station, that's it?
So through the chair.
Point of order.
Pause. Mayor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I don't want to get into the specifics on specific potential fixes. That's what the staff report is for. And while that might be a suitable answer, like the Bloomsburg well has been raised time and time again as an option, and it might come back as the best option for us, but it also might come back as, you know, not viable because it's closely linked to the other water sources. So if we could just wait for the report, I don't want to presuppose anything.
Well, no, my question really is, do we need to spend $350,000 just to look at that again? We've looked at it.
Okay, so maybe what we'll do, I think my role here is to rule on the point of order, which I would tend to agree with Mayor Martin on. However, I think there is an element of clarification related to the motion, because it refers to $350,000 specifically to the Bloomsburg. So I would ask Mr. Grice to answer that question clearly and succinctly, and then we'll move forward.
So through the chair, the Bloomsburg project has been completed through its EA process, so we have all the necessary approvals, documentation in place. The money that we have in front of you today is really not to advance that project forward. We need to first figure out what is the optimal solution, bring that back to council for direction. We would then need design work for the Bloomsburg. So we're not looking to advance that program now. This is to be looking at additional options and additional supply for not just Simcoe, but for Delhi and Waterford.
Okay.
Thank you.
Discussion on the motion. Councillor Berry, is it discussion on the motion or debate?
I think so, but I'll leave it to your wisdom to decide for sure.
Go ahead then.
Okay, so are we, just so I'm clear, is this a concession that the interurban water is not going to happen?
So through the chair, I mean, based on the conditions set by council of needing the 66% to bring the program forward, we are looking at alternative options. If someone was to show up with a check tomorrow, Mariana has certainly advanced that program to a point where we could put it on the street, but we do not have that funding in our hands necessitating the need for alternate review.
Okay, so if I can continue then, just, I understand that this has to be decided very soon. I heard what you said. I understand that 2026 report's coming back. I got all that. At what point are we going to concede that this is not going to happen and move on? Like, I feel like that wasn't a no, or a yes, that this is a concession. So at what point, where are we in that? Like, at what point, because we've spent a lot of time and money getting to this point. So at what point are we done holding out hope? I guess I'm trying to get a handle on that.
So, Councillor Berry, I will stop there because I think that might actually be part of what comes forward also in the staff report.
Okay,
I don't know that that's a discussion for today.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Okay.
Is there discussion on the motion? Then, Councillor Michelli, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Berry's comments bring this to mind now. Maybe I'll ask for clarification of Mayor Martin. I believe she said that the one-third model no longer exists. Is that like an official change in policy, or is that just that it appears to be that way?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it appears to be that way. I have not come across a funding model like that in the entire duration of this term of council, but I stand to be corrected.
Maybe just to clarify for the mayor as well, like the 66%, it wasn't a term that had to be a third. That was the traditional funding mechanism between the feds, the province, and municipality. You know, we could see a very large or provincial fund that could give us our needs, and that would be acceptable as well.
So, Mr. Chair, so Andrew, then it is still a possibility that this 66% from two levels of government in some combination is still possible out there?
Through the chair, anything is possible. I would think between the mayor and Al's appearances at Roma and AMO, and with our knocking at the doors and asking questions, we don't see any programs in our near future that are going to provide that order of magnitude, but things change.
Yeah, okay, so and Mr. Chair, just so therefore, Councillor Berry's comments are very germane. Thank you.
Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Through you, I guess my question is, where are things at with our MP and our MPP? Are they continuing to lobby on behalf of the interurban water program? Are we on our own here? What direction are they taking us in?
Maybe what we'll do, I'll ask the CAO for input, and then I think we're starting to veer slightly off the motion.
Well, I kind of just want that out there because I want that to be part of the staff report, is that we obviously need to have the negotiations with our MP and MPP for this issue to look at funding.
For their advocacy. Okay, so I'll ask for comments from the CAO, and then we'll revert back specifically to the motion that is on the floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can certainly advise council that both our MP and MPP have been briefed on the project and are aware of the project. What we have just had are 2 elections, one at the provincial level and one at the federal level, and we are awaiting both those levels of government to announce infrastructure projects for municipalities that include water and wastewater. The most recent one from the province, I think, amounted to $400 million this year, province-wide. And when you divide that by 444 municipalities that are looking for funding for water and wastewater, it's difficult to get the province to commit to a funding model that we need. But to answer your question specifically, both the MP and MPP have been briefed on the interurban water project and are both aware that it's one of our top priorities in this council.
All right, thanks for your comments. Let's turn this to a vote. So the motion is before you on the screen, moved by Councillor Huffman, I believe, and seconded by Mayor Martin, or perhaps in reverse. Mayor Martin and Councillor Van Passen, my apologies. So I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed, if any? Seeing none, that's carried. Thank you. Let's move forward. We are going to jump into the Corporate Services Division. I'll speak slow so staff can change their seats at the back. This one is report or agenda item, my apologies, 8.4.1, CS-02, purchasing policy updates, CS 25-015. And at this time, we would call upon the Supervisor of Purchasing, Ms. Jacqueline Hodgson, to introduce and present her report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Council, Report CS 25-15 relates to proposed revisions to CS-02 purchasing policy. The purchasing team, who is joining me here today in consultation and collaboration with various departments and municipal counterparts, has undertaken a lengthy review of the policy and have identified several areas whereby processes could be improved and language strengthened while continuing to safeguard the principles of openness, fairness, transparency, and accountability. In addition, the proposed changes will continue to ensure procurement governance and oversight through a lens of risk mitigation. Procurement practices continue to evolve at a fast pace, and proposed policy amendments have been drafted to align with best practice for public procurement. Norfolk County's purchasing policy CS-02 and purchasing procedures CS-03 govern the way in which county staff obtain the best value for the county when procuring goods and services. The key policy changes being proposed today include more timely reporting to Council, with a change from the current semi-annual delegated authority report to a quarterly report, updated small dollar threshold from $10,000 to $30,000, the addition of an invitational request for quotation threshold of $30,000 to $130,000 for goods and services and $300,000 for construction, open competition threshold of $130,000 for goods and services and $300,000 for construction, strengthen language around contract management and supplier performance, as well as staff ability to award within council-approved budget up to their prescribed limits. Staff are confident that the collaborative approach undertaken in this review ensures that the proposed procurement policy is aligned with trade agreements, legislative requirements, and best practices. At this time, the purchasing team would be happy to answer any questions that Council may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hodgson. My apologies. I think I referred to you as supervisor and it should be manager, so I'm sorry about that. Are there questions of the report? Councillor Van Den Drieschie first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. The report tells us of things that you want to improve, and it's basically cleaning up and tidying up and changing numbers as well. You're increasing numbers. It's probably relevant to today because those dollars from then are probably equal to those dollars that you're talking about, and I can understand that. I want to go to a question of procurement itself and how we go about procuring. How do we go about when we tender something out there that we're, because of today's climate, buy local, stay in the province, all that. Do you take that into consideration as well? Because times are changing. And I'm wondering, how did you take that into consideration? And when we look at bidders, do we have a process of saying in weight, local versus external, say 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles? Do you look at any of that?
Through the chair to Councillor Vanden Drieschie, there's a little bit of a fine line due to the Discriminatory Business Act. So we do have a no local preference that we have to abide by from a public procurement perspective. Our current policy is anything over $10,000 goes out to the open market on bids and tenders. And at the moment, for requests for tender specifically, we don't have anything that would eliminate bidders from outside of a certain region, for instance, and would be a local. I think.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree with you. I'm not precluding anyone. Mm-hmm. I'm saying, do you use a weighted process that, say, the point system or the weight process would favor someone local and more accountability? And it's the idea that we can talk all we want about buy local, but we should seriously be looking at using local. And I know it might cost a little bit more, but we've run into this where you've gone ahead and procured someone that's from Toronto. And nothing against Toronto. But there's a distance between there and here, and you have a project in the middle of winter, and I have a timeline. And they call up and they say, I can't work today because it's snowing, I can't get on the highway, blah, 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 right? That loses time and money. Do we look at all of those factors? Like, to me, sometimes we look for the lowest bid, and then at the end of the day, sometimes the loss of time and money, and all of a sudden they can't procure this, they have to go to something more expensive. They can't procure that, and we're again on the more expensive. And then at the end of the day, sometimes we see that the second bidder, who was the local bidder, could have done it for that. Do we look at any of that? Because I know some municipalities are changing and looking at weight systems so that they can say, look, because if I get Joe Blow down the road, he's more accountable to me. It didn't work. He's coming back to fix it because he lives here. I'm sorry, I know we have rules to follow, and I'm just wanting to know that I'm not breaking I'm just bending it.
Through the chair to Councillor Vanden Drieschie, I think I would say that local suppliers maybe would have a natural advantage in that sense, right? So we do consider that, but we are not at the point right now of implementing any kind of specific criteria that would eliminate bidders who are not local. I think that, due to maybe having a job site, for instance, that's local would produce maybe better pricing for their part. So there is a natural advantage that they do have. I think that.
Heidi, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Vanden Drieschie. Ms. Hodgson is correct, and I was also just going to add that the team looked at this and some of the discussions that have happened around the council table related to tariffs and what other municipalities are doing in order to inform the recommendations that are coming to council today about increasing some of the thresholds. So by increasing the small order threshold, by increasing the threshold around invitational quotations, that gives staff more choice in terms of who we reach out to. Of course, we still need to do that in an honest, open, transparent, fair fashion, which we always do, and always looking for the best value for the county. But increasing those thresholds gives staff additional choice.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dyke. Does that complete your questions, Councillor? Any further questions on the report? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Hodgson, thank you very much. Can I have a mover, please, for the staff recommendation or an alternative? Moved by Councillor Michelli, the staff recommendation, sir? Yes, correct. Seconder, Councillor Very. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion that's before you? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, we will move forward now to agenda item 8.4.2, Brownfield Development Charge Grant Request, file BFD-001. It is report CS 25-026. Staff are just changing seats again. It's musical chairs back there. Turn this to the Senior Financial Analyst, Lisa Pai, to present the report when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Council, staff, and members of the public. I am here today to present report CS 25-026, Brownfield Development Charge Grant Request. The purpose of this report is to seek Council approval to designate the property located at 257 West Church Street in Waterford as a brownfield as set out in bylaw 2019-100. The bylaw includes a provision for development charge exemptions under section 5.4 for properties that meet the brownfield definition and require mediation, which has been identified through a phase 2 environmental assessment. This report is also seeking Council approval for a development charge exemption of up to $177,391. During 2024, staff created a brownfield exemption application package for developers to complete and submit for staff review prior to the request being submitted to Council for consideration. The application package was designed to achieve a streamlined exchange of information as well as to clearly outline program expectations for both county staff and the development community. Staff have received a brownfield exemption application under the new application process. The application was received from 236-9929 Ontario Limited, related to development occurring at 257 West Church Street in Waterford. Staff have completed a review of the application package and are recommending an exemption in the amount of development charges payable up to $177,391 for confirmed eligible remediation costs. I am happy to answer any questions Council may have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pai. Are there questions of the report? Mayor Martin, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Not specific to this location, but do we have anything in our development charge bylaw about a specific timeline on when the property is deemed eligible and the funds can be allocated to that property when, similar to a use it, you don't use it, you lose it with our water capacity. If they don't build in a certain duration, that we would lift the designation.
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, the bylaw does indicate that it is only applicable as long as that bylaw is in effect. So if the bylaw was to be renewed, it would have to go through, it would have to meet those criteria set out in the new bylaw.
Okay, yep, not what I meant, but thank you for that. I would be interested in when the time comes, adding some language in about that, because we constantly are dealing with parcels of land that are moving forward for development that years ago were designated eligible under the brownfield exemption, but not, by this council, and no building goes forward on the land. So if we're serious about getting houses built, I'd like to see some type of clause put into the bylaw, but that's not directly applicable to this staff report today, so I'll park it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Are there further questions of the report? Okay, seeing none, I would look for a mover of the staff recommendation or propose an alternative. Moved by Councillor Columbus, the staff recommendation, sir. Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Huffman. Is there discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, up next, 8.4.3, summary of bid awards for the period ending June 17th, 2025. This is report CS 25090. And we welcome back the Manager of Purchasing, Ms. Jacqueline Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Council, report CS 25-90 is the monthly summary of bid awards. There are 2 bids being presented today for Council's consideration and approval. They include Judd Industrial Park Pond SWM S6 liner remediation and Turkey Point hot mix. Council will also see that there is a request for a capital budget amendment decrease in the amount of $458,000. If there are any questions about the procurement process, I would be happy to answer them. And if there are any questions about the projects, I will refer them to my colleagues in Public Works.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hodgson. Are there questions of the report or of the projects? Councillor Vanden Drieschie, if you'd like, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Just out of curiosity, in general, when you look through the procurement and you look up, do how do you call that? I'm not good at it. A dive, looking up the company. Are there anything, outstanding with companies? I'm just saying in general. Do you do that?
We do, through the chair to Councillor Vanden Drieschie, we do complete a reference check on suppliers. They are to provide references, which staff do follow up with.
So any litigation against them or anything like that, you look that up as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Vanden Drieschie, I believe so.
That's
yes.
good.
Yes.
That was just a general question I have overall. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, are there further questions? Seeing none, I need a mover of the staff recommendation. There are 3 items listed within it, I think. 3? Yep. Is there a mover? Councillor Micheli, seconded by? Anyone? Councillor Columbus, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Up next is item 8.4.4, the debt management policy. This is report CS 25-068. I have Jared, but is it Jacob? Okay, Mr. Jacob Graham, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, good afternoon, Council. So today marks an important milestone for Norfolk County and our finance team as we present the debt management policy for your consideration. This policy largely formalizes long-standing practices that we establish and we utilize every single day for establishing a governance framework that will guide how we manage debt into the future. So debt has been and will continue to be an essential tool to help Norfolk County deliver critical infrastructure services and maintain a high quality level of service. As we face growing infrastructure needs and increasing pressures on our capital program, it's more important than ever that we have an established debt management policy in place. So many of the elements within this debt management policy are unchanged from our current practices. It's now just outlined within a policy for the way that your finance team looks at debt. A central feature of this policy is the formal introduction of clear repayment targets. So these targets will now serve as benchmarks for all future budget and capital planning documents, providing an anchor point for decision making. So the first one, tax-supported debt, will be targeted to remain at or below 10% of the annual net levy requirement. At present, we are at approximately 6%, and even when considering planned projects in our capital plan, we expect to remain well below this target. This reflects a strong, prudent approach to managing tax-supported debt borrowing and supports our long-term financial health. In contrast, rate-supported debt presents a significant area of concern for the county. Currently, over 38% of every rate dollar collected is currently planned to be used to service debt, which far exceeds our new policy target of 25%. This high level of borrowing has historically been necessary to support major water and wastewater projects. However, it does place a significant burden on ratepayers and restricts our flexibility to invest in other priorities across the corporation. Additionally, this policy now formally solidifies the council-approved 15% corporate-wide internal repayment limit that we've historically referenced. While this limit has guided our financial planning in recent years, and its inclusion in the policy strengthens our commitment to maintaining overall debt levels at a manageable level, it's important to really know where the burden is being placed on ratepayers versus taxpayers. So by establishing these targets and limits through a formal governing policy, we are reinforcing the need to gradually reduce our requirements on borrowing, particularly for rate-supported services, and move forward towards a more sustainable financial position. This signals a clear, shared priority for both council and staff and sets a long-term direction that will guide decisions into the future. So beyond these targets, this policy also includes several key principles around legislative compliance, equitable use of debt, sound structuring practices, the integration of debt servicing costs into long-term financial planning. It sets out how and when debt should be used, ensuring greater accountability and transparency in all borrowing decisions. So looking ahead, these principles and targets will be integrated into each annual budget cycle and capital plan. They will shape our approach to project prioritization, affordability, service delivery, and ultimately protect the financial well-being of the county and its residents. So in summary, the approval of this debt management policy represents a strong commitment to financial sustainability and responsible capital investment. Thank you. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
All right, Mr. Graham, thank you very much. I just wanted to note, I think the executive summary in this report was excellent, and it was delivered very succinctly as well. It was easy to read, so appreciate that. Are there questions of the report? Okay, seeing none, can I have a mover then, please? Mayor Martin, the staff recommendation, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Is there... Sorry, Councillor Brunton, did you have something? Nope, you're just seconding. Okay. Any further discussion on said motion? That is before you on the screen as well. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. 8.4.5 is the 2026 budget timetable and guidance. It is report CS 25-105. At this time, we welcome the Manager of Financial Planning, Chris Everetts, to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mayor Martin and members of council. I'm here to present report CS 25-105, which outlines the proposed 2026 budget timetable and development guidance for Norfolk County. So the main purpose of this report is twofold: to seek support for high-level budget guidance, including parameters for levy-supported and rate-supported budgets, and to confirm key dates and the general approach to budget development. So the key recommended guidance in this report will be treated by staff as an upset limit during budget development. This means that we'll make every effort possible to come in below these levels where and when possible, particularly for the levy-supported operating budget. For the rate-supported budget, changes are largely influenced by long-term financial plans and rate studies that are already in place, so there is less flexibility, but we will continue to explore efficiencies where possible. Our primary guidance factors include, for the rate budget, that the rates be established based on the capital needs for water and wastewater services and improved methodologies from the most recent rate study. This means our forecast provided at the 2025 rate budget of a combined average residential increase of 10.1% for 2026. Any significant changes to large capital programs would impact that forecast. And for the levy, we are currently projecting a 7.4% average residential impact, which would equate to approximately $23 per month for the average residential property. The primary drivers of this are the previously approved 2.5% increase related to the asset management plan and associated infrastructure funding requirements, inflationary and contract increases, staffing costs, and pressures in specific areas like policing, similar to the 2025 budget. As Norfolk has recently received strong mayor powers, I want to highlight that this does introduce a slight shift in how we approach our budget process. At this time, Mayor Martin has indicated the intention for staff to prepare the budgets following our normal processes, aligned with approved guidance. You will, however, see that the recommendations in this report are slightly different than in recent years as a result of this legislative change. If this report is approved, we will assist Mayor Martin in drafting a formal directive aligning with the recommendations in this report while referencing the appropriate legislation. This will allow much of our usual budget process to continue like usual. It is important to recognize, though, that some legislative requirements now tie directly to the budget release date rather than the meeting dates. The graphic on page 4 of the report outlines the different timelines that are associated with this legislation. And so I just wanted to highlight that this clock starts ticking when the budget is released, not when our meeting dates are set. Our current schedule does see all budgets released well in advance of the February 1st deadline, so we don't anticipate this being a problem. It just may mean that delivery of the actual budget document might differ slightly than in previous years. And speaking of the timeline, we have October 23rd scheduled for review of the rate budget, November 20th for the levy capital plan, and January 21st and 22nd for the levy operating budget. The full timetable is outlined in the report and aligns with the goal of maintaining transparency and predictability through the process. And then just a couple of other items that we're recommending within this report so that we have clear guidance earlier in the budget development process. First is a revised methodology for mileage reimbursements aligning with the CRA rate beginning in 2026. There is no anticipated budget impact as a result of this change, as it yields the same outcome as our current practice. It will simply help us streamline administration and keep us in step with standard processes. Secondly, we're seeking support for the user fee inflationary increase. This will help us to have clear direction for our annual user fee increase, which comes to Budget Committee mid-October. The recommendation is a 3.5% increase for 2026, which should help keep pace with inflation and make some progress to closer to cost recovery for some fees that are lagging. In summary, this report sets the stage for an efficient, well-structured budget process, and staff are committed to continuing to deliver a responsible budget within the guidance provided and working with council throughout the process. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Everett. Are there questions of the report? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're projecting a 7.4% increase. Last month we added 2.5%. Earlier this afternoon we added another 3% for the garbage. Pretty tight window on everything else in the budget, isn't that? Or are you going to come up with all ways to save money for us?
Through the chair, you are very much correct. It is tight. You will remember to the 2025 budget where base operations were essentially a 0% increase. The only thing to note there is the waste management impacts will only be a quarter of the year for 2026, so not the full 4 million.
Well, I know, but I've been told in the past that when we do the budget, you put in the whole year's amount, even if it's only going to be for half a year, because that sets the base for the next year. So how are we going to jiggle this one around? Because we ask that quite often when we create a new job position and you tell us, no, you have to include that total amount for the whole year, even though we know we're not going to hire him till August or September. So how are we going to juggle this one to make it look good?
Through the chair, you are correct. The key distinction there is typically we take that approach for new initiatives or service level increases where it's not a service we're currently providing. So in this case with waste, we already know that impact is coming, so we will know the impacts when we develop the budget.
Are there further questions of the report? Okay, seeing none, I would look for a mover of the staff recommendation. It is somewhat lengthy as well, but it is available on the screen. Is there a mover? Anyone? Oh, there we go. Councillor Very, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Michele. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. How are we feeling, Council? Do we need a quick break? One more? Sure, let's do that. 8.4.6, Community Engagement Framework Report CS 25-106. Catherine McCurdy is the Director of Customer Service and Communications and is here to present the report. Please take it away.
Good afternoon, Council, staff, and members of the community. Thanks for the opportunity to present Report CS 25-106, which introduces Norfolk County's new Community Engagement Framework. This new strategic guide was developed to strengthen how we connect with the community, with community members and involve them in shaping the decisions that affect their lives. This framework is aligned with the broader communication, marketing, and engagement strategy that will be presented with council in September. And it also responds to the motion from the April CIC minimum engagement standard. The framework outlines clear standards and a consistent process for community engagement, from design and planning to reporting and reflection. It also introduces new and improved strategies, including minimum engagement thresholds, expanded in-person outreach, and the adoption of the IAP2 spectrum of participation to guide how we inform, consult, and collaborate with the community. By adopting this framework, Norfolk County will ensure that engagement is more accessible, measurable, and impactful. It will help build trust, improve transparency, and empower residents to have a voice. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
All right, Ms. McCurdy, thank you very much. Are there questions of the report from committee? Questions? Seeing none. Okay. I would look for a mover of the staff recommendation in that case, or propose an alternative. Moved by Councillor Berry, the staff recommendation, sir? Yeah. Okay. Seconded by Councillor Huffman. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, nice and easy. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. We will recess for approximately 15 minutes.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system, where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests, depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type,
They are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small town charm meets farm fresh flavor. Ontario's Garden. It's time you came home to it.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scott Lynn and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scott Lynn is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official
All right, we are back. We'll resume. Thank you very much for keeping that break relatively on track. I'm sure Councillor Michelli will rejoin us in just a moment. We will turn to the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer with agenda item 8.5.2, Community-Led Initiatives Turkey Point Playground Expansion. This is report CAO 25-083. I would ask Stephanie Potter, the Manager of Corporate Initiatives, to present the report.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Through the chair to the mayor and council, before you is a community-led initiatives application from the Turkey Point Summerfest Community Committee for a playground expansion in Turkey Point Park through the inclusion of a sway bridge. Under the terms of the proposal, the community committee would donate 100% of the approximately $32,000 in capital costs associated with the project, and the county would cover approximately $4,000 in HST. The committee has already raised the funds and has them available for the project. If approved by council, a transfer payment agreement between the county and the committee will be required to specify the donation amount and its purpose. The county would then contract the vendor and manage construction of the project on behalf of the committee. The committee requests that the county single source Henderson Recreation Equipment Limited. In accordance with the purchasing policy, single source supply must be authorized by council by resolution of council prior to the purchase. Staff recommend proceeding with single sourcing this contractor because they are the donating committee's preferred vendor, a reliable company that builds to county standards, are familiar with our community, and have a good working relationship with the committee. After construction, daily playground operations and 100% of future operating costs and capital maintenance and replacement costs would continue to be the responsibility of the county. Staff do not anticipate any additional impacts to the playground's annual operating budget, as the playground is an existing county asset. Annual insurance costs are expected to be approximately $45, and asset replacement lifestyle costing would be approximately $2,700 annually. Staff have reviewed the application and are supportive of the proposal and appreciate the committee's contribution to improving our community assets. Thank you for your consideration. Staff are available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Certainly seems like a good news story so far. Are there questions, Councillor Vanden Driesche?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I saw a picture of it somewhere. It's the bridge, right? Has it been, how do you say that? Has it been okay safety-wise? Because I see, you know, the bars and the ropes, and I've seen that removed in past years. I'm wondering, has that been safety assured, or whatever you want to term that?
Thank you. Through the chair to the council, I might refer that to our director of, used to be operations. Sorry, Bill, I can't remember your new title.
Yeah, no problem. General Manager of Community Services and Development. So I can't hold that for you, Steph. It's been a long day, but I am Bill, and I will attempt to answer that. Yes, dealing with through the county council to the question, dealing with the group Henderson, they are a professional playground manufacturer of all playground equipment, and they have a large and wide area that they supply these services to, so they would come with all approvals for a playground.
Maybe if the clerk's department can ensure that we get name tags for Mr. Cridland. Yeah. Further questions, Councillor Huffman?
Not a question, Chair. I just wanted to make a point. This is a great buy local. Henderson is a company located here in Simcoe, and I'm glad to see that the Turkey Point Group made use of local resources.
Absolutely. Thank you for the point. Councillor Van Passen?
If I could remember what ward I represent and what my name is and what my job title is, I'd be happy to move the recommendation. So.
Thank you very much. I believe the councillor for Ward 4 is moving said report. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Columbus, thank you very much. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Excellent initiative, and appreciate the opportunity to work with community group, and as Councillor Huffman noted, to work locally as best as possible as well. Thank you. All right, so we're going to move forward to 8.5.3. This is the establishment of a lobbyist registry. It is report CAO 25-078. Before we do so, I'd like to ask our CAO to provide some introductory comments.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mr. Deputy Mayor, committee members, and Madam Mayor. This council has made it clear that public trust and confidence in our local government is a priority. As Norfolk continues to mature and evolve, staff continue to explore best practices and opportunities to strengthen trust, confidence, and accountability in local government. Part of that jury includes looking at policies, procedures, and practices to increase transparency and implement some new techniques and policies to achieve council's goals. Today, council will hear from some of our summer students who were hired to bring their enthusiasm, energy, skills, and intelligence to Norfolk and make us better. To be honest, they were hired thinking they were going to learn something from us, but the reality is we learn a lot from them. They bring a new set of eyes and perspective to things that make staff think. They make us question what we do, how we do it, and their endless desire to learn is contagious. If the students that Norfolk hired this summer are an indication of what Norfolk's next generation is delivering, Norfolk has much indeed to be positive and look forward to. We're hoping that following their summer here in Norfolk, they will return to school and become ambassadors for Norfolk, helping friends, family, and peers better understand how municipal government works, the incredible diversification of challenges and opportunities that exist in municipal jobs, and that they themselves would consider municipal jobs as a viable and desirable career option post-graduation. And with that, Mr. Chair, I turn it over to Ethan, who will introduce himself and present the report.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Duthie, greetings, committee members. As noted by the CAO, my name is Ethan Russell, and I'm one of the summer students in the Clerk's Department. Before you is a report detailing Norfolk County staff's recommendation that Norfolk County implement a lobbyist registry. This report is the culmination of work over several summers by students in both the Office of the CAO and the Legislative Services Department. At its heart lies the principles of transparency and accountability, aligning with the 2022 to 2026 strategic initiative of serving Norfolk. As outlined in the report, a lobbyist registry would essentially be a web page publicly displayed on the Norfolk County website that details registrations by the lobbyists of their communications with public office holders. A lobbyist is any individual who communicates with a public office holder to influence legislative action, and does so either because they are paid to deliver the communication or because they represent a business or financial interest. Staff recommends that public office holders would include members of council, members of local boards and committees, the CAO of the county, and general managers of the county. It's important to note the narrow category of communications that would be captured under this proposed system. As noted in Attachment 1 and in the draft bylaw, it's important to see that communications that occur at public meetings would not need to be recorded, such as deputations, nor would communications that primarily serve to give compliments or complaints about county programs, or those advanced by community interest groups to support community initiatives. Section 223 of the Municipal Act allows municipalities to establish lobbyist registries. The municipality is given the ability to require individuals who lobby public office holders to provide information to and register with the municipalities in which those activities occur. To clarify, the obligation to register is on the lobbyist. Public office holders would not have any obligations beyond cooperating with investigations by the lobbyist registrar and being able to not communicate with lobbyists who are prohibited from communicating with public office holders. Public office holders would not need to file their own communications or keep their own records. Nevertheless, they would be encouraged to remind lobbyists of their obligation to register when the public office holder believes that they are being lobbied. Further, the Municipal Act also allows municipalities to enforce certain conditions for the continued registration of lobbyists and to suspend a lobbyist registration when those conditions are not complied with. If Council approves the creation of a lobbyist registry, staff recommend that an escalating scheme of suspension lengths is applied for contraventions of the bylaw, beginning at 30 days, moving up to 90 days, and then 120 days for a first, second, and third or subsequent offense, respectively. The Act also allows municipalities to ban former public office holders from lobbying current public office holders for a period of time. Staff recommends that this period be set at 1 year to recognize the unique ability for former public office holders to influence legislative actions. In order to successfully maintain a lobbyist registry, Council would need to appoint a designated lobbyist registrar. As noted in the report, staff recommend that this position be filled internally for the first year of the program, following which time and the submission of the report, Council may decide whether it would be beneficial to hire or retain an external individual. As other municipalities have recognized when implementing their own lobbyist registries, staff recognize the importance of education and accessibility to maintaining a successful lobbyist registry. Staff in the Communications and Customer Service Department have been consulted in the creation of this report and are able to offer technical expertise in creating a filing portal and in creating educational materials. Examples of what this filing portal may look like are included at Appendix D of Attachment 1 of this report. Moving forward, if Council decides to approve the lobbyist registry for Norfolk County, staff in the Legislative Services Department will bring an accompanying bylaw to Council and will immediately begin working with staff in the Communications and Customer Service Department. Staff are confident that within 1 to 2 months of approval, the website, the filing portal, and the educational materials can be created and will ensure that their rollout coincides with the enactment of the lobbyist registry bylaw. Following enactment, for the first 6 months of this program, the penalties under the bylaw will not be applied, and instead, there will be a focus on educational sessions and distributing educational materials by the Legislative Services staff. In concluding today, a lobbyist registry is a powerful tool for enhancing accountability and transparency within municipal government. Staff have thoroughly discussed relevant considerations to implementing a lobbyist registry in the report before you and stand ready to fulfill the duties required to maintain and implement that registry if Council directs staff to do so. As such, staff recommend the report CAO 2578 be received as information and the Council approve the creation of a lobbyist registry for Norfolk County and direct staff to prepare a corresponding bylaw and code of conduct. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that this committee may have.
Mr. Russell, I work in the broadcast industry, and I was completely enthralled by your delivery. It was absolutely perfect. Well done. Really well done.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Questions of the report. I have Councillor Huffman first, followed by Mayor Martin.
Thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth. I have no questions. I was enthralled. I was educated. You should be doing a video on 101 on how to speak to council and in public places or whatever. That was phenomenal, Ethan. That was really good.
Through the chair, thank you for bringing that up. We are creating a video with the deputy clerk to direct staff on some best practices to use.
Ethan, you can take credit sometimes. Take it where it's due. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions either. That truly, and I'm not just saying it, that was the best staff report in my entire municipal career that you just gave. So kudos to you. That was excellent. And if staff had been ready and known that you were going to do this, they should have followed up with an FTE request to have you hire to train all of our staff on how to deliver it. That was excellent. Great report, great delivery. Job well done.
Through the chair, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Michelli, then Columbus and Van den Driesch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ethan, I wish I had my paddle in my hand, but 10.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Columbus, please.
Well, the mayor mentioned her municipal career. That was the best one in my municipal career. Wow. That was the really, really powerful.
How many years is that, Councillor Columbus?
It's 40.
There you go.
Wow. Anyway, question here. You were at you probably followed the meeting, full meeting today. Do you see anywhere where, with respect to today's meeting, a lobbyist could have been involved?
Through the chair, I can't speak directly to when lobbying action may be involved, but I will highlight the fact that if a lobbyist was involved and we had a lobbyist registry in place, we would certainly know about it, and I'd be better informed about it. So, thank you.
And do you feel that it will increase red tape or reduce red tape to have a lobbyist involved?
Through the chair, it will increase some of the obligations on people who lobby public office holders. They now need to register these communications. I don't know if I would necessarily classify that as red tape, but what it does do is it increases transparency in how decisions are made and the information upon which council and other public office holders make decisions.
Thank you. You've got a great future, young man.
Agreed. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great report. You did the background, you did your homework, you did all of that. Now let's actually talk about the content of it. Municipalities do more nuts and bolts, the real work. The policies and things are set more by the provincial and federal levels. How much need really, like when's the last occasion we had to deal with a lobbyist with Norfolk County? You know, we get some on planning applications when they want their community fixed, but all those things are exempt anyway. But a municipality's not really in the business of doing work to set big overarching policies, and is there really a need for it at the municipal level to have a lobbyist registry?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. It's the opinion of staff that it helps to better serve just the information that is being received. Everybody knows kind of the information that occurs at public meetings already. They know who's coming to these meetings, they know who's giving deputations at these meetings, and they know the information that members of council are making their decisions on when they read through these staff reports. So what this essentially does is gives more context to who's giving information to council and in what situations this information may be given. And it's the opinion of staff that that would help to increase the public's awareness of how council makes their decisions, and helps to increase the public's awareness of some of the implications of these decisions later on, and allows them to give better perspective when they see that some interests may not be being represented to council and to other public office holders.
I have Councillor Van Andrieschie next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation. It was great. But the nuts and bolts of it is this. I have been a registered lobbyist. Chris as well has been a registered lobbyist. It was a pain in my butt to be a registered lobbyist. You have to make your report every month. There's rules you have to follow. In saying that you want to see, or the staff wants to see, that lobbyists we should have registered lobbyists to be able, but that inhibits who I can speak to and how I speak to them. It does. As well as, now you're saying if I would also have to go again and become a lobbyist, a registered lobbyist, if I were run into a member of parliament or a member of provincial parliament or an MP. Because then I have to say, I am a lobbyist because I'm a councillor, blah, 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 and if I'm going to discuss this with you, then I have to report that, I have to write it on my registry list, I have to report it in, I have to do all that. It's cumbersome to someone like myself, again, who I speak to, what I speak about, all of that kind of thing. I see it in larger cities. I know that Toronto does, Brampton does, Ottawa does. They all have the registered lobbyists, and they all have to be registered. But the procedure in and of itself is cumbersome to those involved, such as any of us would have to become lobbyists. Do you see that, or?
Councillor, I'll address two kind of points that were brought up there. The first one is just to clarify exactly who would now need to become a lobbyist under the bylaw. Members of council would not need to become lobbyists to lobby other members of government or anybody, and within the terms of the bylaw that would be enacted. There's a specific exemption, I believe it's either Section 3 or Section 4 under that draft bylaw that I've presented to you.
But that would almost be hypocritical of myself if I didn't register as a lobbyist and I expected to interact with those who are registered.
Again, Councillor, what we see from just this enactment of this bylaw would be people who would be lobbying members of council and other members of senior staff here. For you to go and lobby another public office holder who may be under a different system, you might have to register there, but again, there's nothing that we can necessarily do about that. And again, we have this in these other areas of government, and you highlight that somebody may need to be a registered lobbyist under one system and perhaps not under another system. But again, what we're trying to do here is trying to bring some of those perspectives from higher government and some of the perspectives the leading municipalities have brought in to ensure that we can have more transparent government. To address kind of the second point there about some of the increased restrictions, I've shown some examples of just some of the questions and the basic information that we may need from lobbyists. And it's not an extremely cumbersome process as may be seen in other municipalities or even the federal or provincial governments. They're short questions that lobbyists need to answer every single time they undertake a communication. And again, I'll highlight the narrowness of these communications. It's only somebody who is either paid or represents a business or financial interest. And there's a long list of exemptions included in that bylaw that would pertain to a wide variety of situations. So we're trying to cut back on the red tape using that, but I do understand your point there that it is an extra obligation that they would need to undertake.
Just as an example then, so you're telling me that a developer would want to call and start speaking about, he'd have to be a registered lobbyist?
It depends, or rather through the chair, it would depend on the exact specifications of that process, and that would be what these educational systems are. If they're calling outside of established measures that the county has set up for these developers, just calling for example, calling a counselor and saying, hey, I have this development application, I'd really like this pushed through very, very fast, instead of following through with these processes the council has set up, they may well need to be registered as a lobbyist. However, if they're following an approved process that is the policy of the county, then they would not need to necessarily be a registered lobbyist.
So we'd have to create quite a few policies then, because what's the fine line? Where does it start and where does it stop?
Again, through the chair, it would be, all it is to highlight is just these things that already work outside of our currently established processes. If somebody's following, for example, a development process, there's a specific process that planning staff will take them through. But if they go outside of that process and, again, it meets that definition of lobbying, they may have to register.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Very.
Thanks, Chair. It's sort of a comment and a question, I suppose. So, following up on the last couple of questions here, yeah, the province makes the policies, and there's not maybe a ton we can do at all times, but the bottom line is people still want to speak to us. So there is a goal there, whether we can do a lot or not. And I think I support the registry, because I think if people are trying to influence our vote, or people are trying to influence the decision of staff, the public should know about that. So I think, I guess my question here is, am I understanding that correctly, that that's what you're saying here? It's not if the developer wants to speak to us about, for instance, what's it like to develop in Norfolk, that's not influencing a decision. It's when they're trying to meet with us ahead of a meeting to get us on side or to present information, because I get that all the time, and I always tell them, well, no, I'll just wait to the thing. So that's what you're talking about, correct? But when they're trying to influence the decision or a course of action, that's where they have to register. It's not just talking to us about general issues.
Through the chair, yes, we're trying to highlight those types of situations where they might fall outside of those processes. And I'll highlight in the draft bylaw, there are a long list of exemptions there. For example, somebody just asking for information from a public office holder would not need to register. Somebody providing compliments or complaints about a county program would not need to register. But it's really just those very specific ones where somebody wants something to happen and they represent that business or financial interest.
Right, so the bottom line here then, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that the onus is on the lobbyist to be transparent and declare why they're requesting a meeting with us, right? That's the whole point here, is that if the lobbyist, or if there's a developer or whoever it is, if they're not trying to influence us or influence our decision or influence the staff's decision, well, they don't need to worry about this. It's only if they are trying to influence us. That's the issue, correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay,
Through the chair, that's the
Thank
issue.
you.
Okay, thank you very much. Up next, Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great job, Ethan. Can I ask you what you're taking at school, if I don't mind me asking?
Certainly. Through the chair, I'm currently going into my third year at Western in business administration. So I'll be starting at the Ivy Business School in September.
Do you have to do a thesis next year?
I'm not sure exactly what's involved next year. There are some different program options with the program I'm going into, but it's mainly a business administration degree. So we go over different finance related topics. I did accounting last year as my major. So, but eventually I hope to go into law that's the end
Well,
goal.
if you do have to do one, I know my own children had to do one at school, but you just did it. You educated a bunch of nobody counselors here on how to hire a lobbyist. So anyways, big money in the States.
I think
Big
I may resemble that remark, but
I appreciate that, the counselor. Thank you.
all right, I have Councillor Huffman next.
Thank you, Chair. Just taking all of these comments in, and I understand the premise of the whole report, and I understand how it works. I guess where my question lies is, how does that relate itself to, let's say, donations during a political campaign? Does someone, like, what if it's a developer or something like that? Would they have to be registered as a, do you know what I'm getting at?
Pass that to staff. I would suspect there's already a process for that, but
Certainly, I can direct the question to the CAO.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to council, yeah, it is a separate process, and the Municipal Elections Act covers all the donations and the reporting requirements. They would not be considered a lobbyist, because the election wouldn't be something that would be on this council's table for consideration. That's something that's a member of the public to vote individual councillors into office, and any donations you receive is a separate process that's covered.
Convoluted a little bit, I guess, is that, let's say a developer wanted to talk to a councillor about an upcoming project, and so not just to inform, well, maybe a little information, but to kind of maybe get their vote, get their support. But then on the same hand, so you would have to register as a lobbyist, but on the other hand, that same developer could give somebody X number of dollars in a campaign, and you wouldn't see that there would be a quid pro quo there. So I just find it a little convoluted, but I definitely support the whole thing of the registry.
can I maybe just ask for clarification on the point there, or the suggestion raised by Councillor Huffman? Because my understanding from your report was, if that developer was asking for something that is outside of the process, it would need to be considered a lobbyist. But if they are simply meeting with you for sort of informational purposes, it is not. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. And also through the chair, the CAO's previous comments about there being separate systems are also corrected.
Okay. All right. Good. Any further questions of the report? Okay. Again, Ethan, excellent job. Councillor Brenton?
I think Councillor Huffman brought it up, but when developers call us and they want to sit down with us, let's be real. You know what they're after. They want your approval to push their development through. And so I don't know. I sometimes really don't even want to meet with them, but you do it as a courtesy. And I guess I find that difficult at times. So.
I wondered, Mr. CEO, did you have any response to that?
I don't have a response. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that certainly it is difficult, and part of what this report is sort of trying to establish is public trust in the processes. And what we're suggesting is, if a developer is calling you and they want to discuss with you their development application, it's as simple as them putting it on the registry to have on the public record that they met with you to talk about their development in advance of a potential decision point of this council, and that just increases the transparency and the trust in local government.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to put forth a motion that report CAO-25-078 be received as information. I just do not see the need for another layer of bureaucracy, more staff to solve a problem that doesn't exist in the first place. So just like to receive it as information. It's well done, gives us a lot of background. We've got some homework to do. If a problem comes up again, we've got all the background already, but at this time, I don't want to spend any more money. We're looking at a budget increase already of 7.4%, so receive it as information, please.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Brunton. Is there discussion or debate on the motion? I see Councillor Berry first.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion because I believe that we should have this lobbyist registry. So I don't mind receiving his information, but I don't want to leave it at that. So no, I won't support it. And if it fails, I will make the motion that we approve the recommendation as it is on the screen.
Noted, thank you. Further discussion, I have Councillor Huffman followed by Councillor Van Adrishi. Did I see your hand there or no? Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair Duthie. Through you, I'm with Councillor Very. I won't be supporting the motion as well. I feel that this level of transparency is necessary, and I think that we are growing. I think there's a lot of projects coming up, and I think that I see a place for this within our community. And looking back historically, that maybe some people wouldn't have been in some hot water if there had been a lobbyist registry. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Van Adrishi, then followed by the Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, I will be supporting the motion. I feel and I appreciate all the work that you've done. It is good information, and it's not something that I would like to make a decision on after hearing the presentation. I think it takes more time. As like I have said, I've been a registered lobbyist and I know what entails it, and I would be hypocritical to sit here and not register myself as a lobbyist as a politician if I didn't do that, knowing who I have to communicate with. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair, maybe for our Deputy Clerk. If the motion to receive the report as information is not successful and then a supplementary motion to provide direction to staff was to occur, then what? So it's probably in council's best interest to receive it as information and then put a supplementary motion on the floor? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to support the motion for very much similar reasons that Councillor Van Adrishi just outlined, and Councillor Van Passen, the mover. I think that at this stage, I don't know if I want to commit to another layer of administration or bureaucracy, whatever we're going to call it. I do want to receive it as information. And I very much appreciate the work that's been done by Ethan, also our two previous summer students who are both former students of mine. Very good job, excellent report, but I think this is something that we may need to do some, as Councillor Van Passen said, to do some homework on and really know what road we're going to go down. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so just to confirm, the motion really that's on the floor right now is simply just to receive as information. There's no further direction at this point. There could be a supplementary motion following that. So is there any further debate or discussion on the motion that's on the floor currently? Seeing none, we'll call the question on the motion, which is that report CAO 25-078 outlines the establishment and implementation of a lobbyist registry be received as information. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Is there any further direction? Councillor Very.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that council approve the creation of a lobbyist registry for Norfolk County and direct staff to prepare a corresponding bylaw and code of conduct.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Are you seconding that? Yeah. Okay. Is there discussion or debate on this motion? I realize we've had some of it, but certainly, Councillor, you can speak to it. Yep.
So really, again, this is really just to make sure that the public knows who's speaking to us about trying to get their issues advanced outside of the normal course of action. There's nothing here that it's not on us to do anything. It's on the lobbyist to register and to file those reports. So, to me, this is the public should know who is meeting with us and trying to influence things. I don't think that there's anything secret. There should be a secret about that. So, that's where I stand on this. I don't see any negative to having a lobbyist registry.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Very. I have Mayor Martin next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll speak in favor of the motion. This one's an easy one for me. it's an easy next step, really, to work towards sophistication of the municipality. It's a practice that occurs in other municipalities, and it is no additional workload for any of us. And while I can see it being used for the day-to-day business that happens, I actually agree with Councillor Huffman. Like, there are a couple of ideas that are coming to mind where council members probably would have wanted to have a lobbyist on record to protect them or their position or direction that they voted on. And additionally, a couple of folks who work within the municipality, not for the municipality, but work with the municipality, have sometimes had conflict of interest on their own, and council has investigated those conflicts with public tax dollars. So having a very clear and transparent place to be able to go and clear council and staff of any, wrongdoing or accusations, I think is wise, and we're seeing more and more and more public distrust online of local governance. So this one for me is easy, and I will be supporting it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Van de Driesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just indicating that I will not be supporting it. I think it's too soon, it's too fresh. You've given great information, and making decisions on the fly like this is not something I like to do. I like to get more information and think about it. When I get a phone call from someone and they start off, I'm always courteous. I like to hear what they have to say. And then I have to stop them and say, oh, wait a minute, are you a lobbyist? And they say, no, but I want you, I need your help on this and that. I have to say, no, I guess you have to be a lobbyist. Where is the fine line? We don't know that. And oh yes, I've been there. I've been a registered lobbyist. I know what you have to go through, and I know what the complications are. And you're making this situation, as we're a level of government that's closest to the people, and you're making it difficult. This would make it difficult for people just to come and stop me on the street corner, and I'd have to stop them and say, you're gone a little bit over the line, and I think you should be a registered lobbyist. That is a concern. I just don't want to make a decision today, just so fresh from the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, I would just like the CIO's comments.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, what we're saying is anyone who wants to meet with a councillor to influence a decision that might be coming before council would simply have to go on a website, register their name, the purpose of the meeting, and when they met with a councillor. Like, we're not talking about them going through a administrative process where they would have to jump through hoops to become a registered lobbyist. By the nature of them meeting with a specific council member, a staff member, myself, in trying to influence decisions, staff recommendations, things of that sort, would be captured, so members of the public would be able to identify and understand certain individuals who have met with council members or senior staff in trying to advance their agendas. There isn't an administrative hurdle for them to become lobbyists in the traditional sense that you have to register and go through a bunch of things. What we're saying here is they're going to put their names in a document that shows publicly that they met with you, or they met with me, or they met with the general manager. Ethan is going to explain it a little further.
Yeah, Ethan, go ahead.
If I may provide a little bit of extra context to you through the chair. Again, these processes, they don't have to occur before somebody comes over and talks to you. Again, they can occur afterwards. All they have to do is just, within 10 business days, give a brief description of what they talked about you with, what they asked about. That's the only requirement. It's a very basic form. The screenshots of it are included in Appendix D, and it's just a few questions. And I understand your concerns about there being these larger systems of registered lobbyists, especially at the provincial and the federal level, but all we're asking for here is just the filling out of a form.
And if you could maybe just clarify for me, Mr. Russell, do we, because Councillor Van de Driesche raised the point that we would need to stop someone to say, wait a minute, are you a lobbyist? But I didn't get that same impression. Can you just clarify?
Deputy Mayor Duthie, that is not correct. You would never have an obligation to stop somebody in and say, hey, you're not a registered lobbyist. That's not here. Again, the registration can occur after the communication happens. It would more so be, you have the communication with them, and then you say, hey, we have this lobbyist registry bylaw in Norfolk County. Please fill out this form just talking about what you talked with me about, and that we had this communication. It just, again, it provides a record of the communication that you had. You don't have to do it beforehand at all.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van Passen, then Columbus, then Huffman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm not supporting the motion on the floor, but I also think that the motion on the floor is incomplete and would move to amend it. It says right in the report, it's going to cost time and money. So if we're going to prepare the corresponding bylaw and code of conduct, we also need a report on the corresponding budget amendment to pay for this. So, if we're going to do it, we should do it right, and we need a budget amendment to pay for it now. So I would put a motion to amend the motion on the floor by adding that need for a budget amendment.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend. Is there a seconder for the motion to amend to include the financial consideration? Seconded by Councillor Michelli. We'll deal with the amending part first. Is there discussion or debate on the motion to amend? Seeing none, I'll call the question, which is on the proposed amendment. Again, moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. So the motion is now amended. So the motion is being changed on your screen, and that, I believe, was initially moved by Councillor Very and I think Councillor Huffman. Yep. That Council approve the creation of a lobbyist registry for Norfolk County and direct staff to prepare the corresponding bylaw and code of conduct, and that the financial considerations be included. Yes, we will have a recorded vote when we get to that time. Fair. Okay, so the motion is now amended. It is before you. I will invite, I think, Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to pass things.
Okay, I had Councillor Huffman.
I'm going to pass on my comments.
And I think I saw Mayor Martin.
Thank you. Through you, just clarification on the motion from the amendment. What does it mean to be included?
Whoops, Councillor Van Passen, if you can give some further clarity for the purpose of the motion.
Same as we get all the time, we have to do a budget amendment. There's no budgeted amount in 2025 budget to deal with this. So we have to do a budget amendment to put that in there.
So are you saying include a dollar value in a report when the bylaw comes back, or are you just saying?
They can bring the bylaw back. That would need to be approved. The changes to the code of conduct would need to be approved, and the budget amendment would have to be approved. It all has to come back. Right?
Okay, so. All right. So it might, okay, fine, understood.
So Madam Mayor, if I may, I think we'll maybe turn to our treasurer, Ms. Fanning, for some comments at this time, and Councillor Brunton, I see you.
Thank you, and through the chair to council. The costs determined to be associated with are very minor, only $2,000, so we just recommended that they form part of the overall corporate surplus deficit for 2025. So maybe what we could put in the motion is that the associated costs would form part of the overall corporate surplus deficit for the year ended 2025, and that might be a little bit more clear for council as they're considering the motion.
That does add significant clarity, so thank you to the treasurer. It is somewhat different, I think, than what Councillor Van Passen had initially moved. So I guess I would look to Councillor Van Passen to see if that proposed amendment.
Mr. Chairman, when I read the report, we need to have extra staff. We may need to have our matters be handled through the county's legal service request system. That's just a little more than nothing, right? They're farther in, if this pilot succeeds, they want to hire a full-time staff to look after this. Now, come on now. We need a little bit more detail than just say, well, it shouldn't cost much. I remember we went to an integrity commissioner, we budget this much, we spend that much, and been there, done that, I don't want to do it again. So the other reports will come back, a budget amendment will come back, if that's what the wording is. But this is the motion on the floor right now, let's deal with it.
Yep, Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I'm following this. If the original motion fails, the amendment fails with it, correct? It was amended. Am I correct on that? Thank you.
Oh, so he says the original motion, but the original motion is now the new motion, which has the amendment built in. Yeah. Okay. Are there any further comments, discussion, or debate on the motion as amended? All right. So at this time, I will call the question. Councillor Van Passen, if I can just ask for clarity, and my apologies, committee. There's a question from the clerk if you wanted the wording in the amendment to say be included in a future staff report. They believe they heard that, but want clarification.
It would have to come back because we don't know what it is yet, so you have to bring it back at some point. But you also have to bring back the bylaw and you have to bring back the changes to the code of conduct. It all has to come back.
Okay. I think that does make sense in context of this motion as amended. Okay. Sorry for the delay there, folks. Final call for comments, discussion, debate on the motion that is before you. It is as amended and is on the screen. We will entertain a recorded vote. I will turn Councillor Brunton.
I just want to make sure I'm reading things in this on the screen here. We're voting on
the second part of the screen. That's
thank
correct.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the first part is already approved. We have already received it as information. So, yep, fair question. We are dealing with what you can see on the screen only. I will turn it to the Deputy Clerk for recorded vote.
Councillor Brunton? No. Councillor Huffman?
Pause for a second. Sorry, can we please use our microphones?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
No.
Councillor Huffman?
Yes.
Councillor Michele?
No.
Councillor Van Passen?
No.
Councillor Berry?
Yes.
Councillor Columbus?
No.
Councillor Van Andrishi?
No.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
And Councillor Duthie?
Yes.
It's failed.
And that motion has been defeated. Okay. So it has been received as information at this time. Is there any further action on that item? Seeing none. Ethan, thank you for your work on that. Excellent job, certainly on the delivery and all the background work that you put into the report. And the outcome today is certainly no reflection of the work that you've done. You did a terrific job.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
All right, we'll move forward to the next item on the agenda. It is 8.5.4, Whistleblower Waste and Fraud Hotline Report CAO 25-076. At this time, I think we are turning to another one of our awesome summer students. This one is Sydney Stortini's report, and welcome.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Duthie. Good morning, committee members. My name is Sydney, and I'm one of the students in the office of the CAO. Before proceeding to the report, please note that on page 3 of report CAO 25076, in paragraph 1, 42% should be corrected to 24, removing the percentage sign. This reflects an increase from 1 to 2 reports after the implementation of a whistleblower waste and fraud hotline in the city of Winnipeg. Moving forward. The purpose of this report is to provide this committee with information regarding the proposed implementation of a whistleblower waste and fraud hotline for Norfolk County staff and public. This report aligns with the 2022-2026 strategic priorities serving Norfolk, ensuring the delivery of high-quality services in cost-effective and responsible manner. Many municipalities, such as the City of Hamilton and the City of Toronto, have had success with the implementation of a whistleblower hotline as a mechanism to deter fraudulent or wasteful activities. The proposed hotline would provide staff and the public with a confidential and secure channel to report misconduct as well as reinforce Norfolk County's commitment to transparency within the public. By implementing By identifying and addressing waste and fraud, financial loss can be minimized. A hotline would help identify gaps in current procedures, enabling process improvements. While we do not have current concerns within the municipality, this report contributes to the ongoing maturity of the county and maintaining transparency with its residents. To be effective, a hotline must be supported by best practices, including a clear policy framework, accessible reporting mechanisms, staff awareness and training, structured investigation processes, confidentiality and anonymity, data security and record storage, and finally, program evaluation and improvements. The report in front of you outlines 3 options. Option 1 is to carry on with current practices. Option 2 is the implementation of a whistleblower waste and fraud hotline exclusively managed by Norfolk County staff. And option 3 is the implementation of a whistleblower waste and fraud hotline using an independent third-party service provider. Staff recommend the implementation of option 3 as it upholds an accessible reporting mechanism and a structured investigation process. If council chooses to move forward with option 3, the hiring of an independent service provider, attachment 2 of the report outlines sub-options for the hiring of an investigator. This report proposes a 2-year phased implementation process. In the first year, internal staff will be able to use the hotline. The first year will include active monitoring and adjustments when needed. Moving towards the second year will allow for expansion to public use, with further monitoring and adjustments when needed. This phased rollout will allow for risk mitigation, staff training, and system testing, ensuring the platform functions efficiently before wider use. A dedicated whistleblower policy will define the standards for using and maintaining the hotline, clarify the roles of all stakeholders involved, and differentiate between the issues that will be handled through the hotline and issues that will remain under our current HR processes. Based on staff research into different whistleblower hotline systems, the initial steps would involve a platform system setup with personal logins for county staff. Reports can be made through a report form or a 24-hour toll-free hotline. Through an independent third-party hotline portal, reports will be made to their report receivers and triaged based on criteria defined by Norfolk County. The named investigator, who will be chosen by council as outlined in attachment 2, will be notified of new cases added to the portal. They will then conduct the investigation and update the case with the resolution. The complainant can track the progress of their case using their personalized login and will be notified when a resolution is reached. Staff is confident that upon approval of this report, a whistleblower waste and fraud hotline, specifically using an independent third-party service provider, would take 4 to 6 weeks for initial setup. The whistleblower waste and fraud hotline proposal supports efficiency, public trust, and growth within Norfolk County. Staff's recommendation is that report CAO 25076 be received as information, and that council approves the creation of a whistleblower waste and fraud hotline, and that upon council's approval, this report proceeds to the budget processes in the fall for financial analysis and inclusion in the 2026 budget. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Another excellent report, Ms. Stortini. Thank you so much, and it's really awesome to see the caliber of the students, and I don't know if all 3 of you are back, but certainly 2 of you are back from the previous year, so we must be doing something right, so that's terrific. Appreciate that. Are there questions of the report? Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for the CAO. I would only be in, great job, Sydney. I would only be in support of this recommendation if we started with an in-house plan. I'm not in favor of, contracting this out or hiring someone to do it. So we've recently gone through a bit of a reorganization, and we have 2 additional deputy CAOs on staff. Those 2 individuals should be trusted and are trusted to execute on very sensitive and confidential details of the municipality on a regular basis. Is this something that they can take on through their workload?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly we've debated internally when we were developing this in terms of establishing the pilot project, not knowing exactly the intake and sort of how busy it would become. What our hope is that in year one, we advertise it, we start to get some reports in, some incidents, some complaints, and we can investigate internally for sure. I would say also we've got a manager of strategic initiatives in the CAO's office as well that can assist with some of these investigations. The only sort of concern that we would have is we want to maintain that there's some trust and confidence in the system, and so we want to make sure that it was an independent third party. We can certainly start, should it be council's direction, with some internal resources dedicated to investigating some complaints that come in, and if that is direction of council, we can certainly start with that in a pilot time frame, and we can report back to council report in terms of how many requests we've had for investigations, the results of those investigations, the successes that we've had, and then we can determine at that point, or council can determine at that point, if what the next steps would be. But that's certainly a consideration if that's council's desire.
Okay, thank you for that answer. That's helpful. I think that that's a great first step, and while it might be a additional workload, we'd also be able to quantify the volume of interest in this program and potential savings, and therefore that savings could then be neutralized by hiring a firm if it's necessary to do that. But this would be the original, I guess, implementation of something that would create a system to further demonstrate to the public that we're very cautious and concerned with public tax dollars. I also want to take this opportunity to say that never once have I had any concerns from our staff or have I heard of any abuse. I think that this is, again, just another maturity exercise for the corporation and the municipality, but it is, you know, in an effort to be fully transparent, a great system to have.
Okay. Any further comments? Oh, there we go. Okay, Councillor Columbus, then Barry, then Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And 20 or more years ago, I brought up the issue or the item whereby we should have suggestion boxes, anonymous suggestion boxes, with respect to how to improve efficiency and effectiveness within the management of the county. And I haven't heard anything where those suggestion boxes are anymore, but there was a group that used to open them up every once in a while, read the information that was put in there anonymously. And is that still ongoing anywhere? I think they were in some of the arenas. And
through you, Mr. Chair, part of council's approval of the people plan in 24, I believe, I'm not even sure now when it was, includes some suggestions in terms of looking at efficiencies and processes, and that's one of the programs that HR is in the process of implementing. We've got a dedicated resource who's in leading that initiative, and that's one of the things that we're looking at is in terms of having suggestion boxes that would be placed either virtual, online, or physical boxes where staff would be able to submit ideas for process improvements if there's some issues with different things, and so that is in the process of being rolled out as well.
Yes, I'm pleased to hear that, because the whistleblower thing seems to put a negative tone on it, whereas the suggestion box brings positivity. Okay, you can do the same thing, but when you say whistleblower, it's kind of harsh. And I just wonder, do you think that there is some need for this? Have we had a lot of fraud and that type of thing, Mr. CEO?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would just so that we're clear, it's two different types of things that we're looking at. Suggestion boxes in terms of process improvements are things that we should be promoting. We should be rewarding staff who come up with ideas that, whether they're frontline staff, management staff, that identify process improvements and result in significant savings for the county, and we're looking to roll that program out. What this is intended to do is allow the opportunity for internal staff members to start, but others, if this program is successful and rolls out, and they are identifying waste, fraud, abuse, and sometimes that isn't an easy thing for someone to come forward with, particularly when there might be associated with illegal activity and things of that sort. So the process is to allow that anonymity around that and have an independent investigator or someone look at those accusations in an attempt to weed out that waste and fraud. And so two separate programs. We're not suggesting that waste and fraud is rampant within Norfolk, but what we're suggesting is in an attempt for us to continue to build on that public trust, that there is a process established so that if someone sees something that is wasteful or fraudulent or something that's going on that shouldn't be going on, they have the courage to do something and through the cloak of anonymity to allow them to bring that forward so that we can have an independent investigator look at that.
Okay, Councillor Berry, please.
Thanks. Through the chair, I suppose to maybe Sydney, because it's your report, but it might be unfair, so it might go to Al. So that's okay if it's not fair to you. So, or no, it's okay if you throw it to him. Is what I mean. So with the anonymity component, is there any? Do you foresee any risk of abuse though? Like, are we going to have people who, because they're protected, are going to have vendettas against co-workers or former co-workers or their superiors that, because we don't know who they are going to waste staff resources and time because of the anonymity? Is there any issues there that you've noticed or run into?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor I'm so sorry.
Very.
That is a very valid concern, and through reports that I've read, that has been a concern that municipalities have addressed and looked into before implementing a whistleblower hotline. From my research, there has not been cases of that happening, but if the CAO would like to touch on that more.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, I'd reiterate what Sydney is saying. I think there might be an initial, opportunity for those who have got a vendetta or something to issue some complaints. I think that's going to be sort of validated quickly through the vetting process. We'll be able to sort of identify some of those things. But the fear of having personal vendettas come out shouldn't stop us from continuing on with the program and trying to weed out as much fraud and waste. So certainly the concern is valid, but I'm hoping once the program gets established, once people understand the legitimacy of the program, that the investigation is thorough and things are thoroughly investigated in an independent manner, that those types of potential frivolous accusations will be minimal, if any.
Just to follow up, to be clear, I wasn't looking for reasons to not approve or go forward with the program. What I'm looking for is, I guess, something more specific, I guess, about how we know things are frivolous and this doesn't become a waste of time. Like, I accept that you're saying there are ways to do it, and if it's better that we don't say how in order to not have people be able to get around it, that's fair enough, say so. But I guess what I want to know is, I don't want to go forward with this if the answer is just, it won't be a big deal. Like, I want to know, like, hey, what if it is? Like, what do we do in the event that this becomes a tool of abuse in that situation? I want to look forward and be prepared for that. So tell me, if you don't mind, tell me more than just, it won't be a problem.
Through Mr. Chair, I would say the following, that if council approves it and it's a pilot project and we're absorbing the majority of the costs internally, if after 6 months, 12 months, we report back to council and say, we had 100 calls for an investigation, we investigated all 100 and 99 of them were proven to be false or not accurate or perhaps in sort of vindictive, we will certainly report back to council, and that would be the opportunity for council to deem it whether or not this is a waste or not, and we would certainly have an indication through our investigations, and we'll provide council with some of our best thoughts at that time as well.
Okay, thanks. That's a little better. So I guess my last question then is, do we have a sense of, and I guess this may be back to Sydney, what it takes, if we're going to do it staff internally, great. What are we talking about in terms of a time commitment per incident here? Like, so I mean, if we're going to, the mayor mentioned we have 2 deputy CAOs, and I mean, that's not inexpensive time. So is it going to be like hours per call, or is it going to be minutes, or do we have an average that we can talk about? What are we talking about here?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Berry. Based on research done by staff, estimates have come out to about 30 minutes per call. The calls can be shorter depending on the case. When it comes to staff time for investigation, that is dependent per case, and I believe we will only be able to see that once we get our initial cases.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I talked to you before the meeting about your numbers. When you're doing research, just because some other municipality put out numbers, make sure they make sense. And I'll go back to, the end of page 2, page 3. Winnipeg, they had 1 complaint a year. They implemented their waste and fraud hotline, and the reported issues arose by 42 or 24%. That can't be right, because if you got 1, you go to 2, that's a minimum of 100% increase, right? Make sure your data is good when you're presenting it, right?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Van Passen, that is the correction that was made at the beginning, that it was 42 reports, not 42%.
I know, but it still doesn't work.
Okay. I appreciate the comment, and respectfully, I think we'll move on. I had Councillor Van Driesche next, followed by Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Just, I was reading it, and correct me if I'm wrong, so this is also open to the general public, correct? So there could be hundreds of people that come on for the hotline, and I'm just concerned about time that it's going to take to investigate all these. They could be, they themselves could be frivolous. Do you know, have you done research to find that in the county that there is something behind this that you'd say, maybe it's important that we go out and do this? Because it seems like a big jump if there's maybe 2 things a year that managers can kind of take a look at, versus once you open it up to the general public, there could be hundreds.
Through you to the Chair. Throughout my research, yes, there has been scenarios with the City of Hamilton within their 2 years of implementing the policy and their hotline. They did receive returns of about $439,000 worth of waste and fraud within their municipality. There are also reports from Kawartha Lakes where they have had success with their system as well.
I meant here. Have you ever understood there to be a concern here, why you think this is important to implement here?
Councillor Van Driesche, I don't mean to interrupt you, and I apologize, but the CAO has already addressed that question previously and said he had no reason to believe that there was, but this was a mechanism that made sense for us to move forward with. So unless there was anything more specific that you were looking for?
If I may, it was just a raison d'etre why you're doing this.
Yeah, so I think that's been addressed by the CAO. I don't know if you want to add anything further, Al?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, I would just reiterate it's about public trust and transparency and giving public confidence that we are doing everything we can to make sure that there's no fraud and waste of taxpayers' dollars.
Thank you. Councillor Micheli, then Councillor Huffman, and I think we'll advance the topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Sydney. Sydney, the one thing I had sort of as my general impression when I was reading this report, and it's a very good report, and you presented it really well, thank you. But I'm kind of going back a little bit to Councillor Columbus' sort of interpretation of this, and I know he addressed the word whistleblower and all this. My concern, and this is what I'm asking, is if you found in any of your research that this was true. I have a bit of a concern about the impact of a program like this on staff morale. Here we're all kind of thought we were working hard, and now they're going to be watching us for all these things that we might be doing wrong. And again, as our CAO has pointed out, we don't have any real reason to believe that, but I'm just wondering if this is going to be the lunchroom conversation. Oh, now they're going to be looking out for us and watching us. It's got a bit of a Big Brother feel to it, so just curious if you found out anything about that.
Through your chair, thank you for your question, and that is a very valid concern. From my research, there has been no data about decreases in staff morale with these hotlines in place. However, I am willing to look into that for you as well.
Thank you, Sydney.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Great presentation, great report. I can think of numerous times since I've been elected that I would be directing a member of the public to call this number, that it's not a problem that I'm taking on, or that in terms of going to the, like, where the next step would be and stuff. So I totally see this as valid, and I think there could be, with any new program, you maybe get a few bumps in the road, but I think it's worth the effort to work them out. And I think this is a very positive thing. And I know that Mayor Martin used this phrase with the first report and then this report. It's a maturity level for it's not just the way we used to do things, and it's not the old boys club anymore. There's different ways of doing things, and I think it's time that we kind of moved along and brought Norfolk County up to those standards.
Thank you. And then final question, Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The thing that scared me here when I heard the word investigator, and I guess my concern is that I think I like Councillor Columbus's idea, the suggestion box, because you're going to get a lot of frivolous stuff in there, but I guess the county manager now handles the major issues. Somehow you find out about these things, Al, and I use the recent example with Haldeman. On the breach of confidentiality. I don't know how that originated or how you got it here, but you brought it before council. And I guess I somewhat think the whole issue is being addressed now. I feel that way, that other than the frivolous stuff, which you would get in a suggestion box maybe, but I think the major issues that you're going to bring them forward anyways, and we will find out about them.
Okay. Is there a specific question, or just that was your...
I'd like to hear Al's comment. I think he's the one that deals with it on a regular basis.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that when it comes over my desk or to the attention of staff and they bring it to senior management's attention, we certainly investigate each and every one of those. This program is in an attempt to identify some things that don't come to our attention and we don't investigate, and they continue to be out there. And so this is just an additional safety valve, so that if someone is observing some waste or fraud and it doesn't come to staff's attention, because when it comes to our attention, we investigate, but there are mechanisms sometimes where people don't feel comfortable in bringing it to my attention or to a senior manager's attention, and this will allow, once again, that anonymity that allows another avenue for someone who is observing something or identifying something, that gives them the courage to speak up and then allows us to investigate.
Okay, thank you very much. Mover, Madam Mayor.
I would move the staff, sorry, not the staff recommendation, I'd move an alternative, which is the majority of the staff recommendation with the option 2 for in-house staff, and I am moving that under the premise that staff would begin a program review and come back if there's substantial savings and they determined that the workload and the funds that we've saved could be used for an external. I'd be all ears, but for now, in-house staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can just ask a clarifying question. So that would be the first section would stay received as information. The second section would stay, but would just have clarification that it was the second option in the report, that it's being handled in-house. And then the third section, that sends it to the budget discussion. So is it your intention that that remains?
Nope.
And so then removal of the third section. Okay, so that's moved by Mayor Martin. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Very. Discussion or debate? Councillor Bandadrishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I'm just concerned about opening it up to the public. What would be the advantages of having it to public versus just in-house to begin? Because if this is some type of, obviously it's a pilot project in itself, do you think the positives of that versus opening it up? I'm just concerned that what's going to happen is you're going to be flooded by maybe frivolous things, lots of them in that, and maybe some things, I don't know. But at the end of the day, opening it up in-house first to, those complaints or whatever, would be a good testing ground versus opening it up generally to the public as well.
Through your chair to Councillor, and that is the purpose of the 2-year phased implementation. So it will begin with solely for Norfolk County staff. After that process, then if we see success with it, we will then open it up to the public.
Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, with some regard to Councillor Van Andriesch's comments, we already have like a version of this in Service Norfolk. When people have complaints, concerns, potholes, my ditch hasn't been cut, whatever, we've already got that. And to my knowledge, and I am a member of council, I have not been given any information that that's out of hand, or that there's so many complaints we can't handle it, or that staff time is used up solely on that part of this. So I think eventually, and I do appreciate Sydney's response, that we begin with staff only, the corporation only, and then, if things work out the way we anticipate, move it to the public. But I personally don't, there's going to always be some frivolity in responses from the public and from our employees. But I think that this is a very good step in the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor Michelli. Speaking to the motion, anyone further? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Sydney, thank you for your work on this report. Excellent job. Really well done. Okay, moving along. Motions, there are none. There is, however, a notice of motion. It's item 10.1 on your agenda. It is from Councillor Very. So, Councillor Very, I'll turn to you. You have 1 minute to introduce your motion.
Thank you, Chair. In the broadest of strokes, there's been a stop sign of some controversy in Port Dover on the Nelson Street / Radical Road. Previously, it had come to council. Staff recommended the stop sign wasn't in place. Residents came, they petitioned, council listened to the residents, put the stop sign in. Fair enough. Now the residents don't want the stop sign because it causes noise and it causes all kinds of issues. So previously, I had spoken to Mike King. He said, oh, you need a petition, whatever. No one took on the petition, blah, blah. In speaking with our new traffic specialist, he said, no, you don't need the petition. The council can just direct staff to look into whether or not the stop sign is effective and appropriate, and staff can come back with recommendations, and we can decide as a council whether or not we're going to keep the stop sign there or remove it based on the recommendation. So that's my motion, is that we direct staff to please come back, look at the stop sign again, and see if it is effective and useful and all these other things, and potentially remove it.
Okay, so you've heard the notice of motion. That will come forward at a later date for discussion and debate. Thank you, Councillor Very. Item 11, other business. Item 12, announcements. Are there any announcements? Anything from staff? Okay. We'll move forward. It is item 13, late closed session. We have 4 late closed session items today. May I have a mover for the following motion, that committee enter into closed session at 4:28 p.m. to discuss an item pursuant to section 239(2) C, E, and K of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on or on behalf of the municipality or local board. I need a mover from Mayor Martin and seconded by Councillor Michelli. My apologies. Call a question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning. or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the Planning Department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between two adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single-detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, "Through the mayor," or "Through the chair to councilor," and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's garden. It's time you came home to it.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scott Lynn and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scott Lynn is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work. when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event, Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County.
All right, welcome back. May I have a motion to reconvene an open session at 5:23 p.m. Moved by Councillor Michelli and seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Following matters were addressed in closed session. I will turn to the clerk.
Thank you. Items 13.1 and 13.2 were received for information, and staff have provided direction on items 13.3 and 13.4.
So I need a motion for the closed session items.
Yeah, just
to receive them as information, and staff direction was provided. Moved by Councillor Van den Drieschie and seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And finally, adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please, at 5:24 p.m. Moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Councillor Michele. Is all in favor? Call the question. And that is carried. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to staff for your work and participation today.